The Way Home. You can go home again, so long as you understand that home is a place where you have never been. Ursula Le Guin, The Dispossessed. "Damn it," said Jake, coming out of his study into the bedroom, where Alex was packing her bags. "What's the matter?" she asked, looking up through her dark brown, shoulder-length hair. "It's this stupid film," said Jake, sitting down heavily on the bed in front of her and sighing. Jake had been working on a story for a new film, and his deadline was just a few days away. His handsome face was lined, and he looked fed up. He was finding the writing hard and he was tired. Alex tried to care, but behind her husband, through the window, she could see New York shining in the late afternoon autumn sunlight. She was busy preparing for her trip to England. Her flight was leaving later that evening. She felt a longing to be gone, to be somewhere else. "I'll never get it right," Jake went on. "Of course you will," said Alex weakly. "You know you always do." They both noticed the slight annoyance in her voice. There was a silence. "So, when you come back, maybe we can take a vacation?" Jake's voice sounded hopeful. "I mean," he went on, "just a couple of days, a long weekend perhaps. Maybe we can go to Palm Springs." Alex's eyes wandered to the tall silver buildings set against the pale blue sky. "Maybe," she said, smiling and trying to make it sound like it was a real possibility, but not managing it. Jake got up quickly and went back to his study, shaking his head. Alex tried to wipe the confused look on Jake's face from her mind and carried on packing. As usual, she was finding it difficult to decide which clothes to take. Though she was a buyer for an international fashion house and travelled a lot, she never found it easy to pack. And now it was even more difficult. She was going to the north of England to visit her parents. She was going home, for the first time in over 10 years. She was going home to deal with the past. She was 32 years old. A mix of autumn and winter clothes, she decided in the end. You never knew what the weather would be like in England. And she loved knitwear, especially woolen sweaters. Not everyone could wear knitwear, but she could. She finished her packing, then felt tired and lay down on the bed. Her eyes looked up at the landscape painting on the wall opposite the bed. It was of the moors around the place where she had grown up, a copy of a famous painting. She loved it. She'd found it by accident in a second-hand shop on a work visit to London a couple of years ago. From time to time she would look at it and realise how much she missed those hills, that landscape. Her memories of it were like precious jewels that she kept locked inside a box. Sometimes she opened the lid and they surprised her with their beauty. "My place," she said out loud. The moors in the north of England were wild, and as a child she had loved them. The moor near her home was called Randall Moor, and she had spent a lot of time there, walking and discovering its secrets. Now, in her dreams, she walked the moors of her childhood. They fed her imagination and her desires. In England, she loved packing a sandwich and a drink and walking out into the countryside for an hour or two. You could do that at home. The countryside was just there. She loved America, but it was so hard to go out for a walk here, she thought. The distances were so huge. When her American friends asked her what the moors were like, she was often lost for words. "They're just beautiful, wild in their own special way." She often added, Think of Emily Bronte, you know, Wuthering Heights. Most people had at least seen the old film. She suddenly jumped up from the bed, took her old leather walking boots out of the wardrobe, and put them in her suitcase. Perhaps she would want to go for a walk over her lovely moors. She lay down again and closed her eyes. She still had time for a rest before she had to go to JFK Airport to catch her flight to London. But though she felt tired, she couldn't sleep. Her mind turned to thoughts of Jake. She felt guilty about not wanting to talk to him. They had met 8 years before, at a party in Denver. He had shone like a light in the room. He was very handsome and very charming. He had black hair and the most beautiful brown eyes. He had walked up to Alex and offered her a drink. "Before I met you," he said, giving her a martini, "I felt like a man with a fork in a world of soup." "That's definitely a line from a film," she said and laughed. They had talked all evening and most of the night. She felt comfortable with him. Comfortable but excited. And he was very good-looking, a bit like Andy Garcia. They had started seeing a lot of each other immediately, and she soon realised that their interest in films wasn't the only thing they had in common. She fell in love quickly and totally, and they got married within 6 months. Then they moved to New York. It was better for both their careers, and they liked the energy of the place. When they got married, she felt complete. Jake was everything she'd always wanted, and incredibly, he wasn't scared of her success, because he was successful too. Now she had her career, an apartment in Manhattan, great friends, and Jake. Before she met him, she had felt that she would always be searching, travelling, that somehow she would never find her own home, that she would never find her place. But now she felt settled. Settled, she thought to herself. So where had it gone wrong? A few hours later, Alex was sitting in a quiet corner of the departure lounge at JFK Airport, waiting for her flight to London Heathrow. She felt a little better now that she was on her way, now that she was on her own. It was always easier when she was travelling, when she was going somewhere else. The flight had been delayed for over an hour. She took out a thriller and tried to read, but she couldn't concentrate. So she just sat and watched the people walking by and sitting in the departure lounge. She always liked to look at the way people dressed. She often found herself criticising their style, their clothes. It was because of her job, she guessed. She just couldn't stand badly dressed people. Didn't they know that the way you looked said so much about you? One of the things that had attracted her to Jake in the first place was that he dressed well, Alex thought. She started reading again, but found herself still unable to concentrate. Yes, Jake dressed well, but not as well as Stefano. Ah, yes, Stefano. It had started 2 years ago, when she met Stefano. 2 years ago. She remembered that she had been sitting in the departure lounge at Milan Malpensa Airport. She'd been to a big fashion show and was flying to Paris to do some buying before going home to New York. They called her flight, and as usual, she waited until everyone else had boarded. She just carried on sitting there. She hated queuing up. What was the point? You had your seat already. You might as well wait until everyone else had got on. "Mi pare che viaggia molto," said a man's voice behind her. She turned round and looked right into the eyes of the most beautiful man. I'm sorry," she said. "My Italian isn't very good." She looked at him. He had to be Italian. He was dressed in that way only Italian men know how, in an Armani suit and a pale peach-coloured shirt that set off his dark skin perfectly. "Oh, I'm sorry," he said in perfect English. "I was just saying that you are an experienced traveller. Me too. I always wait until the end of the queue." He smiled and held out his hand. "Stefano. Stefano Cabianca. And you are?" "Alex Kramer," she said, shaking his hand. They started chatting. He was also in the fashion business, and also flying to Paris to do some buying. When they finally got on the plane, he changed his seat to sit next to her. They talked about everything, but mostly fashion and their favourite designers. Of course, he loved the Italian designers, and she was a great fan of the British ones. "But the British designers," he said jokingly, "they are so strange, so weird. I mean, look at Vivienne Westwood." She laughed. "Yes," she said. "But look at Stella McCartney and John Galliano. Nobody could deny they're great designers." They had a lively conversation about Alexander McQueen. They agreed that Gucci had become too commercial, and yes, Versace was not what it had been before Gianni Versace's death. They drank a glass of wine together. It all seemed harmless, but she was aware that she was very attracted to him. Then, about 15 minutes before they landed at Charles de Gaulle Airport, he said to her, "I am staying at a hotel in Paris tonight near Notre Dame. You don't have to fly to New York until tomorrow. We are getting on so well. It would be such a pity to say goodbye now. Why don't you stay with me?" She looked at him. He was asking her to stay with him at a hotel. He was asking her to be unfaithful to her husband. It wasn't totally unexpected, but she felt her face getting hot. I'm not sure." There was a moment of hesitation, but it was only a moment. It was true that her flight to New York wasn't until the next evening. She had to be in Paris that night. "Okay," she said, smiling. "Why not?" And then came into her mind the terrible thought, no one will ever know. Since that night, she had seen Stefano 6 times. They would meet up when they were travelling and their schedules coincided. In Paris, Rome, Milan. She still loved her husband, but she couldn't tell him about her affair. She also didn't know how to stop her betrayal. Now, sitting in the departure lounge at JFK, she had a feeling that was both comforting and disturbing. She was beginning to believe that only her journey home would help her to bring her betrayal to an end. At last, Alex was able to board the plane for the flight to London Heathrow. She sat down in her business-class window seat, and within moments they were in the air, the features of the earth disappearing fast. Alex ordered a gin and tonic from the air steward and tried to relax. She was going home, she thought, back to the past. The plane was a Boeing 747, like the one that had brought her father back from Africa so many years ago. He had to work there for 12 months. Alex was 10 years old. "What's it like in Africa, Daddy?" she asked him on the way home. Alex had gone with her mother to Manchester Airport in a taxi to pick him up. It was a great treat. They wore their best clothes. Her mother wore a smart blue suit. Alex was wearing her favourite shiny black shoes. "Well, it's difficult to say, but very hot," her father said, smiling. She sat next to him in the taxi. He smelled of aftershave and far-off lands. She smiled now, thinking about her father. She was very like him, and she became more like him as she got older. They both loved travelling so much. For most of her childhood, her father had been abroad, and she had missed him. Sometimes she would sit in her little bedroom and stare at the world globe he had given her one Christmas. She would spin it around, find the country where he was, and try to imagine what it was like. Then she would shut her eyes tight and try to picture his face, his blonde curls, and his smile. Sometimes it was hard to remember what he looked like, so she would take out the family photographs and stare at him, trying to make herself remember his face forever. She loved having a father who worked abroad, though. The girls at school had fathers who had jobs in the factories and offices in the little industrial town where they lived. Their fathers were everyday fathers, while hers was a magical one. She was different, special because of him. She had never lost that feeling that he made her special. Yes, she had really loved it. Until that hot summer's day 2 years later, when she was 12 years old. At Heathrow Airport, Alex went to the car hire desk and picked up the keys to a silver-coloured Ford. She was always a bit nervous of driving on the left. When she came to England for work, it was usually just to London, so she used taxis or the Underground. She never drove. However, she managed to find the M25, the motorway which goes around the edge of London, and followed it until she turned onto the road heading north. Once she was on the motorway, she began to relax. The road ahead was blue-grey, the colour of the North Sea on a cold day. It was late afternoon, and the autumn light was soft. The fields on either side of the road stretched as far as you could see, dull and wet. She hadn't got to the hills yet. The world was still flat. She was lost in thought, thinking back 20 years, back to when she was 12 years old. She was running home from school. They'd been given the afternoon off for some reason. It was a warm June day, almost hot, and the sky was powder blue with little lines of white silk across it. She was thinking that she'd go home and change out of her tight, heavy school uniform, and then take her fishing net down to the lake. She was free. She was running, all excited through the fields. If she went that way, she could see her house from a long way off. As she got nearer, Alex saw her mother through an upstairs window, her bedroom window. Alex looked hard. She could also see the shape of someone else through the window. It was a man's shape, tall and broad. Not her father, because he was abroad working. She went a little closer to the house and saw a red car parked outside. Then, in a flash, she understood. She saw it all. She was only 12, but she understood. She stopped dead. The world became still. The house, the car, the little garden path that led from the gate up to the front door. Everything seemed to hang motionless in the lazy summer air. Tears started to hurt her eyes, and she turned around and ran off into the moors. Sometimes it seems like she has never stopped running. That's when she really got to love the moors, after seeing her mother with that man. Before that, they'd just been there, like the factory chimneys. But then they became her friends, a place where she could go to escape. Randall Moor especially became her place, a kind of escape from the storm, an escape from her secret. She still didn't know how she managed not to say anything to anyone, especially to her mother. A 12-year-old child finds it hard to keep something like that inside. But she did, and a terrible hatred grew inside her against her mother, and a dreadful fear that her mother would leave her father. Then, Alex thought, I'll have to go and live with Mum and that man. But nothing happened, and she just kept everything she knew inside, hard and unforgiving. And she hated her mother for betraying her father, hated her for making her feel like that. She hated her so much that she had never told anyone about it, not even Jake. Alex left home to go to college as soon as she could, when she was 18, and she'd never gone back. After college, she'd gone to the United States for a visit, and she'd stayed there. Since then, she'd seen her mother and father just a few times. In the States, in London, and when she got married to Jake in Denver. But she'd always managed to avoid going home. But now, since Stefano, she understood. She understood that betrayal could happen, that disloyalty was not that difficult. Finally, she understood her mother. It was time to go home. And then I just ran off to the moors. Alex was calm when she actually talked to her mother about it. She supposed it was because she'd gone over the scene so many times in her mind. They were sitting at her mother's kitchen table, where everything important had always been discussed. Alex's father had gone out for a walk with the dog. Alex had told her mother what she'd seen that day 20 years ago. "I often wondered if you knew," said her mother, her hands held tightly together in front of her. "You became so distant." Though Alex was calm, her mother was upset. As usual, her first reaction had been to put the kettle on and make tea. So they sat there at the table, drinking milky tea and talking about unfaithfulness. "I suppose I was lonely. Your father was away so much," her mother went on. "Oh, I know it was wrong. But these things happen, you know." "I know," Alex said, managing a smile. She took a deep breath and told her mother about Jake and Stefano. She was surprised to find that it came out so quickly and easily. "Well," Alex's mother said, "you know what's best. Jake is such a lovely man." Alex remembered that at the wedding, her mother had got on extremely well with Jake. "And so is Dad," Alex said. "Yes," said her mother, smiling. "You know, I think one thing you realise as you get older is that it's really hard to find something that good, and really easy to lose it." "But you didn't lose Dad." "No," said her mother firmly. "And you won't lose Jake. Not if you really want to keep him." Alex looked at her mother. "Does Dad know?" she asked. "I mean, did you—" Her mother nodded. "Yes," she said. "I told him. I wanted to be honest, and I wanted to know that the love we had for each other was enough to get us through." Alex stayed for a week. She and her mother talked a lot, laughed a lot, and cried a little. Alex was happy, though she knew that at the end of the week she would have a difficult decision to make. Soon she would see Jake, and she had to think about him, about the future. The day before she had to go back to New York, Alex decided to take a walk over Randall Moor, the place she'd loved so much as a child. She had to decide. Would she tell Jake about what she had done and risk losing him? She drove to the lake that lay at the foot of the moor. Leaving the little car in the car park, she put on her walking boots and set off up the steep path that led from the shore to the top of the moor. It was such a luxury, she thought, just being able to walk in the countryside. But it was hard going. The small stones that covered the path were loose and slippery. In places on the path, there was thick mud from the rain a few nights ago, and she had to go back and find another way up to the top. There were only a few other walkers out that early November day, and they were far away from her on the other side of the moor. The air was cold, and there were patches of snow on the hills. As she made her way slowly up the hillside, the world became a gentler, quieter place, until the only sound she could hear was of her own heavy breathing. She walked on, enveloped by the moor now, the lake and the rest of the valley hidden from view. The moor held her safe in its arms, and she felt again her old love of this beautiful landscape. My place, she thought. The hills could be bare and wild, but they offered a kind of comfort to her, because she knew them so well. She had been away for so long, but still they were part of her. She knew their secret places. Finally, the moor began to open out, unfolding its arms and setting her free. Now she had a view of part of the lake, grey-green and silent in the valley, clear like a mirror. She stopped and looked down, enjoying the silence that lay across the valley and the sound of blood beating in her ears. She took a water bottle out of her pack, knelt down on the ground, and took a long drink. The cool water tasted of earth. Suddenly she had a flash of memory, like a faded photograph. She was a child again, of no more than 10 or 11, before she lost her innocence. It was a long, hot summer's day, and she was walking over the moors. She had brought a bottle of water from home and took a drink from time to time. She remembered the feeling of being completely alone up here. It was a delicious feeling, and one that she still enjoyed so much. It was part of her. Alex shook her head, chasing the memory away. After a few moments' rest, she started off again up the moors. The landscape began to open out like a magic carpet, slowly revealing the little houses and farms on the other side of the lake. The sheep and cows on the farms looked like those toy animals that children play with, she thought. Then slowly, the village in the valley came into view, a soft brown collection of stone buildings. Then came the factory chimneys of the big town in the distance, the chimneys that had been the background to her childhood. Next, the lake revealed its true extent, uncurling itself like a giant snake. Finally, the full beauty of the landscape lay there beneath her. She stood at the top of the moor, feeling the silence and the moment. The view was like a picture from a child's storybook, unreal and shining. Early winter sunlight fell on the far shore of the lake, making the green of the hills glow. The air sang, pure and clear. She thought of her mother and father down below in their tiny house in the tiny town. She smiled. Distance makes everything clearer. You can only see the whole when you're far enough away. Life is like this, she thought, this moving away, this distancing. There was a time when these people, this town, this landscape were your whole world, your universe, everything you knew. And this world had pressed around you and made its mark, deep and permanent, a mark that went with you everywhere. And in some way, in some small place inside, in the deepest part of yourself, this first world would always be your destination. A world that you would always long for, but that would always be hard to find again. She thought about Jake. Yes, distance made everything clear. She knew now that she could go back to New York and talk to him. That she had to talk to him. She knew that she could tell him what had happened, what she had done, and ask his forgiveness. Ask him in the same way that her mother had asked her father for forgiveness. Tell him that she still loved him, that she would always love him. She knew that she could finally stop running away. Yes, she thought, smiling. She really was going home. And as she stood there, an awareness came to her that as she had travelled ever further outwards, she had always been looking for the way back to this, her first world, her place. And that now, at last, she had found the path that led to the house far below in the valley. She had finally found the way home. The Nature of Truth. It was 8:30 on an early May morning, and Annie Sanderson was at Rome's Termini station, ticket in hand, waiting for her train to Bologna. Even so early in the morning, it was already hot. Annie could feel the sweat running down the back of her neck. It was going to be another day like yesterday, she thought, when she had given a talk at a literature conference. The room in the Palazzo Livio had been uncomfortably sticky. Her audience, mostly writers and professors from the English literature department of the university, had sweated through the hour and a half. Her talk, on her new novel, The Nature of Truth, had been well received, though she wondered how they had been able to concentrate for so long in that heat. She herself had drunk 2 whole jugs of water. In spite of the heat, it was wonderful to be back in Italy. Annie looked down at the grass and the little pink and yellow flowers beside the railway line and smiled. It looked like some sleepy rural village station instead of the capital city's main railway station. She loved this country. It was full of these charming contrasts. The Bologna train pulled into platform 7. She took her seat in first class, reserved for her by her publisher. Yes, things had certainly changed since she had first come to Italy as a poor student 20 years ago. Then she had sat in third class. Now she was travelling in style. Last night she had slept in a 5-star hotel and had dinner at Il Coliseo, one of Rome's top restaurants, with some of Italy's most famous writers. She'd come a long way, and she couldn't help but feel pleased with herself. Annie sat back in her window seat to enjoy the train journey, taking out her notebook and pen, as she always did on these occasions. She placed them carefully on the little table in front of her. You never knew when you might have an idea, a thought. Her huge success as a novelist came partly from this discipline. When she had first started writing 15 years ago, she had always assumed that she would remember the ideas that came to her in the middle of the night or on a journey. But experience had taught her that she didn't. She would wake up in the morning unable to remember anything. It was very annoying to know that you had had a wonderful idea, but couldn't for the life of you remember what it was. And now she certainly was successful, thought Annie as she opened La Repubblica, the daily newspaper given to all first-class passengers. She quickly found a review of yesterday's event in the Cultura pages. La romanciera inglesa Annie Sanderson, she read. The English novelist. Though this was Annie's 5th book in 4 years, she still felt terribly excited when she saw her name in the newspapers. And she could read Italian well enough to see that the reviewer liked both her and her book. She even read the word bella, beautiful. Well, it always helped if the reviewer thought you were attractive, especially if the reviewer was an Italian man. But even more satisfying were the comments on her work. He called her the most important English novelist since Iris Murdoch. Annie smiled a broad smile. To be mentioned in the same sentence as Iris Murdoch was great praise. She read on. Annie Sanderson writes with great energy and honesty about one of the major problems of our time, the nature of truth. The philosophical... Annie sighed and put the newspaper down. Serious reviewers in serious newspapers always went on about philosophy, and they always got very boring. Why couldn't they just enjoy the stories? As a writer, stories were what really interested Annie and her readers. She looked through the window at the suburbs of Rome speeding by. There were thousands, millions of stories out there among the streets and apartment blocks. Each one of those people going to work or taking the children to school had their own story. In some ways, she thought, it was easy to write stories. They were all around you. It was the writer's job to collect them, make them interesting, bring them to life, make them mean something. She turned back to the train compartment, which was almost full by now. Her fellow passengers mostly looked like business people, wearing dark blue suits and carrying briefcases and mobile phones. Damn the mobile phone, she thought. It should be banned. Only yesterday, one had gone off in the middle of her talk. Annie had stared hard at the short, fat man with the phone until he had run out of the room, red-faced and muttering, "Mi dispiace, I'm sorry." It happened so much these days. Here on the train there were stories too, she thought. She could see a young man and an older woman travelling together a little further down. They looked like mother and son. Though Annie couldn't really hear them, she thought the woman talked to him like she was his mother. She had that motherly way of not really listening to what he was saying. Annie imagined their story, on a family visit to a dying relative perhaps. The mother was well-dressed and elegant, in a very Roman way, all big hair and gold jewellery. The boy was in his early 20s, and completely beautiful. He had great dark eyes with long eyelashes, olive skin and high cheekbones. Annie found it hard not to stare. Annie thought back to her first visit to Italy. She was a university student, studying art at Cambridge, and she had spent a term in Florence. It was her first real visit abroad, apart from family holidays to France, and she had found everything in Italy so beautiful. The people, the clothes, the architecture, the paintings, the food, and everything set off by that wonderful light, the lovely, clear, sparkling light of southern Europe. So different from home. English light was so soft and grey, so ordinary somehow. The full light of the Mediterranean was much more passionate, and it had brought out the passionate side of Annie. She had fallen completely in love with it all. She had been an unsophisticated 20-year-old English girl from cold, grey Liverpool. How could she not have fallen in love with Italy? And Italian men. Yes, there was no doubt that Annie had a weakness, no, a passion for handsome men. She smiled to herself as her mind wandered back to an Italian boyfriend she had had in Florence. Carmine, his name was. Ah, yes, Carmine. He had curly black hair and dark brown eyes. Very good-looking, what young people in England called drop-dead gorgeous. And his skin was so brown compared to hers. "Annie," he would say to her in his charming Italian accent, "you have skin white like mozzarella. You know, Italian cheese." Apart from the fact that he was handsome and the mozzarella comparison, Annie couldn't remember anything much about Carmine. He was just one in a long line of handsome men she had known. The line about the mozzarella made her think again about her book, The Nature of Truth, because she had one of her main characters saying it. Yes, she thought, the nature of truth was an interesting subject. The novel was about a relationship between a man and a woman, as always. Was it possible to be faithful to one person? And was it always necessary to tell the truth? Indeed, Was the truth always the best thing? Wasn't it kinder sometimes not to tell the truth, or even to tell a lie? This was the philosophical question that the reviewers had talked about. And of course, although her characters had discussed it at length, 550 pages to be exact, there was no real conclusion. There was never really any conclusion in an Annie Sanderson novel, but readers seemed to love the stories, and reviewers loved the philosophical ideas. She herself— "Annie? It's Annie Sanderson, isn't it?" A woman's sharp voice disturbed her thoughts. Annie jumped and looked up. Standing in front of her was a plump, middle-aged woman with short dark hair and a large smile. "God, Annie," the woman said loudly, "I was wondering if it was you. I walked past twice just to make sure. But it is you, isn't it?" Annie stared hard at the woman, trying to work out who she was. The other passengers looked around. "Do you remember me? It's Jane Thompson," continued the woman. "I was sitting right down the other end and I—" Her voice trailed off. Annie blinked and thought. Then it came to her. "Ah," she said suddenly. "Of course. Jane, how are you?" Jane Thompson had been a friend at Cambridge. Annie hadn't seen her for almost 20 years. The plump, plain woman in front of her looked quite different from the slim, even thin girl Annie had known all those years ago. But there was something about the eyes, and the voice was unmistakable. "Well, it's not Thompson anymore, it's D'Angelo, but—" said the woman. Annie smiled broadly, relieved that she had remembered the woman. "How wonderful to see you! Look, why don't you sit here?" she said, pointing to the empty seat across from her. "Oh," said Jane, "it might be someone else's." "Oh, don't worry," said Annie. "If someone gets on, you can always go back to your seat, or they can take yours." The woman still looked anxious. Just then, a young man in a crisp uniform appeared, selling drinks and snacks. "Look, would you at least have a coffee?" said Annie. Jane Thompson nodded. "Well, all right. An espresso, please," she said. Annie ordered and paid for 2 espressos. As Jane sat down, Annie started to remember something else about Jane, and about that man she had married immediately after university. Wasn't his name James? Ah, yes, James, Annie remembered. He was a very good-looking young man. "So," said Annie, stirring sugar into the thick black liquid and shutting James out of her mind. "What have you been doing for the past 20 years? Jane Thompson laughed. "I could say the same to you. What are you doing in Italy? Do you live here?" Annie shook her head and explained that she was a writer. She told Jane about the book and her tour of major Italian cities. "So, you're famous," said Jane. "Well," Annie tried to show some modesty, but she did like the word famous. "But I always knew you were creative," Jane continued. "How wonderful for you! I never get time to read these days, but I must look out for your books." Finally she added, "Are you rich as well as famous?" "Well," said Annie, laughing at Jane's directness, "not really, but I hope to be." "And what about you? You must live here." Jane's direct questioning was not very English, she thought. She must have been here for quite some time. Jane confirmed Annie's guess. "Yes," she said, "I came here about 15 years ago. I came to get away from England, really." She paused, almost waiting for Annie to interrupt her, but Annie didn't. "Then I got a job here in a museum. I met Pietro and we got married, had children and, well, you know. At university, Jane had studied art too, and had specialised in art history. Annie remembered that as a student, Jane had been crazy about Italian Renaissance art. It was no surprise that she was working in a museum. Annie wondered what had happened to James, but decided it was best to leave him out of the conversation. "Do you live in Rome, then?" asked Annie. "No, in Padua. Have you been there?" Jane asked. Annie shook her head. "No, but I've read about it in the guidebook. It must be really interesting," she said. "It is," said Jane. "You should visit sometime." Her voice was flat, lacking in feeling. It was almost like she was a city guide talking to a group of tourists. She added, "Padua itself is a quiet, sleepy town, but nice if you want a rest." Jane Thompson made the place where she lived sound beautiful, but very unexciting. Annie couldn't help thinking that it must be her life that was dull. "And you going there now?" asked Annie. "No, not until tomorrow," Jane said. "I've been in Rome to talk to a museum there, and now I'm going to Vernio." "Vernio?" "It's a small town between Florence and Bologna," Jane explained. "There's a wealthy businessman there who wants to sell some valuable early 18th century art. I'll stay there tonight, and then go home to Padua tomorrow." "So you're quite busy," said Annie. "Well, not really," said Jane flatly. "I have a trip about once a month, usually to another museum. I just work part-time, you know. The kids are still at school, and I'm at home quite a lot of the time." Annie looked at Jane's plump face. Since she had sat down and started talking about her life, Jane Thompson had changed, Annie thought. Her shoulders had dropped, and her face was no longer bright and smiling. She looked plumper somehow, more middle-aged and tired. Annie's writer's curiosity made her want to know more, made her want to know Jane's story. "How old are the kids?" she asked. 12 and 8, Jane replied, difficult ages. "And your husband, Pietro, what does he do?" asked Annie. "Oh, well, what can I say?" said Jane, and again her voice was flat. "He's an architect. He makes a lot of money. We have a comfortable life." "Well," thought Annie, "you could say he was handsome, or wonderfully kind, or just nice. But instead you choose to say he's an architect and that you're comfortable." Comfortable was the kind of word you might use to describe an old pair of shoes or a favourite armchair. She looked at her old university friend for signs of enthusiasm about her marriage, but she didn't see any. Well, just another disappointed middle-aged woman, thought Annie. She looked out of the window at the landscape. The countryside had opened out to green rolling hills and trees here and there. Suddenly, she lost all curiosity about the woman in front of her. Jane seemed rather boring and flat. Annie wished she was alone again, to enjoy the silence and the journey. Her wish was granted briefly. Jane got up. "Won't be a minute," she said, holding her handbag tightly and moving off in the direction of the toilet. Annie enjoyed the quiet and the light on the sloping world outside the window. A few moments later, Jane was back, and there was noise again. "Do you remember James?" she said, as soon as she had sat down. "James?" said Annie, trying to keep calm, trying to stop herself from going red. "Yes, James, do you remember?" said Jane, leaning forward. "We went out together at university, for years. I was with him when you knew me." "Oh, yes," said Annie. James! Yes! Well, you'll never guess what happened with him, said Jane. No, said Annie. Well, she started, we got married almost immediately after university, and we bought a house in Notting Hill. You remember that he was a journalist? Annie nodded. She also remembered that James had studied law at Cambridge, mainly because his father was a judge and had wanted his son to follow in his footsteps. But James couldn't stand law, and when he left university, he got a job with a major newspaper. He'd always had a passion for writing. Yes, well, said Jane, his thing was foreign affairs, in more ways than one. Oh? Well, he had to go over to Brussels a lot, Jane explained. He was reporting on the European Union. He flew over there for a few days once a month. Annie moved uncomfortably in her seat. Well, I found out eventually that he was having an affair with a woman over there, she said. Annie noticed that there were tears in Jane's eyes as she continued. And can you believe it? It had been going on for over a year before I found out. Jane looked at Annie as if asking for sympathy. How terrible for you, said Annie, who was able to produce sympathy on demand. Yes, said Jane, hitting her fist hard on the little table. Annie noticed that her fingers were white. 8 years we were together, and then I found out that he was having an affair with that woman. Annie was more than a little surprised by the rise in emotional temperature. Jane seemed to have hidden depths. He told me he was going to Brussels for work, Jane continued, but he forgot some papers he was working on. I rang his office and they said that he'd gone on holiday for a few days. And did you ever find out who it was? Asked Annie cautiously. Some English woman living in Brussels. God, if I'd found out her name, I'd have killed her, said Jane. As she said this, she screwed up the empty plastic espresso cup with her plump hand, leaving it broken on the little table that separated her from Annie. So what did you do? Asked Annie, trying not to stare at the cup. I left him, of course, she said. I had to. I couldn't live with him any more. Though I loved him, you know. Loved him more than anything. As she said loved, the tears that had formed in Jane's eyes a few moments before began to fall down her cheeks. Annie looked at the teardrops almost in amazement. They were large and perfectly formed, just like a child's. She said nothing, but waited for the woman to stop crying. Silly me, said Jane suddenly, wiping the tears away with the back of her hand and smiling weakly. It's so long ago. Suddenly the train slowed down. It was approaching a station. Jane jumped up. Oh, this is Vernier already, she said. I'd better get my bags. Well, listen, said Annie brightly. It was wonderful to see you after all this time. She was so relieved to see Jane go that she could hardly contain herself. Yes, said Jane. Look, here's my address, in case you're ever back in Italy, and you want to come to Padova. Jane took out a card from her handbag and gave it to Annie. Then she looked at Annie expectantly. Annie placed Jane's card on the table in front of her, then pulled out her own card from her briefcase and gave it to Jane, more out of politeness than any real desire that they should stay in touch. Take care of yourself, said Annie. It was quite a small rural station, and the train wouldn't stop long. Jane Thompson leant over and kissed Annie on the cheek, in the same way that she had when they were at university together. It felt strange to Annie, this kiss, a sign of the closeness that no longer existed between them. She kissed her friend on the cheek and smiled. Bye, Annie, said Jane. Then she was gone. Annie breathed deeply, and then sat back for the rest of the journey to Bologna. She thought about seeing Jane Thompson after all these years, going over their conversation and Jane's story in her mind. She was obviously an unhappy woman. Then there was James, Jane's ex-husband. He was a very handsome man, tall and slim. He had an athlete's body, she remembered, with long legs and a broad chest. He'd been a swimmer at university. And he had the most amazing bright blue eyes. Annie had gone to Brussels the year after she left university. James had visited the city often, and the two met again by accident in a restaurant. They had liked each other a lot. He came over to Brussels every month for work, and they had started seeing each other. Of course, they became lovers. It had been a nice way to spend her 15 months abroad, though it wasn't serious, just a bit of fun. It wasn't as if he was the only one. She couldn't remember very much about him now. Such a pity that Jane had found out. Their affair had lasted for a year, and she had never seen him again. Annie breathed heavily. In a few moments the train would pull into Bologna Centrale, and she would start the next leg of her successful tour of Italy. That was the important thing, she told herself. The here and now. People worried so much about unimportant things. What did it matter who you had affairs with? No, she would never understand why people took these things so seriously. Ah, she said out loud, and shook her head. Annie started to collect her things. Jane Thompson's card still lay on the little table in front of her. Jane Thompson, City of Padova Museum, it said, in plain black letters. Plain and black. That described her well, thought Annie, plain with black hair. Annie turned the card over in her fingers and saw that there was handwriting on the back. Annie stared at the small, childlike letters that read, I know it was you, and now I know where you live. That was all it said, but as Annie looked at the screwed-up plastic coffee cup in front of her, she realized that it was enough.
Just the facts. The thing is, kid, you're there to record the facts, said Gretzky. You always have to remember that. That's your job. Leave the morals to the politicians. He laughed that laugh he had. A yak, yak, yak laugh. A kind of Fred Flintstone laugh. I didn't say anything. Facts, facts, facts. You know, said Gretzky, clearing his throat to put on his official voice. The prisoner's last meal request was 2 double-meat cheeseburgers, all the way with mayonnaise and mustard, fries, fried chicken, well done, chocolate cake, a large vanilla ice cream, and 6 cans of cola. That's the kind of thing Joe Public wants to know, he said. It sells newspapers, and it doesn't hurt anyone. Gretzky paused for breath, and I took the opportunity to look out of the window at the passing countryside, either side of Highway US 190, the road from Livingston to Huntsville. It was 4 o'clock on an August afternoon, and the heat was just beginning to die down. We were on our way to an execution, to watch a man being put to death for murder. The execution was timed for 6. The peace didn't last long. And, more important than all that, kid, Gretzky took his right hand off the steering wheel and waved his finger in my face, is the fact that it keeps Jackson out of our hair. Len Jackson was the editor of the Livingston Gazette. I hadn't known him for long, but I could see what Gretzky meant. He was a nice enough guy and a good editor,
but keeping him out of our hair seemed like a very good idea. I'd just started as a junior reporter at the Gazette a month before. Tell you the truth, the job wasn't my first choice. But I was fresh out of college and junior reporter jobs were hard to come by, and I needed work really badly. My dad had died a few years ago. Mom had given up a lot to put me through college, and I couldn't take any more money from her. So here I was in Texas. My friends were amazed. "Wow, Lisa, Texas," they said. "It's so different from Seattle." Well, there was no denying that. It was a hell of a lot different. For one thing, it didn't rain as much. The guy I worked with most at the Livingston Gazette was Ron Gretzky. Gretzky was the senior reporter. He was around 55 and 30 pounds overweight, almost the typical image of the hardened journalist. He'd seen it all, twice. He was never going to make editor. He just wasn't motivated or talented enough. For Gretzky, the years ahead to retirement meant more of the same.
The 3 M's, kid. Marriages, muggings, and murder. That's what this job's about, he liked to say.
"Oh yeah?" I'd joke with him. "And what about the executions?" In the 20 years he'd been at the Gazette, he'd covered over 300 executions. And if that isn't enough to harden a man, I don't know what is. Now Gretzky was driving me to see my first execution.
Best to take her this first time, Ron, Len Jackson told him. Show her how it goes. Hold her hand, if you know what I mean.
Jackson had looked at me like he thought I might need help. After all, I am a woman, and a young one at that. The idea was that after this first one, I would cover executions on my own. Gretzky would move over. Maybe Jackson reckoned that Gretzky had done enough, that it was beginning to affect him. Way too late for that, was my feeling.
Yeah, kid,
said Gretzky, still pointing his finger.
Just remember what these guys have done. They're criminals.
There was a pause as Gretzky took one hand off the steering wheel, unwrapped the hamburger he'd brought for the journey, and started eating. It gave me time to think about Gary Pearson, the guy who was going to lose his life today. I'd met him for the first time about 3 weeks ago on death row. They always let the media in to talk to the guy who's going to be executed a few weeks before the set date.
You can do this alone, kid,
said Gretzky.
It's good practice.
So I went along and waited nervously in line with the guys from the Huntsville Echo and Associated Press. Finally, it was my turn, and I got about 45 minutes with Pearson. Gary Pearson was a black guy from Houston. They said he was a burglar who went crazy one day and shot a judge. The story went that Pearson was breaking into the judge's house in a good neighborhood of the city. The judge was at home and surprised Pearson. I didn't do it, Pearson told me calmly. Gretzky had warned me that people on death row often told journalists they weren't guilty. I didn't say anything and concentrated on not showing any emotion. I was unlucky that the guy was a judge, Pearson continued, and unlucky I was black. Yeah, unlucky as it turned out. The average length of time spent on death row is 10.5 years, and Pearson had served about that. He was 17 years old when the crime happened. I'd read that in most countries he would be considered a minor, underage, too young to be executed, but not here. I tried to put this uncomfortable fact out of my mind, but it is a fact. So, if you didn't do it, I said, who did? I don't know, he said. I really don't know. The only thing I can tell you is that it wasn't me, I broke into the house and disturbed the old guy. But when I left, he was alive, I swear it. But the police picked me up an hour or so later, explained Pearson. I had some stuff from Judge Baker's house, and the judge was dead. Who killed him? It had to be me. We talked some more. Pearson was calm and unemotional. Yes, ma'am, he said when I commented on his coolness. I guess 10.5 years gives you enough time to come to terms with the idea that you're gonna die. He sighed. I've been through it all, he went on. I've done a lot of crying, ma'am. I've done the begging and even the fighting. Seems like now I'm kinda resigned. He sighed again. I don't have much confidence in the appeals anymore. I guess it's time to die. But, I said at the end of the interview, you say you didn't do it. If that's really true, you have to fight. He just looked straight at me with a kind of soft, intelligent look and said, Believe me, ma'am, they're going to kill me for this. It don't matter what the truth is. When Gretzky came to pick me up after the interview, I was so shaken that he had to take me for a drink.
Happens to all of us the first time, kid,
he said, as we sat drinking bourbon in a bar in downtown Livingston.
Soon it'll be just like any other job to you.
But he says he didn't do it, Ron, I said, my hands still shaking as I drank the strong liquor. And he sounds like he's telling the truth. Gretzky shook his head.
They always do, kid. They always do. And remember that you're a young woman. He was just looking for sympathy.
It was true what Gretzky said. Guys on death row often tell you they're innocent. What have they got to lose? But anyway, there were a lot of doubts in my mind after talking to Pearson, and they came out in my story. I showed it to Gretzky. He coughed and coffee went everywhere.
Want my advice, kid?
He said.
Go back and write this again. Jackson's just gonna throw it at you. Is Pearson innocent? Ha! Are you trying to lose your job?
But what about the truth?
Truth?
Gretzky laughed.
You think that you know what the truth is, kid? That's a sure way to end up on the street.
So, in the end, I wrote a story which didn't really say anything much. I was scared of Jackson, scared of losing my job. And anyway, Gretzky could be right. I felt pretty bad, but I figured that if I really wanted a career as a journalist, I'd have to make a name for myself before I could write what I really thought. And now, here I was on my way to see Pearson put to death. I wondered if he had already eaten his last meal. They said it was only a guilty man who ordered a big meal. If a man was innocent, he probably wouldn't eat at all. Gretzky finished the hamburger and wiped his mouth with the back of his hand.
Think of the victim, he growled. And think of the victim's family. Gonna stop at this gas station, kid. We need some gas, and I need the bathroom.
Gretzky pulled the Buick up to the pump at the Exxon gas station. A young guy with long, thin black hair came to fill the tank. Gretzky got out of the car and went towards the bathroom at the side of the building. I turned the car radio on low. Think of the victim and the family, Gretzky had said. I'd read somewhere that the victim's family often wants the guy who's been executed to suffer more. A lethal injection, they said, killed the guy too quickly. The judge's wife had died 20 years ago, but there was a son, John, and a daughter, Kathy. Like his father, John Baker was a lawyer. In fact, he was one of the top lawyers in Houston and a powerful kind of guy. He had made sure that his father's killer was found guilty. Baker was always on TV talking about how important it was to get justice, and he was determined to see Pearson executed. He would sit there today, behind the glass in one of the viewing rooms, and, like me, see a man be put to death. I wondered about Kathy Baker. Nobody had seen her for a very long time. They said she'd gone to live in Europe. No journalist had ever got near her. I took the information sheet for reporters out of my jacket pocket. Drugs used in the lethal injection, it said, are sodium thiopental, puts a person to sleep, pancuronium bromide, muscle relaxant, collapses lungs, potassium chloride, stops heartbeat. The prisoner is usually pronounced dead approximately 7 minutes after the lethal injection begins. The cost of each execution for drugs used is $86.08. What would it feel like, seeing $86 worth of drugs being injected into a guy, putting him to sleep forever? Gretzky arrived back from the bathroom, still adjusting the belt of his trousers.
"What you reading?"
he asked, looking at the information sheet.
"Aw, yeah. But you're lucky, kid. It's so much cleaner than when they used to kill him with an electric shock."
"Oh, good," I said. "I like clean."
"Not that I ever saw anyone die from an electric shock,"
Gretzky went on, ignoring the comment.
"It was before my time. But you can only imagine."
I tried not to imagine. It was bad enough thinking about the lethal injection. "So, what's it like seeing a man tied to a bed and killed, just 10 feet away from you?" I asked Gretzky.
"Well,"
he said, settling himself behind the steering wheel and putting on his seatbelt,
"it's like a ceremony, kid. It's hard to explain. It's not really very emotional. You'll be fine. Anyway," he went on, "it's not killing, kid. It's execution. Killing is what he did, this Pearson."
"Oh, yeah. Sometimes I found it hard to see the difference." "Isn't killing always killing?" I asked Gretzky. At times, I couldn't help myself.
"Well now, kid," Gretzky said, "that's way too philosophical. The guy's gone out and killed a man. No one made him do it. He has to take responsibility for that."
Gretzky reached to start the engine. Suddenly, the back door of the Buick opened and someone jumped into the back seat. Shocked by the sudden movement, I turned around and was even more shocked to see a slim young woman dressed in a pale blue t-shirt and jeans. She was maybe 28, 29. She'd come from nowhere. She looked kind of familiar. "Face the front," the woman said to me. Then she said to Gretzky, "And you drive. Don't try anything, or I'll blow your brains out." She had a slight Texan accent. She didn't shout, but she sounded like she meant business. I had noticed that the woman was holding both her hands low down, so that they couldn't be seen through the car window. She could easily have a gun. "Come on," she said to Gretzky. "Move!" The woman sounded nervous, and I hoped that Gretzky would do what he was told. There was a moment when nothing seemed to happen. It hung in the air for what felt like hours. I looked at Gretzky out of the corner of my eye and hoped that he would start the car. Finally, Gretzky started the engine and steered the Buick slowly out of the gas station.
"Where am I going?"
he said, his voice hardly more than a whisper. "Towards Huntsville." Gretzky got back on US 190, and we headed towards Huntsville again. I glanced at Gretzky. His round face, usually pink, had gone a grayish-white. I was still trying to figure out why the woman was so familiar to me. I closed my eyes and tried to remember her face, which I'd seen so briefly. I thought about her short brown hair and almost boyish build. Suddenly, I had a flash of a news program I'd seen a few months ago. before I'd even started working at the Gazette. The program was about the Judge Baker murder, and they'd shown an old college photo of Kathy Baker, his daughter. But that was practically the last anyone had seen of her. Could the woman with the gun sitting in the back seat of the Buick be Kathy Baker? In a few moments, I had my answer. "I read your article, Miss Thomas," said the woman, "the one about Pearson." There was a brief silence. "It was garbage," she said. Gary Pearson didn't kill my father," said Kathy Baker, clearly and firmly. "And I'm sure that Pearson told you that."
"But they always tell us that," said Gretzky.
"Shut up, Gretzky," said the woman. "There's a lot to say and do, and we haven't got much time. Turn the radio up, Miss Thomas. That's the news." Well, Kathy Baker certainly knew who we were. I turned the car radio up just in time to hear the news. It was 5 o'clock, an hour to go before the execution.
"In exactly 1 hour's time," said the newsreader, "Gary Pearson will be executed for the murder of Judge William A. Baker."
"Garbage," said Kathy Baker. "So, Pearson didn't kill your father?" I asked her. "Of course he didn't," the judge's daughter answered. "How do I know that?" she shouted. "Because, Miss Thomas, I killed him." I didn't say anything, but I heard Gretzky breathing fast. "Oh, I know what you're thinking," she said. "You think I'm crazy." "Oh, no, I'm not crazy. Shh, listen."
"The dead judge's son, John Baker," the voice on the radio went on, "spoke this morning to HBC Radio."
Then came John Baker's voice, clear and firm.
"This is the day we've all been waiting for," he said. "The day when the man who killed my father finally gets what he deserves."
"Ah," said Kathy Baker, "my brother is always so convincing." The next news item came on, and I turned the radio off. "You killed him?" I turned to Kathy Baker. "Listen carefully, Miss Thomas," said Kathy Baker, "because God knows what's going to happen, and I want you to be able to tell my story." We were just 2 kilometers from the Huntsville unit, the place where the execution would take place. "Go ahead," I said. "Well," she began, "the truth is that my father was a terrible man, a bully. He used to shout and hit my mother and me every day. His bullying frightened us so much that we did whatever he wanted. It's the same old story. Everyone thought he was wonderful, a good judge, and the heart and soul of the community. And to the outside world, he looked like that. But the fact is that he was a dreadful man. He killed my mother with his bullying, just the same as if he had taken a gun and shot her." Kathy Baker's voice got soft, and it sounded like she was going to cry. "I watched it happen," she went on. "He bullied both of us every single day. I hated him." "And your brother? What about John?" "Ah, my dear brother," said Kathy. "My brother saw it all, but my father never bullied him in the same way. John loved my father very much and made excuses for everything he did. John's story is that my mother and I asked for it, that somehow it wasn't his fault." I looked at Gretzky's gray face staring straight ahead at the road. Kathy Baker sighed deeply and continued her story. "My father kept guns," she said, "like most folk around here. He kept them in his study. Oh, I knew where they were. I'd known all my life." Kathy Baker spoke fast. She was eager to tell her story, as if no one had ever listened before. He had some valuable things in his study, too, some paintings and such. "I was 19 years old, in my first year at college," she went on. "That evening, it was a Friday, my father was in his study, drinking as usual. He drank whiskey, and by 9 o'clock he was always drunk. At about 11:30 I went to bed, leaving my father asleep with his head on the desk in his study. He was dead drunk, and I couldn't move him. So I left him there, asleep, and turned the lights out. It wasn't the first time I'd left him like that. I went upstairs to bed, she continued. I fell asleep very quickly and was woken up about 2 hours later by my father shouting. He was still in his study on the ground floor. Someone had got in through one of the small windows that he'd left open. The burglar had started looking for things to take and walked into my father. My father woke up and started shouting and swearing at the top of his voice. "So you went down?" She nodded. I ran downstairs to see the burglar running down the street with some of my father's things under his arm. There was a brief pause in her story as she remembered that scene so long ago. "My father turned on me," Kathy said. "He started hitting me and shouting, swearing, blaming me for leaving the window open. It was really terrible. My father was a very big man." I remembered seeing photographs of the judge on the TV program where I'd first seen the picture of Kathy. He really was very tall and well-built, and Kathy Baker was small and slim. Then, in his drunken state, he tried to, just like he used to with my mother. I fought him off, and he hit me. Kathy Baker paused again. "He hit me so hard," she went on, "that I fell against the cupboard where the guns were. I knew which guns had bullets in. I took one of them out of the cupboard and pointed it at him. I didn't really mean to shoot him, but he just kept coming towards me. He was drunk and smelled of liquor. I thought about my mother and all the times he'd left her bruised and crying. Then I thought about myself. I shot him twice through the head." Kathy Baker took a deep breath. I looked at Gretzky, but he was just staring ahead at the road, his large, round face now dripping with sweat. "And no one heard the shots?" I asked. "No," said the young woman. "Our house was well away from any other houses. Anything could happen there, and no one would ever know." Yes, I thought. That was how Judge Baker had managed to abuse his wife and family for so long. "I was very upset, hysterical," she went on. "I called my brother and told him the whole story, told him what had happened. And? I told him about the burglar," Kathy Baker explained, "and how my father had turned on me. When John heard about the burglar, that he was a black kid, he just said, 'Don't worry, Kathy, there's a way of working this out.'" "He made up a story?" I asked. "Just like that," she answered. "The story was that my father had disturbed the black kid and that the kid had shot him. Pearson was picked up later that night with stuff from the house, and he was charged with murder." "But the gun?" I asked. "John fixed it all," she said. "Wiped my fingerprints off the handle and somehow managed to get Pearson's on there. My brother is a very powerful man with powerful friends. Everybody believed it." "And what about you?" I asked. Kathy Baker sighed deeply. "This is the worst part. I agreed to it, Miss Thomas," she said. "Oh, at first I wanted to tell the truth. After all, it was self-defense. But my brother said that they'd never believe me, that I'd go to prison. In this state, they might even execute me. After all, my father was respected in the community. My brother is a persuasive and powerful man. I was a kid, I was scared to death. I've been scared to death all these years." "So your brother sent you to Europe?" I asked. "He said it was for the best," said Kathy, "and I believed him." "And so Gary Pearson is losing his life for something he never did." Kathy Baker finished my sentence and added, "And it's only now that I've got the courage to come forward." It certainly was late, I thought, perhaps too late. I looked out of the window and saw a sign for the Huntsville unit. I looked ahead and saw the low building ahead of us beside the road. We didn't have much time. "How did you find us?" "Well, I had your names," she said, "and I saw Gretzky on TV, talking about all the executions he's been to. I knew which newspaper you worked for, and I found out which car you drove. I knew you'd be going to the execution, so I just waited." "But what if we hadn't stopped here?" "It was a chance I had to take," she said. "But it's the only gas station on this road. Otherwise, I don't know. I guess I would have stood on the road and waved you down." Suddenly Gretzky slowed down. We were at the unit. In front of us there were police officers and cars. Behind them I could see John Baker, a look of surprise on his face as he saw his sister. Kathy Baker got out of the back of the car. I looked at her, expecting to see a gun, but she didn't have one. She ran up to the police officers and said, "I would like to say that Gary Pearson did not kill my father, Judge William A. Baker. He is innocent. I killed my father. And he knows it," she added, pointing at her brother. "She's telling the truth," I shouted. As soon as I'd said it, I knew I was right. She was telling the truth. The policeman just stared at me. "She's telling the truth," I said again. I felt like I was talking in a dream, one of those dreams where you're trying to speak, but no one can hear you. "Gretzky, tell them!" Gretzky held up his hands and said,
Well now, kid, come on. How can you be sure she's telling the truth?
"Gretzky!" I screamed, but he just looked at me. I turned away from him in disgust. Up until then, I'd thought he was lazy but harmless. Now I knew that he was the kind of self-satisfied man who turns away from injustice because it is just too uncomfortable to do anything about it. I ran towards John Baker. "You've got to stop this execution," I said, trying to keep my voice calm. Baker looked at me and said, "My sister's obviously very ill." His face was expressionless. He turned towards one of the police officers and said, "Perhaps you should take her away." They took Kathy Baker away in a car, struggling and shouting. "Where's Pearson's lawyer?" I shouted at no one in particular. "I demand to see Pearson's lawyer." "It's too late for that, ma'am," said one of the police officers. "The execution's about to happen, and everyone has to go in." John Baker walked towards the building where the execution would take place. I ran after him, shouting desperately, "Too late! How can it be too late? This is a man's life!" I was running, but I wasn't getting anywhere. It was like one of those dreams where you can't move, like you're running through mud. I ran past the police officers and managed to get through the door. But I didn't get far. After just a few meters, I felt two officers holding me by the arms. They pulled me back and took me outside again. I remembered what Pearson had said when I saw him. "Believe me, ma'am, they're going to kill me for this. It don't matter what the truth is." Gretzky and everyone else turned to go into the place of execution. The door closed. There was no one left. All I could do was cry into the warm air of a Texan summer evening as they executed Gary Pearson. I carried on running. I ran as long and as hard as I could. I ran away from the place where they could execute a man for something he hadn't done. I ran from the place where they could execute men at all. I ran from the place where I would become the kind of journalist I hated, the kind that could no longer recognize the truth, where I would become like Gretzky, weak and lazy, where I would become the kind of person who lets injustice happen because they don't speak out. I ran all the way back to Seattle. I had no money and no chance of getting the kind of job I wanted. But at least I could live with myself. I got a job waiting on tables in a diner, so I didn't have to take money from my mother. At last I found a little newspaper where the editor would let me write my story, let me tell my truth. I wrote my article and told the story of how Gary Pearson was a kid of 17 from the poor side of town who burgled rich houses, of how they tried him for a murder he never committed. I wrote the story of the judge who everyone thought was a respectable man in the community, but who was a bully and a drunk. I wrote the story of the daughter he had abused, who had killed him out of self-defense and was then too scared to tell what really happened, and the story of how Kathy Baker had finally tried to tell the truth, but wasn't allowed to. I wrote the story of how power can do anything, even execute an innocent man. I wrote the facts, just the facts.
Water in the desert. The desert was dark pink. The sky was baby blue. The whole thing looked good enough to eat. The road from Santa Fe made its way like a black snake through the red and pink landscape. Through the hot air, the tall man standing at the side of the road could see the sharp mountain peaks of the Rockies in the distance. At last, a truck came. The first thing he heard was the distant sound of an engine. Sweetest sound in the whole world when you've been out in the desert sun for 2 hours and you're beginning to think you might die there. Real sweet. He blinked at the road and looked ahead, listening. Yeah, it was a truck, all right. He ran up through the bushes at the side of the road and stood right there staring into the distance, so that he could see the truck as soon as it came into view. Then he saw it, a bright piece of silver with sunlight bouncing off it in all directions. A great silver insect crawling across the stillness of the desert floor of New Mexico. As the truck got nearer, he tried to make out the driver. Looked like a woman with dark red hair and sunglasses. Those kind of shades that the sun bounces off too. Well, that was that, he thought. No way was a woman alone going to stop for a guy hitchhiking in the middle of nowhere. He turned away. The truck just rolled on, just like he knew it would. But then he heard the sound of brakes as the truck came to a stop about 200 meters further on. He turned around again and looked at the clouds of dust the truck had thrown up. After a minute or so, the dust settled. The door of the driver's cab swung open and a pair of blue jeans came down from the cab. The woman appeared wearing a white cowgirl shirt and western boots to go with the jeans. She still had her sunglasses on. The man wondered whether her eyes were green. He always did like green eyes. He walked slowly towards the truck. "Can I help you, ma'am?" he asked, trying to see her eyes behind the shades. She looked at him long and hard, like she was trying to work out if he was dangerous. The man did his best to look harmless. "Yeah, well, looks like my brakes froze up," she said. "A rock must have cut the brake pipe." She paused and must have decided that he seemed okay because she said, You any good with tape?" "You got any?" he asked. "There's some in the back of the cab," she said. "I'll get it." She got back into the cab and came back a few minutes later with the tape. He took it and crawled under the truck. "How's it going?" she shouted after a few minutes. "Hot as hell," he shouted back. About 10 minutes later, he found the place where the airline had been cut. "Here it is," he shouted. "A big fat hole the size of Texas." He set to work taping it and crawled back out some time later, hot and dirty. The woman was still standing there in the full heat of the sun. "That should do it," the man said to her. "How far are you going to go?" "Denver," she said, moving towards the cab. "Denver? Me too. But I guess—" She looked at him again, up and down. "Get in," she said slowly. "You look pretty harmless to me, and I guess I owe you something." "Hey," he said, "thanks." "Yeah," she said. They both got into the driver's cab. Even with the air conditioning off, it was cool. At least a hell of a lot cooler than outside. "Have some water," she said. "What you doing out here anyway? You crazy?" She passed him a water bottle and he drank. The water was sweet and cool. He drank thirstily, letting it run down the sides of his mouth and onto his neck. He didn't answer her. "So?" she asked again. "Well, it's a long story," he said. She pushed up her glasses to take a proper look and flashed a smile at him. She had the whitest teeth he'd ever seen. And she did have the prettiest green eyes. "Yeah, well, save it for later. It's going to be a long trip," she said, still smiling. And with that, she put her glasses down and started the engine up again. The truck continued its journey through the high flat desert that makes up most of the I-25, the main highway from New Mexico to Colorado. As she drove, the man looked at her hands on the wheel. Small, strong hands. He couldn't stop looking at the New Mexican turquoise ring she was wearing. The color was so beautiful. Kinda held your attention. After a while, the ring and the endlessness of the desert made him feel lightheaded. Perhaps he'd been out in the sun for too long. "You got anything to eat in here?" he asked her. "All that work made me kinda hungry." "Sure." She smiled at him, a flash of green eyes. "Have a look in the cooler." He opened it, found a piece of bread and some cheese, and ate hungrily. They rode along in silence for a while. He stared out of the window at the desert. "You got a name?" she asked suddenly. "Sure, my name's Ted," he said. "How about you?" "Lee," she said. "That's a pretty name," he said. "Pleased to meet you." There was another half hour of silence as the truck made its way across the desert floor. "I can't help but notice that you ain't got any luggage, Ted," she said suddenly. "That's right," he said. "I left it in Denver with some friends. I'm going to pick it up when I get there." "Have you been driving trucks long?" he asked. "Yeah, well, a couple of years," she said. "Like it?" "It's a living." She smiled that smile again and added, "I love the scenery." She nodded towards the window. As the man followed her glance out into the bright sunlight, he saw a sign coming towards them at the side of the road. "Do not pick up hitchhikers," said the sign. He glanced at her. If she had seen it, she wasn't going to say anything. That was just fine by him, he thought. "Yeah, it is pretty," he said. He closed his eyes. Very soon he fell asleep. He woke up to the truck coming to a stop outside a gas station. The noise of the brakes and the sudden movement made him jump. "Hey," said Lee, laughing. "Coming back to life, eh?" He rubbed his eyes and looked around. The sun had lost some of its fierceness. He guessed it was around 5. There were 2 other trucks parked at the gas station, and in the diner next to it, he could see the drivers drinking coffee and eating hamburgers. "I'm just going to freshen up," she said. She picked up her wash bag, went off to the driver's restroom, and came back a few minutes later. She combed her hair and looked really nice. "You going to get something to drink, Ted?" she asked. No," he said. "I'm fine. I'll wait for you." "I'll just pick up a cola and a burger," she said. "Sure you don't want anything?" "Well, that sounds good," he said, changing his mind. She came back a few minutes later with the drinks and burgers. Then she parked the truck round the back of the diner, and they settled down to eat. The desert air was still hot, and the ice-cold cola tasted great. "So what did you do before you started driving trucks?" he asked her, between mouthfuls of burger. "Oh, this and that," she said. "I worked as a ski instructor up in Aspen for a couple of years." "Hey," he said, "that must have been a great job. Did you meet lots of famous people?" She laughed. "Well, yeah," she said. "Lots. And it was a great job." "So why did you stop?" he asked. "I had an accident," she said, shaking her head. "One day I was skiing downhill really fast. The snow was great. The sun was wonderful. Everything was just fine. Then bang! I fell, and the next thing I knew, I was in hospital." "It sounds bad," he said. "Well, could have been worse," she continued. "I ended up with just a broken leg and some bruised ribs, but it took a few months to recover. When I was well, I decided that it was time for a change, time to do something new. You know what I mean?" "Well, yeah, sometimes you just have to make changes," he said, hardly knowing what he meant. There was something about this woman that made you want to talk to her, tell her about the secret places in your mind. "Wow, look at that," she said suddenly, pointing towards the mountains in the distance. The huge sky had turned orange with the light from the dying sun. It looked like someone had lit a huge fire behind the mountains. Nature was giving them the full display, and it was beautiful. "That's what I mean," she said. "The scenery's just to die for, worth more than all the money in the world." They finished their colas and left, heading out towards the state border between New Mexico and Colorado. "Truth is," she started almost as soon as they started off again, "I was trying to get away from a guy. I mean, that's why I got out of Aspen." "Oh, really?" "Yeah," she said, laughing nervously. "Well, he was my husband, in fact. I'd been trying for years to get away from him, but I couldn't. Then I had this accident, and I thought it was a good chance to disappear." There was a pause. "You don't mind me telling you all this, do you, Ted?" "No, I don't," he replied kindly. "No way. But tell me, how did you get mixed up with him in the first place, if you don't mind me asking?" She looked at him and sighed. "Well, I met him when I was 18. He was 21. That was back in my hometown, Pueblo, Colorado. God, what a place that is. Ever been there?" He shook his head. "Lucky you," she said. "Home of the living dead, I swear. It's the kind of place you have to escape from. Anyway, he was the best-looking guy in Pueblo, though that's not saying much," she laughed. "No, he was really cute, really nice. We got married when I was 19. "That sure is young," he said. "I guess I didn't know any better," she carried on. "And anything was better than living at home, let me tell you. Anyway, it was the same old story. Before we got married, he was the sweetest guy in the world. brought me flowers, presents, treated me nice, you know. I'd never met a man who could be that nice. But then things changed. Changed? Yeah, well, he changed practically overnight, she said. Soon after we got married, he started drinking a lot, going out with his friends. He never took me out anymore. And? Well, I would do something small. Something kinda insignificant, like making too much noise. But it would be enough to make him get violent, she said. You know, it was like an excuse. He hit you? He asked. He did, and I got the scars to prove it, she replied. When he drank, he just couldn't control himself. And he drank a lot, a real whiskey drinker. Then he started gambling and going with other women. And that was as soon as you got married? He asked. Yeah, and it got worse, she answered. My friends told me he had other women, but I knew that. It was obvious. There were nights when he just didn't come home. When he finally turned up in the morning, you could smell the whiskey and the women on him. So, why did he want to stay with me? She asked the question for him. He just couldn't live without me. Oh, he had his women, but he always came back. He needed someone to push around, to make him feel like a man. She shook her head. I used to pray that he'd drop dead or find someone else and stay away from me. I swear I had 7 years of hell. 7 years? He said, shocked. You put up with that for 7 years? Oh, it's not like I didn't try to get out, she said. Almost every single day, believe me. But it was like being in jail. No matter how sweet the grass smells outside your cell, you just can't get free. Yeah, he said. I tried everything, she continued. Left in the middle of the night, changed states, changed my name. Somehow, he always found me. That's why I decided to leave Aspen after the accident. I knew that it was only a matter of time before he found me again. She shivered, remembering the fear. Lee stopped talking for a moment as she struggled with her feelings. They both listened to the silence of the desert, only broken by the comforting noise of the engine. Then she spoke again, this time in a softer voice. I'd loved him, you know. I mean, in the beginning, she said. Yeah, I loved him. But then it all changed for me. I started to hate him. Then she added seriously, matter of fact, that's the worst thing about it all. You learn about hate. You discover that you can hate somebody that much. You lose your innocence, you know. He nodded. He knew what she meant. I was a kid when I met him, she continued. I was so full of dreams. I thought the world was full of love, that I was full of love. He taught me a lesson, all right. Taught me how to hate, just like everyone else. She took a deep breath. It takes time to get over that, she said. It takes time to find love again, even to find it in your own heart. She sighed and went quiet. Her face looked kind of sad. So what happened? He asked after a few minutes. I mean, where is he now? Ha! She said loudly. He finally got it. Finally got what he deserved. Got killed in a bar one night in Taos. In Taos? Yeah, got into a fight with some guy, she answered. Over a woman, of course. Anyway, the guy shot him. Cool as you like. The police called in the middle of the night to tell me the bad news. I swear, Ted, I could hardly keep the smile off my face. First thought that came into my head was, I'm free! I've been in jail, and now I'm free! I just went away and tried to forget. She smiled now, remembering it all. Don't know why I'm telling you all this, she added. There was silence for a while, apart from the soft murmur of the engine. They were about an hour from the border with Colorado. It was evening now, the softening light wrapped around them like a blanket. After about 20 minutes, she said, "Let's get over Raton Pass and into Colorado. Then we can catch some sleep." "Great idea," he said. They were still another 7 hours or so from Denver. "Mind if I turn on the radio?" she asked. No," he said. "How about a music channel?" "Sure," she said, and turned it on. It was Anita Baker singing, "Giving You the Best That I've Got." The man closed his eyes and listened to her sweet voice. It was like honey pouring into the truck. Lee started singing along to the radio. Pretty voice," he said. Lee didn't say anything, but carried on singing. The song ended. Then a man's voice came over the radio. "And now it's 8:30, and on Radio New Mexico we have some news for you. So let's go over to the newsroom and Chucho Martinez." The man cleared his throat. Why don't we change channel and get some more music?" he said. "Shh," said Lee. "In a minute, let me hear the news." He kept his eyes closed. "Good evening, and the news tonight is that a man has escaped from the New Mexico State Prison just outside Santa Fe. The man is Jed King, doing life for killing 28-year-old Tony Garcia in a bar fight in Taos, New Mexico 4 years ago. Drivers are being warned by the state police tonight not to pick up hitchhikers. And that's particularly if you're driving on I-25. And now on to other news." He still kept his eyes firmly closed. "Well," said Lee suddenly, turning off the radio, "we're almost there. There's Raton Pass just ahead of us." The man opened his eyes a little and looked up towards the pass. It was the time just before darkness falls. In another 15 or 20 minutes, the light would be completely gone. Right now, the sky was an incredible red and purple, the day's last light show. The truck started to climb towards the top of the pass. He closed his eyes again. They drove along in silence as they reached the top and started down the other side of the pass. He kept his eyes shut like he was asleep, but his mind was racing. He thought back to that night in Taos, the night he killed Tony Garcia. "You're him, aren't you?" The man jumped. "You're Jed King, the man who killed Tony. The man who killed my husband," she said. Her voice was low. "You've escaped from jail." He opened his eyes a little and nodded. "I never went to the trial," she said. "Tell you the truth, I never thought about who killed him. I was just happy he was gone." He looked across at her. She looked calm, kind of peaceful somehow. They had reached the other side of the pass and had already crossed the state border some time back. Lee turned the wheel and pulled the truck off the road. They were surrounded by darkness, parked in a rest area well away from the lights of the highway. She turned to look at him, and he could just make out her face, her bright green eyes shining, like cat's eyes on a dark road. "That's right," he said. "I killed him. But I swear it was self-defense. I didn't mean to." As he said it, unbelievably, he started to cry. He hadn't cried for a long time, maybe since he was a kid. "I didn't mean to. I didn't mean to." He was actually weeping, great sobs coming from his chest. It was like some kind of wall breaking. Suddenly, Jed King felt the full force of the injustice of it all, a feeling he hadn't allowed himself to have before. He remembered the trial, with the jury who didn't believe his story, and the witnesses, Garcia's friends, who had lied in court. He remembered the moment when the judge had said the words, You will go to jail for life, he cried for the 4 years he'd been locked up in the hell of the state penitentiary because he had killed a man who otherwise would have killed him. He cried at the feeling that he would never again be really free, never be able to listen to the silence of the desert, or see the sun set over the mountains without being afraid. It wasn't my fault, believe me. You have to believe me, he said. I never wanted to. She leaned over towards him and put her finger on his lips. Shh, she said, running her fingers around his mouth. I know, she said softly. It sounds like we both escaped from a life sentence. Then she kissed him. They lay on the little bed just behind the cab and looked at the night sky through the little window in the roof. It was dark blue with a pattern of stars, like something from a child's storybook. The desert moon was so big you could see its dark and light areas. It was very cold now, in that way the desert has of suddenly showing you that it knows how to do both. It takes time, she had said, to find love again, even to find it in your own heart. As they lay there in the stillness of the desert, he knew that they had both found a way back to love, a way back from despair. Somehow he knew that it would all come right. He would be able to prove that he had shot Garcia in self-defense. He had found hope. But that was all for later. Right now they lay there in the moonlight. It was hard to describe the look they had on their faces as they listened to the silence. Perhaps you would call it relief. Yeah, that was it, relief. It was the look you have when you find something precious you thought you'd lost. The look you have when someone you've been waiting for shows up at last. The look you have when, after a long search, you find cool, sweet water in the desert.
The knowledge. Taxi! It was a cold, dark night in central London. The rain was falling heavily. The black cab stopped just in front of the man in the hat and the black overcoat, splashing water everywhere. The driver leaned out of the window. Where you going, mate? Chinatown? OK, get in. It'll be about £10. It'll take about 25 minutes. There's a lot of traffic because of the rain. Terrible weather, isn't it? It seems to have been raining for days. Well, it's been a bad year for weather altogether. Dreadful. Typical English weather, eh? Still, at least it's good for the farmers. Chinatown, eh? You know, it's a funny thing. But this all reminds me of a Chinese bloke I picked up from here going to Chinatown. Must have been November, about this time last year. It was raining then too, absolutely pouring down. He was a strange guy. It's a strange story. The strangest thing that's happened to me in all my years in a cab. To tell you the truth, I really just wanted to go home. You know how it is. It was about 10:30 on a Tuesday evening, and I was going to call it a day. As I said, it was like this, cold, wet, and miserable. I'd been working hard for months, and I felt like I wanted to go home early for a change and see Marlene. That was my girlfriend. But then I saw him, the Chinese bloke, I mean. He was in his early 30s, I suppose. Thin, kind of hungry looking. He was standing there on George Street, where you were just now, and dripping wet, just like you. That's why I say it reminds me. Well, I thought to myself, I'll just pick this bloke up, then I'll go home. So I leaned my head out of the cab window and into the rain. Where are you going, mate? Chinatown, said the bloke. And he told me the name of the street. It was Gerrard Street. Well, it'd only take me 25 minutes to get there, I thought. I could be home by 11 o'clock. That's early for me. I took a really good look at him before he got in. He was wearing an old leather jacket and blue jeans. Not really dressed for the rain, you know? And he was carrying a parcel under his arm, wrapped in brown paper. He seemed in a bit of a hurry, but that wasn't surprising. Probably just wanted to get out of the rain like everybody else. He looked okay. At least he wasn't drunk. So I said, "Fine, get in." To be honest, I'm really careful about who I let in the back of my cab these days, especially when it's late at night. Have a good look at them, you know? Terrible things happen to taxi drivers. A friend of mine got hit over the head with a bottle. Ended up in hospital, poor devil. He picked up a bloke late one Saturday night outside a club in the West End. The bloke was drunk, of course. I mean, really drunk. Anyway, when they got wherever they were going, the bloke refused to pay his fare. When my friend said he would call the police, the drunk just took an empty bottle out of his pocket and hit him over the head. My friend had to spend the night in hospital, but he was lucky. There are stories of taxi drivers being knifed, even shot. I'll tell you, mate, London is getting worse every day. Anyway, back to this Chinese bloke. Well, he shook himself as he got in the back of the cab and said, "Phew, it's wet out there." I laughed and looked at him in my mirror. He had straight black hair and it was stuck to his forehead like he'd been swimming. He looked kind of funny, you know. "Live in Chinatown, do you?" I asked, like you do, just to make conversation, really. He didn't say anything for a few minutes. As a matter of fact, I thought he hadn't understood me. But then suddenly he said, "Have you heard of Bruce Lee?" "Of course I have," I said. "Everybody's heard of Bruce Lee. He's really, really famous. I mean, he was. And a fantastic fighter. Well, Bruce Lee's the most famous martial artist of all time, isn't he? Kung Fu and all that. I've got all the Bruce Lee films at home. Bought them when I was a bit younger. To tell you the truth, I still watch them sometimes. Yeah, I sit down with a beer and watch my old Kung Fu films. Enter the Dragon's my favourite, I said to the Chinese bloke. Great film. "Thank you," he said. I laughed. It was a funny thing to say, you know. So I asked him, "What, did you direct it or something?" "No," he said, "but I am Bruce Lee." I had to laugh. "Oh yeah," I said, "and I'm Marilyn Monroe." "No, really I am. I'm Bruce Lee," he said again. Now it's a funny kind of job being a taxi driver, you know. I've often thought that it's a bit like having an affair, like a holiday romance. I mean, you meet someone for a short time, and she can tell you anything, and you can tell her anything. Know what I mean, mate? You're probably never going to see her again, so... Ha! Well, it's the same in the cab. I've heard some really wild stories, believe me. Like I picked up this guy who told me he'd just been hired to murder the head of the United Nations. Told me he was carrying a gun in his pocket. He frightened me to death, I can tell you. Then there was the woman who told me she was the Queen and she never carried money. So Bruce Lee was strange, but not that strange, if you know what I mean. "Oh, Bruce Lee," I said, trying to sound normal, you know. I thought he was dead." The man laughed. "Well, he isn't." I took another look at the bloke in my mirror. Funny thing was, he did look a bit like Bruce Lee. Good-looking sort of man with really dark eyes. "Yes, it's me," he said, smiling. Funny thing was, when he said that, I almost believed him. Though you know and I know that Bruce Lee died years ago, right, mate? Oh, so you've been training then? I asked him. Best thing was to go along with him, you know. We were still about 20 minutes away from Chinatown. For all I knew, he was totally crazy and had a gun in his pocket. That's the kind of thing you have to think of when you've got someone in the back of your cab. Yes, he said, perfecting my 1-inch punch. Now, I remembered seeing a documentary about Bruce Lee a few years ago. Do you know that he could knock a man to the floor with a punch he gave from only 1 inch away? That's just 2.5 centimeters. He was incredible, that guy, strong as anything. Oh, how's it going? I asked him. You know, playing the game. Oh, really well, he said. Want to see it? Well, Stop the taxi, he said. I don't really think... Now, first rule of a taxi driver is don't leave your cab. You just don't do it. I mean, anybody could steal it, you know? Come on, he said. Over there aren't any people. To this day, I really don't know why I did it. But I pulled the taxi to the side of the road. I turned the engine off and put the key in my pocket. You can never be too careful. We both got out. The rain was still pouring down. I looked at him. He was a thin guy, not very big, kind of light. And, well, you can see, I'm a big, tall guy, well built. I spend time in the gym, like to keep myself fit. Well, you have to, don't you? In fact, I used to be on the door at a London nightclub, a bouncer. Yeah, I've done a bit of fighting myself, though not these days. Well, I thought, if he tries to steal my taxi, I'll be able to knock him to the ground, flatten him. I wasn't worried, you know. Then a funny thing happened. He said, "Wait." And he bent down and took his shoes and socks off. Can you imagine that? In the rain? I mean, it was just like tonight, absolutely pouring down. And the funny thing was, I remembered seeing Bruce Lee doing that in his films. He always used to take his shoes and socks off and put them neatly to one side, like he was going to bed or something. "What are you doing? You crazy?" I asked him. "Just something I do." "What's this?" he said, pointing at a dustbin on the pavement just in front of us. He stood in his bare feet and put his right fist just in front of the dustbin. Then he punched it. Well, the next thing I knew, the dustbin flew across the street. It was like it had wings, I tell you. Rubbish was flying everywhere. He looked at me, grinning. "Now, just imagine if it was your solar plexus," he said. "Your stomach," he said, like he had to explain to me what a solar plexus was. I looked at the dustbin lying over the other side of the street. Well, I thought, just because he can do that doesn't mean he's Bruce Lee. "Would you like me to teach you?" he asked. "Another time, maybe," I said. I really wanted to get home to Marlene, and though the punch might be useful in my work, if you know what I mean, I didn't think that now was the moment to learn. Anyway, I was really wet, soaked to the skin. "It would be my pleasure," he said, still smiling. Then, suddenly, just like that, whoosh! He did a fantastic, really high side kick at a signpost. It was so fast you could hardly see it. The post fell over and crashed to the ground. Bang! "Very useful," said Bruce, grinning again. "You like it?" "Oh, very nice," I said. shall we get off then? I was a bit nervous by this time, looking around to see if anyone had seen what he'd done. Like the police, for example. It'd just be my luck to have them watching us. Luckily, there wasn't anybody around. Bruce put his socks and shoes back on, and we got back in the cab. "Why aren't you in Hong Kong then?" I asked him when we were driving towards Chinatown again. It was a stupid question, I know, but like I say, I was kind of nervous. I mean, it's not every day you get a bloke who tells you that he's Bruce Lee in the back of your taxi. And it's not every day he shows you his 1-inch punch. "Well, he said, I really want to teach my art to the West, so that you can understand my culture." I looked through the mirror at his face. I thought he must be joking, but he looked quite serious. Now, the thing is, I know a thing or two about fighting. I mean, I grew up in the East End of London, and I used to box as a kid. Yeah, I was a boxer. Then later, I was a bouncer, like I said. I mean, before I learnt the knowledge and became a taxi driver. The knowledge. Do you know what that is? Well, you have to learn the London streets so that you know them like the back of your hand. And it's called the knowledge. Every taxi driver in London has it. It's part of the job. Well, it is the job. Once you've got the knowledge, you're a real London cab driver. Anyway, on the subject of fighting, I've seen some action, and I've seen some pretty good fighters. But this guy, this Bruce Lee, was seriously good. Far better than the others. I mean, you don't see that kind of speed every day. So I was kind of confused, if you know what I mean. How could he be Bruce Lee? Everybody knew that Bruce Lee was dead. But how could he be that good and not be Bruce Lee? "So, do you think you could teach me?" I asked him. To tell you the truth, it kind of surprised me that I said it. It just came out of my mouth. "I am sure I could. But are you ready to learn?" he asked. "I'm not sure what you mean." "If you were ready to learn, I mean, really ready, you wouldn't even feel the rain," said Bruce. I didn't say anything. I supposed he was right. "And then there is all that boxing stuff," he said. "It's no use to you. In fact, it gets in the way." Now, how did he know that I'd been a boxer? Tell me that. I hadn't said anything to him about me being a boxer. "Like the Zen master said," he went on, "in order to learn, you must empty your cup. In other words, you must unlearn everything you know so far." "Well, I really want to try," I said. "I mean, it's not every day you meet this kind of person, Bruce Lee or not. He had me kind of interested." "When can we start?" "Ha," he said. "You think it is that easy? You are thinking that if this thin little Chinese man can do it, then so can I, because I am big and strong." Well, he was right, of course. I was thinking that. "You think that fighting is about aggression," he said. "You don't realize that it's about being strong enough to walk away." I didn't say anything. He was right, though. I supposed I did think that fighting was about being aggressive. "Are you surprised that I can see what is in your heart?" he asked me. "Well, Yes. You must empty your cup," he said again, "and unlearn everything." Well, I thought, Easy enough to say, but how do you do that? How do you unlearn everything? Do not try to find me, he went on. Remember that in Zen they say that when you seek, you will not find. I will find you. What do you... Shh, he said, and put his fingers to his lips. Well, by now we'd arrived in Chinatown, and he paid me and jumped out of the taxi, quick as a flash. We were outside a restaurant on Gerrard Street. It was one of those typical Chinatown places, with red lights everywhere. I looked out into the rain as he ran towards the restaurant. And then comes the strangest part of this whole story. This is the bit where you're going to think I'm telling you lies. He just disappeared. I mean, vanished. First he was there, then he was gone. I saw him outside the restaurant, and then, woof, he disappeared. Difficult to believe, eh? But it's true, sure as my name is Ricky Thomas. Well, I rubbed my eyes a bit. At first I thought he must have gone into the restaurant. So I went in to have a look for him. Inside there were a few people having dinner, you know, people who'd been to the theatre or whatever. I looked around the tables. Then I asked the waiters and even the manager. I described him, but no, they hadn't seen him. They didn't know who I was talking about. So I left the restaurant and drove home. What else could I do? On the way, I thought about everything. The punch, the kick, what he said about the cup and my heart, telling me not to look for him, and then the way he disappeared like that. It all went through my mind. To tell you the truth, when I really thought about it, I felt that maybe I'd just been working too hard, you know? Perhaps I'd imagined it all. I mean, it was all so strange. Except that, how could I have imagined it all? Anyway, I just wanted to go home to see Marlene. I didn't even phone her on the mobile. Thought I'd give her a surprise. Come to think of it, that was strange in itself. I never went home without ringing her first. I got home and stopped the cab outside my third-floor flat in Maxwell Gardens. I looked up at the window and I could see from the light that Marlene was watching television. Probably one of those old Hollywood films that she liked so much, I thought. I suddenly felt really happy that I was going to see her, you know, after all that. I wished that I'd picked up some flowers for her or some chocolates. It was still raining hard and I wanted to get in fast. But even so, I checked all the doors on the taxi like I always do. Where I live is full of car thieves, and I didn't want them to have a good night. This cab's my pride and joy, you know, and my way of making a living, so it's important to me. I checked the back doors, and then I noticed something on the floor of the cab, like a dark shape. I opened the door again and felt the shape. It was the Chinese guy's parcel, the one he was carrying when he got into my cab. Well, I thought, I'm not going to do anything about it tonight. I may as well take it inside and sort it out tomorrow. I took hold of the brown paper parcel and ran inside. I got into the lift and had a look at the package in the light. It was soft, as if it was full of clothes, and there was no name or address on it. I had no idea how I was going to get it back to Bruce, especially since he disappeared off the face of the earth. Still, I don't mind telling you that I felt somehow happy that I had it. It meant that there was at least a chance that he might try and contact me to get his parcel back. I went upstairs. "Ricky?" Marlene shouted as soon as I put the key in the front door. But she didn't sound very happy. It was like she was upset that I was home early. I walked down the hall and opened the door of the living room. Then I got the shock of my life, I tell you. I went in, and she was there in my living room with another man. He was a thin, blonde-haired guy. As soon as he saw me, he jumped up from the sofa and tried to get out of the door. Marlene jumped up too. "Ricky, you're early," she said. "And you didn't phone." "Well, I can see that you weren't expecting me," I said. I was mad, I can tell you. The man was standing in front of me, and I really felt like punching him. He was a thin little man, not much meat on him, if you know what I mean, and I could have really hurt him. Tell you the truth, I felt like killing him. And that's what the old me would have done, believe me. But something strange happened that night. Suddenly, I felt calm all over. I didn't feel like punching him anymore. I heard the Chinese guy's voice in my head. "You think that fighting is about aggression. You don't realize that it's about being strong enough to walk away." Suddenly, I could see everything. I could see that this wasn't the first time. I could see that Marlene wasn't faithful to me, and that she never had been. I could see that she didn't love me. It came to me, you know. It just suddenly hit me. It was like, what do they call it? A revelation, mate. That's it. So that was the first thing that changed. Once I knew that Marlene didn't love me, I didn't want her anymore. It was living a lie, and I knew immediately that I couldn't do that. So, next day, she left, and I haven't seen her since. I'm looking for the right one, I said to myself, and I'm not interested in second best. So anyway, with all the upset, I totally forgot about the parcel I'd found in the back of the cab. But the next day, once Marlene had gone, I remembered. I didn't know what to do with it, and I was really curious about what was inside. I tore open the brown paper wrapping and found a pair of blue pajamas made of silk. I held them up to have a good look. I just stood there staring. The top was a Chinese-style jacket with a stand-up collar. The bottoms were just silk trousers. They were both deep midnight blue and really lovely. They looked incredible in my living room. It sounds funny, but it was like there was suddenly a lot of light, if you know what I mean. Like a ray of sunshine. I knew that I had to keep them. Then, I know it sounds funny, mate, but it was like that ray of sunshine started to have an effect on me, on my life. I don't know what it was, but something began that night. Getting rid of Marlene was just the start of it all. It was like the truth started to come out. Things started to change in me. A few days later, I thought, what am I doing with my life? Do I just want to be a taxi driver forever? I mean, it's all right, but there's more to life than driving a cab. There's more knowledge than knowledge of the streets of London, if you know what I mean. I started to think about college, you know. I left school when I was 16, but there's no reason I can't go back. So now I go to college 1 day a week, getting some qualifications, you know, trying to improve myself. And then I'll stop being a cab driver. I want to start my own business. I mean, you've only got one life, haven't you, mate? And I know this sounds weird, but I'm sure it all has something to do with those pajamas. I mean, that's when it all started. I couldn't help wondering about them. I mean, they looked kind of familiar to me. I was sure I'd seen them before. So, about a week after I'd come home with the parcel, I got myself a beer, and got out all my old Bruce Lee videos. The Chinese Connection, Enter the Dragon, Return of the Dragon, all of them. I sat there watching them for hours. Finally, I found what I was looking for. Return of the Dragon it was. There he was, Bruce Lee, wearing blue pyjamas, just like the ones in my wardrobe. I got down on the floor next to the television screen to take a closer look at the blue silk pyjamas. I put the video on pause and stared at them. Yeah, there was no doubt about it. They were my blue pyjamas. Well, they weren't really pyjamas, you know. It was a suit, his kung fu suit. But they looked exactly like the blue pyjamas in my bedroom. They were the blue pyjamas in my bedroom. Yeah, things started changing in me, no doubt about it. Over the months, there were lots of things. I'm training to run my own business, like I said. I stopped smoking and drinking too much, you know? I started going to the gym again, went jogging and lost a bit of weight. Just looking after my body. Different things started to become important, you know? Somehow, I started to respect myself. So that's it, really. It's a mystery to me, a complete mystery, mate. It's a year ago now, and I still think about it every day. But the thing is, I take care of those blue pyjamas. I mean, they're hanging up in the wardrobe, nice and tidy and clean, so that if this guy, this Bruce Lee, came back for them, they'd be just the same as they were when he left them. I know it's kind of stupid, but he'd know that I'd looked after them. And I think about what he said about not looking for him, about him finding me. And funny thing is, I feel like I'm kind of waiting and getting ready. Yeah, it's a funny old world. There you are, mate, Chinatown. That'll be £10.
I'm here, Ricky, said a voice from the back of the cab. The taxi driver turned around and looked into the blackness in the back of the cab, but he couldn't see anyone. I think you've started, said the voice. It was Bruce Lee's voice, he was sure. The cab driver rubbed his eyes, but still there was no one there. You're on the way to the knowledge.
$1,500 words. Remember, her teacher, Kit, said, remember what you saw tonight from a true Japanese master. Self-control, holding back emotion. Now, homework. Write a story that shows the relationship between two people. 1,500 words. Be delicate. No drama. And you, she said, looking at Abby and smiling. No dead bodies, please. Abby left the Vancouver Film School and walked quickly past the guys begging for change on Hastings Street. Her whole body felt light with excitement. She smiled when she thought about Kit's words. Yes, Abby thought, she could write thrillers. Dead bodies were no problem. Now, it was time to develop some new skills. She turned onto Dunsmuir Street and went towards the SkyTrain station, thinking about the film they'd watched in her screenwriting class that evening. It was Tokyo Story, by the Japanese director Ozu, made in 1953. It had always been one of Abby's favorite films, and it was wonderful to see it again. The acting was outstanding, she thought. Feelings were indicated powerfully by just a look, or a turn of the head, a handkerchief held in a hand. It was all very Japanese. As you watched it, you felt that it had a kind of universal truth. Yes, very Japanese. She had studied Japanese back in London, and a word came to her from the depths of her memory. Enryo. It meant calmness and self-control, or holding back. Yes, Tokyo's story showed Enryo all right. Nothing much seemed to happen, but by the end of the film, you felt you really knew the characters and cared deeply about them. Such a change from typical Hollywood films, thought Abby, as she ran up the steps to the SkyTrain station at Stadium. Abby stood and waited for the SkyTrain to Broadway. A bitter December wind blew down off the coastal mountains and through Stadium Station. She shivered and closed her warm winter jacket around her. She looked at her watch. It was 9:35. Ray would be on the SkyTrain and they would go home together to their apartment on Commercial Drive. They had decided not to use their four-wheel drive car in the city. It was hard to park, and the public transport system was good. Just 2 stops on the SkyTrain, and then the number 20 bus to their apartment. They always met up on the SkyTrain on Wednesday evenings and went home together. Abby went to her class, and Ray stayed at work late. He was a commercial lawyer, and his office was downtown. Abby looked at the mountains that surrounded the city. The snow sparkled in the moonlight, and here and there she could see the lights of the ski runs. Sometimes she just couldn't believe her luck living in Vancouver. It was simply beautiful. It had these fantastic mountains and an incredible coastline. At weekends, when Ray didn't have work to do, they could go skiing at Grouse Mountain or Whistler. But it wasn't just skiing and the outdoor lifestyle. It was also that Vancouver had so many opportunities for writers. They called it Hollywood North. The city was full of directors, producers, actors, and writers. Abby had known for some time that it was the right place to work on her screenwriting career. So when Ray's firm had wanted to transfer him to Vancouver 6 months ago, it had been a great opportunity. The clean white SkyTrain arrived at the station. Abby got on and looked around for Ray. She found him right at the end of the train. He looked so English in his dark suit, so out of place somehow. He smiled thinly at her. He looked gray and tired. Now she thought about it. He always looked tired these days. Well, it was true that he had to work long hours at the office. She kissed him lightly on the cheek. "Good day." "Oh, it was all right, I suppose," he said, staring blankly ahead. "Just too much work. The boss has just signed another contract, and I've got to go to Toronto next week." Ray's boss was always sending Ray to Toronto or Montreal on business. "Oh, really?" said Abby. "Toronto." The excitement of her film class still burned inside her. There was a silence for a few moments. "Main Street, Science World," came the automated voice. The train slowed down as it approached the station. "We saw a fantastic film tonight," said Abby as the train moved out of the station. "Oh yeah? God, I'm hungry." "Japanese, Tokyo Story." "Didn't have time for lunch today." "It's really exciting," said Abby. "I mean, what you can do with film." "Starving." I know that Shakespeare said action is eloquence, that it speaks for itself, and it's true because action is important, but it doesn't have to be extreme action. If you think about it, Broadway, Commercial Drive, said the automated voice. Abby and Ray stood up automatically. They walked along the platform and down the steps to the bus stop. "I hate this bus. It's always late," Ray said as they waited for bus 20 in the cold. He always complained about the bus. The corner of Commercial and Broadway, where they had to wait for it, was one of the coldest, windiest places in the city. Then the bus itself was always full of, interesting people. Someone was always shouting out, starting an argument or talking nonsense to you. This was the darker side of Vancouver. It wasn't that it was a bad city. It was just that Vancouver was full of people who were a little different, especially on public transport. Abby loved it. As a writer, she found the bus endlessly exciting. It was full of stories and completely unpredictable. But Ray couldn't see its charm and never stopped complaining about it. After a cold 10-minute wait, the bus arrived and they found a seat well inside.
Got a toonie for a cup of coffee, miss.
The bearded man in the seat in front had turned round and was looking at Abby. Toonie was the Canadian word for a $2 piece. She looked at the man carefully. He looked sick. He was thin and gray, and his clothes and beard were dirty. She had seen the bus driver let him on the bus for free. The kindest drivers sometimes did that. Abby started to reach into her pocket for a $2 piece.
Forget it,
said Ray to the man.
but the lady.
Forget the lady, said Ray firmly.
Abby, don't.
Abby looked at Ray. His cheeks were suddenly red. The man with the beard leaned towards Abby. His breath smelt bad.
Listen,
said Ray, losing his temper.
Leave us alone.
The man ignored him and just carried on, moving his face towards Abby.
Let me give him something,
said Abby softly, trying to calm the situation down. But Ray was not to be calmed. He jumped out of his seat.
Ray, don't!
But Ray had now gone beyond words. He picked the man up by his dirty collar and pushed him to the floor of the bus. The man landed heavily.
Leave us alone!
Ray shouted again. By now, the whole bus was shouting. Some of the passengers were moving towards the man on the floor. One man asked the driver to stop the bus. A woman helped the bearded man to his feet.
Come on, said Ray. Let's get off this awful bus.
No, let's...
Get off the bus!
Ray's face was white with anger.
No, said Abby.
Let's just go home. Ray looked at her and shook his head.
Let me get off,
he shouted to the driver, who immediately opened the doors. The bus moved off, leaving Ray walking down Commercial Drive, past the fast food places and shops, staring hard at the pavement. On the bus, the passengers calmed down quickly. It had been a fairly normal scene for Bus 20. The bearded man sat down again. As the bus approached her stop, Abby got up. She took a toonie out of her pocket and gave it to the bearded man.
Why, thank you, miss,
he said, smiling through his broken teeth.
That's really kind of you.
Abby nodded and stood waiting for the automatic doors to open.
Take my advice, darling, continued the man. Leave him. He just ain't your type. Ain't your type at all.
Abby turned and looked at the man. She stepped from the bus onto the sidewalk, and her face broke into a smile. As she walked the 200 meters to the apartment, Abby thought about Ray and reflected that the end is not always a big event. It can be slow and insistent, like waves on a rock, until one day the rock is no longer there. Well, she thought, at least Kit would be pleased. Not too much drama, certainly no dead bodies. Just 1,500 words. Exactly.
North Sea Eyes. Love is a dangerous emotion, let me tell you. And it always happens when you're least expecting it. It creeps up on you and jumps on you out of the blue. It grabs you by the throat, shakes you, and says, "I'm here, you'd better take notice of me." I mean, think about it. 1 minute, you're going along very nicely, thank you. You get up every morning for work, and you come home every evening. You make dinner. You watch your favorite TV program on Tuesdays and Thursdays. You go out, you come in. You have a drink on Friday nights. The highlight of your week is lunch out on Sundays. That's life as you know it. At least you think you're alive. But then real life comes along and does a little dance in front of you. and you realise that you've been half dead. That's the way it was when I met Ria. One minute I was just going along like this, bored but kind of okay. Well, at least I was healthy. Next thing I knew, I was out late at night, freezing to death, doing all kinds of strange things, and it seemed to me that I just had to do them. Somehow I didn't have any choice. Now, I don't know about you, but there's a certain pattern to my falling in love. First of all, it always happens in winter, so it's freezing cold. October, November and December are the usual months, and they're cold in Holland, really cold. And in The Hague, the wind comes off the sea and goes right through you like a knife. Not the kind of weather for hanging around on street corners or in telephone boxes. But that's always what I end up doing. One day I'm going to bed at 9:30 with a good book. The next, I'm out at 1 o'clock in the morning, knowing that I'm going to be exhausted the next day. Exhausted, but excited. Then comes a cold, or even worse, flu. I'd like to fall in love in summer, but it never happens that way. Then there's the poetry. Suddenly I start writing poetry. It just pours out of me. And it's all deep, meaningful stuff that has to be written in the early hours of the morning, usually accompanied by lots of alcohol. So the next day, on top of the cold I already have, I have a hangover from the drink. It's a miracle that my boss hasn't sacked me. And the worst bit is when I realize that there's probably another man in her life. And of course he's really good looking and has a sports car and a big bank account. So everything followed more or less the usual pattern with Ria. First came the cold and the poems. I hadn't seen the good-looking boyfriend yet, but I had the feeling that it was just a matter of time. There was something about Ria that was different, though. She was different from other girls. First of all, there was her job. She was a tram driver. But let me tell you a little bit about myself, because no doubt you're wondering what an English guy is doing living in Holland, in The Hague to be exact. Well, my name's Harry Brent. I'm 29 and I've been here for 2 years. I work for an international import and export company, JGD. They're based in Manchester, but have offices all over Europe. They sent me here to work in their Dutch office. I'll probably be here for another 2 or 3 years. Import and export. Sounds kind of boring, eh? Well, it's okay, really. And Holland is an interesting country. For one thing, you can more or less do what you want here. I mean, it's very liberal, very tolerant. And although I don't really do much that's exciting, if you know what I mean, I like it. I like the atmosphere, and just the thought that if I wanted to take all my clothes off in the middle of the street, no one would care. Nope, no one would even notice. So, like I say, I live in The Hague. It's not as beautiful or as exciting as Amsterdam, but it has its advantages. The best thing about it is that it's near a place called Scheveningen, which is almost unpronounceable, but lovely. It has long, soft, sandy beaches, which are wonderful for walks. And the sea here, the North Sea, is just beautiful. A soft blue-grey. I go to the beach a lot. The traffic in The Hague is pretty bad, but it has good public transport. The noisy red trams and their rails are a familiar sight, and that's how I get about. Number 1 to work, number 3 to the city centre, and number 11 from my place down to the beach. I live alone in one of those typical tall Dutch houses on a little street between the city centre and the beach. I often go down to the beach after work and at weekends to walk and relax and look at the sea. Which brings me back to Ria. I first noticed Ria when I was going to the beach on Tram 11 one Sunday afternoon. It was early October and a beautiful, cold, bright day. The tram suddenly stopped somewhere in the middle of nowhere. Something was stuck on the rails. It happens a lot, and I didn't take much notice until I looked out of the window and saw the tram driver removing a small piece of wood. Now, you can get on a tram in Holland without seeing the driver, and that's exactly what I'd done. But now I saw her. I couldn't take my eyes off her. I've never seen a tram driver wear a uniform as well as Ria did. She was tall and slim, and even from a distance, I could see that she was beautiful, with long dark hair, really attractive. She was wearing a skirt, unlike most female tram drivers who usually wear trousers. And she had legs that seemed to go on forever. Yeah, she was different. But the most amazing thing about Ria was her eyes, which I noticed straight away, and which were the exact colour of the North Sea. A lovely, soft, blue-grey. And those eyes kind of grabbed me. That's the only way I can put it. So that I couldn't think of anything else. I'd been grabbed by the throat. Well, she got back into the tram and we carried on towards the beach. I moved up the tram so that I could be nearer to her, and I just looked at her all the way to the beach, though I tried not to let her see. I was kind of dazed, as if I'd been hit on the head. I was confused, I don't mind telling you. Anyway, the number 11 stops at the beach on the south side of Scheveningen, not too far from the port. It's the end of the tram line. It waits for 10 or 15 minutes, turns round, and goes back to the city. I got out and just sort of hung around for a while, looking at Ria, but pretending I wasn't looking. The idea of going away was scary. I might never see her again. After a few minutes, Ria got out of the tram and talked for a while to another tram driver. That's when I discovered that she was called Ria, because I heard him shout something to her. It looked like she was going to drive tram 11 back to the city. I had a little time, so I went over to the other side of the road and bought some chips from a little shop near the beach, keeping my eyes on the tram and Ria all the time. Then I walked back slowly to the tram, eating my chips and mayonnaise. I know it's a strange combination, but I've got used to it. I got back on the tram and went back to the city with Ria. So that was it, really. For the next 2 weeks, I spent all of my spare time on trams, especially on tram 11, hoping that she would be the driver and that I'd get to see her. I got to love that little red tram. It was kind of comforting. I also spent a lot of time waiting for trams, which is when I got the cold. I got to know her routine, and I managed to see a lot of her one way or another. And at nights, I would go home to my house and write poetry. Anyway, one late afternoon, I was waiting for the tram on the platform. It pulled up, and as luck would have it, Ria was driving. I was feeling kind of brave that particular day, and I got on at the front, just so I could really see her. As I got on, she smiled at me and said, "Good middag," which means good afternoon. Well, not so unusual, you might think. But I knew when she said it that she recognized me. It was the way her eyes met mine. I don't remember much about that tram ride, I can tell you. I could feel my face burning red. I was completely overcome with it all. I kept reliving that moment when she had said, "Good middag," for days afterwards. Well, from then on, we said hello to each other quite often. I was working towards asking her out, you know, kind of trying to find the courage. Finally, one Friday evening, I knew I had to go for it. For one thing, it was starting to look very strange, you know, me following her around like that. I didn't want anyone to think I was some kind of weird guy who follows women, you know, a stalker or something. So this particular Friday evening, I left work at 6 o'clock as usual. What I needed was a drink, I thought. Otherwise, there was no way I could talk to Ria. Not really talk, I mean. The office where I work is near the center of the city, on a street called Kort Voorhoed. So I decided to go to the Dudok. It's a big new bar just a few minutes' walk away. A cool kind of place, if you know what I mean. A fashionable place to be seen. I sometimes went there for a quick drink after work, just because it's near the office. The Dudok was already crowded. It was a popular spot for an early evening drink, what the Dutch call a borrel. Yeah, it was definitely borrel time. I found a place at the bar and drank a couple of beers quickly. There was a new barman there, a friendly sort of bloke who came over and started chatting. "English, eh?" he asked. Turned out his brother had gone to work in London. I didn't have the heart to tell him I'd never been there. I mean, just Heathrow Airport. So I just nodded when he mentioned Notting Hill and Chiswick. "Lovely part of London, Chiswick," he said. "Gorgeous," I said. "Another beer?" I'd better not," I said weakly. "Come on," he said. "It's, how do you say it? On the house?" Anyway, he was a friendly guy, like I said. He kept coming over to talk to me from time to time, and I kept drinking. I was thinking about what I was going to say to Ria, to be honest, and I wasn't getting very far. After about an hour, he asked me, "So, what are you doing all alone on a Friday evening, Harry?" By then, we were on first name terms. His was Hans. Well, I'd had a few beers by then, so I told him about Ria. I told him about Tram 11, and the fact that I'd decided to try to get to know her and to ask her out. Hans smiled at me with big round eyes. "Oh, well, good luck, Harry," he said. "And I hope she doesn't disappoint you. They say that Dutch women are really strong. You take care of yourself." Funny thing to say, I thought. Anyway, I had a few more beers, and before I knew, it was 11 o'clock. I felt like I knew London like the back of my hand, but that wasn't the point. The point was to talk to Ria and ask her out, I told myself. It was time to get on Tram 11. I wasn't totally drunk, though I must say I'd had enough. I said goodbye to the barman and ran off to catch Tram 1 so that I could get on Tram 11 at the Holland Spoor station. On the platform, I stood where the front of the tram would stop to make sure that it was Ria driving. The first driver was a man, some big blonde guy with a moustache, so I waited for the next. Ah, there she was. She looked as attractive as ever, with those lovely North Sea eyes. I got on at the back of the tram this time. I didn't want her to see me before I was ready, if you know what I mean. I put my tram ticket in the little machine and sat right at the back. It was late October by now, and it was really cold and windy. As a matter of fact, it's always windy in The Hague. But the moon was up, and it was nice and clear. I still wasn't sure how I was going to approach her, but, like I said, I had to try. Well, I sat there, and I couldn't think of a way to talk to her. I mean, say more than good evening. What do you say? Do you come here often? I just couldn't imagine myself asking her, if you know what I mean. Truth is, I'm not very good with women, I suppose. So before I knew it, we were at the beach and everybody had to get off. There were about 10 people on the tram, mostly people who lived up there, I reckoned, and they all got off and walked away pretty quickly. I got off quickly too, so that Ria wouldn't see me. I went and stood behind the tram shelter, where I could see her, but she couldn't see me. It was obvious from the way that she collected her stuff together that she was going off duty. I tried to think of a way of hanging around for a while and kept my eye on her. Then she said something to another tram driver who was going to take the tram back to the city centre, and then she set off walking quickly in the direction of the port. I didn't know what to do, to be honest, seeing her go like that. So I followed her. Oh, I know it looked like I was stalking her, which is exactly what I said I didn't want to do. But it seemed like my only choice. Like I said, love is a dangerous emotion. Well, by now the wind was blowing up a storm over the North Sea, and the sky was full of huge black clouds. Dutch weather is like that old joke. If you don't like it, just wait a while and it'll change. The sky reminded me of one of those paintings you see at the Rijksmuseum in Amsterdam. Painted by Rembrandt or Vermeer or someone. It wasn't raining yet, but it was only a matter of time. I kept quite far behind Ria. Well, I didn't have much choice, to be honest. She was a very fast walker. She kept up a quick pace along the seafront, trying to get home before the storm blew up, I suppose. I was almost running just to keep her in sight. I suppose I was drunk too, to be honest, and it's hard to move fast when you've drunk too much. There were a few people still around, coming out of the bars and restaurants in Scheveningen and walking to their cars, or just taking the sea air. I didn't look too strange. It was about midnight by now. I was thinking to myself, this is stupid, and telling myself that I was a coward. But, like I say, I couldn't help it. The beachfront at Scheveningen is long, and there's a kind of wide path that goes right down towards the port. That was obviously where Ria was heading, so I was thinking that she had to live somewhere near the port. Part of the old fishing village, the original Scheveningen, is down there. So I carried on walking, following her. The weather at the beach changes pretty quickly, like I said, and sure enough, before long it started raining quite hard. That kind of horizontal rain you get around here. I didn't have an umbrella, of course, so soon I was completely soaked. After about 20 minutes' walk, we got near the port. At the beginning of the port area, there are a lot of fish restaurants and small bars. But by now, they were almost all closed, and the place was nearly deserted. Ria looked round at one point, but I was far enough away that she couldn't recognize me. Then we got into the port itself. There were quite a few boats there, a few local fishing boats, and some ships with the names of English ports on them. Around the harbour itself, it was pretty dark, and the only noise I could hear was the sound of Ria's heels on the pavement. Right in the corner of the harbour, there's a little bar called De Hoek. It's a place where the fishermen go, and some Scheveningen locals. I'd never been in there myself, though I'd heard people at the office talk about it. It had a reputation as a wild kind of place. It was still open. I could see a kind of dim yellow light, and there was music and voices coming from inside. I looked at my watch. It was 1 o'clock. It was late, but the bar was so far away from any houses that it could probably stay open as long as it liked, I thought. Anyway, Ria walked over towards it, opened the door, and went right in. Odd, I thought. Did she live there? Or was she just going in for a quick drink before bed? Hard to say. By now, the rain had died down a bit, so I decided to wait a little longer. Well, I was already wet through, so it didn't matter. Yeah, I know it sounds crazy, but that's what I told you. You do strange things when you're in love. So I waited quite a while. My mind was working overtime, I can tell you. Did she live here, or did her boyfriend live here? There had to be a boyfriend. Perhaps he was a fisherman or sailor. A good-looking sailor with a sports car and a big bank account, of course. That would be just my luck. So there I was, waiting, and I thought, hey, I haven't got anything to lose. You know what I mean? So what if she's got a boyfriend? It can't be any worse than standing out here, dripping wet and shivering. By now, I was like a dog that had just come out of the sea, and it looked like it was going to start raining again. So I walked over to the bar and opened the old wooden door. The only things I noticed at first were the overpowering smell of cigars and a fair amount of smoke. I could hear music playing too. Sounded like jazz. I looked around, trying to see Ria.
Are you sure you want to come in here?
I looked up into the face of a huge Dutch guy. He was standing right next to me, blowing smoke in my face. I'm not sure, I answered. Well, decide, he said. The bar was full of people, men mainly, though there were a couple of women too. I looked around for Ria, but I couldn't see her anywhere. I moved away from the tall Dutchman and pushed through the crowd towards the bar. As I moved through the smoke, I could see a kind of stage on the other side of the room, and on the stage, someone was dancing to the music. After a minute or so, my eyes got used to the smoke and the dim light, and I could see the dancer. It took me a little while to work out that she was completely naked. Well, I didn't know where to look, I can tell you. The big Dutch guy was looking at me, smiling, and watching for my reactions. I sort of smiled back. To be honest, I wanted to leave. I felt kind of embarrassed. But I didn't want to seem foolish or anything, so I acted like it was the most natural thing in the world. I ordered a beer, though it was the last thing I wanted, to tell you the truth. I just wanted to run out of there, Ria or no Ria. Then the music stopped, and everyone clapped. Oh good, I thought. This is my chance to get out of here. But the music started again almost immediately, and someone else came onto the stage.
Look at this,
said the big Dutch guy, pushing my elbow.
You'll like this.
I smiled kind of awkwardly and looked over to the little stage and at the face of the new dancer. She was wearing a bit more makeup than usual, but there was no mistaking those eyes. It was Ria. Well, I was shocked, I can tell you. But it got worse. The music started, and Ria started taking her clothes off. Everyone in the bar was shouting and whistling. And part of me wanted to leave, but the other part just made me stay there. I couldn't move. Little by little, Ria's clothes came off until she was completely naked. And then came the greatest shock of all, because then I saw that there was something about Ria that was different. She was different from other girls, and it wasn't only that she was a tram driver. She was a man. Ah! I sort of screamed and moved quickly towards the door.
See what I mean?
Said the big Dutch guy behind me, laughing. I ran outside. The Dutch guy followed me, shouting,
So, you like our entertainment, do you, little English boy?
A bit rude, I thought, calling me little. But I thought I'd let it pass. I ran as fast as I could. I ran all the way back home. I couldn't help thinking about what Hans had said about strong women. He didn't know how right he was. Yeah, there are times when life comes and grabs you by the throat. So, all that happened about 6 months ago. Since then, things have, well, calmed down a bit. I get up every morning for work, and I come home every evening. I make dinner. I watch my favorite TV program on Tuesdays and Thursdays. I go out. I come in. I have a drink on a Friday night. The highlight of my week is lunch out on Sundays. Okay, it's boring. But to tell the truth, I kind of like it. I'm happy. But I'm really not looking forward to the winter. End point. Austin murders. Austin, Texas. 3 people were shot dead and several more injured in an incident in a motel in Austin yesterday. So far, the Austin police have not released the names of the victims or the suspect. As Paul Boyle got on the plane in Chicago, he remembered how he had wanted to go to Austin ever since he was a teenager. It was the music, really, that attracted him. And now he had his chance. United's 2-week tour to the States to get the Americans more interested in football, or soccer as they called it, was finished. There was just enough time to fly down there before the start of the new season back in England. He would spend a couple of days in Austin and have a look around. It would be fun to stay in a motel instead of a 5-star hotel and see some good bands. Just have fun. "Why don't you and the kids come with me?" Paul had said to his wife Karen. But she had been concerned to get the children settled down back home in Manchester again. It was little Darren's first year at school, and she wanted him to have the best possible start. And their second child, Courtney, was still only 11 months old. It was hard travelling with 2 small children. "No, darling," she had said. "You go off for a few days on your own. Enjoy yourself. And I'll get back home." The truth was that she wasn't too keen on the States. 2 weeks of it was quite enough. She was looking forward to getting back into her routine again. As Paul Boyle sat down in his business class seat, he thought how nice it was to get a little time to himself. It was a busy life being a star footballer. All in all, it was rare that he was on his own these days. There was his club, United, and then the national team too. That meant a lot of training every week. And then there were the advertisers who paid so much to use his name. It was all very hard work. Not that he was complaining. "I'm the luckiest guy in the world," he always said when he was interviewed. After all, I get paid a lot of money for doing what I love. Not only was he the most talented footballer of his generation, as a leading sports journalist had described him, but he was also handsome and intelligent. And he had a wonderful family. He had everything going for him. And now there was talk that he would be made captain of the England team for the preparations for the European Cup. He hadn't even talked to Karen about that yet. After all, it wasn't official, and he wanted it so much that he was scared of mentioning it. He didn't want her to be disappointed if it didn't happen. He smiled to himself when he thought about it, though. It was what he had always dreamed of. As a kid, he had sat and watched players like Brian Robson and Gary Lineker lead England. At night, he had slept in his little bedroom with pictures of great England players, like Bobby Moore and Geoff Hurst on his walls. They were like gods to him. Now, he was one of them. Sometimes he had to pinch himself to make sure he wasn't dreaming. To wear the 3 lions on your shirt at all was an incredible honour. But to be captain of England, it would be the peak of his career. No footballer could wish for more. "Thanks," he said, smiling widely as the flight attendant gave him his fresh orange juice. Yesterday morning at about 10 o'clock, 44-year-old Grace Kent left her home in Galveston, Texas, and went for a walk by the ocean. This was her usual routine on Sunday mornings, generally returning home by 12 noon. But yesterday, she still hadn't returned home by 1 o'clock. At about 1:30, her husband, Bob Kent, 46, rang the Coast Guard and a search began. The Coast Guard found her clothes on the beach at 7 o'clock in the evening. It is now feared that she drowned in the storm that hit the Gulf Coast yesterday afternoon. Jim Lean, chief of the Galveston Coast Guard station, said in a statement yesterday, "If Mrs. Kent was in the water when the storm came on shore in the Gulf of Mexico, it's very unlikely that she could have survived." Grace Kent sat in a coffee shop and stared hard at the television screen. She watched the pictures and listened to the presenter almost as if it were about someone else. "Galveston woman may have drowned," said the headline at the bottom of the screen. So, thought Grace, she had managed to disappear. And now, it seemed, she had drowned as well. She looked at the photo of herself on the screen. They'd chosen the one of her on vacation in Palm Springs about 8 years ago, the one that had always stood over the fireplace in the living room. She looked almost happy and relaxed there. She had long blonde hair that she wore loose. The woman, now sitting on the bench, looked very different. Her hair was jet black and tied back, and she wore thick, unattractive glasses, like the ones worn by librarians in films. Yes, she thought, she had disguised herself well. Nobody could have known that the woman in the grey jacket and the glasses was Grace Kent. Grace paid for her coffee and went outside. The air was warm, and she could feel a threatening wind from the Gulf of Mexico. Another storm on the way, no doubt. Perhaps even a hurricane. She went past the shops lining the sidewalk, past the Texas State Bank, where she'd worked for 9 years. Then she walked hurriedly across the road and into the Greyhound bus station on 25th Street. "A ticket to Austin," she said to the man in the ticket office. Grace picked up a small black overnight bag from the baggage room at the bus station and got on the bus to Austin. She chose a window seat near the back of the bus and placed the bag above her head. She took off her jacket and sat down. Within minutes, the bus was crawling slowly out of the station. It was about 200 miles to Austin, and the journey would take well over 5 hours. Grace sat back, thankful that the bus was not full and she could sit alone. As the bus left Galveston and joined the freeway, Grace was aware that she felt lighter. As long as she could remember, she had loved traveling, being on the move. Grace couldn't help smiling to herself. Now she was not only on the move, but dead as well. There was freedom in that. Oh, eventually she would tell everyone that she was still alive, Bob and the kids. But for now, she would enjoy her moment of complete and absolute freedom. Colonel Tim Parker of the British Army looked at himself in the full-length mirror that stood in the hallway of his house. He liked what he saw. His suit was neat and well pressed. His shoes shone. He smoothed back his hair and put on his hat, adjusting it to exactly the angle he liked best. Yes, at 55, he was still a fine figure of a man, tall and athletic. He was ready for one of the final journeys of his tour of duty in Central America, almost the final journey of his career. In 3 weeks, he would be leaving for England, and in just a few months, he would be retiring from the army. In the meantime, the colonel had been invited to Austin, Texas, to represent the British Army at an international conference on security. Today, he would fly from Guatemala City Airport to Dallas, then through to Austin. "Bye, dear," he called to his wife. Victoria Parker came out of the kitchen and kissed her husband goodbye. She was a slim, pretty woman in her early 50s. Though she was greying now, it was not hard to see why she had caught the eye of the young Major Parker at an army dance 30 years earlier. "Bye, darling," she said. "See you on Sunday. And don't forget to take some time off to see the bats." The colonel smiled. He was crazy about bats. He'd always been amazed at these small mouse-like animals with big ears, which only flew at night. In fact, bats were his main hobby. One of the attractions of going to Austin was that it was the city with the largest population of bats in the world. They moved up from Mexico in spring to give birth, and the best time to see them was right now in August, when the young joined their parents in nightly flights from under the Congress Avenue Bridge. Apparently, there were so many bats that it could take 45 minutes for them all to leave the bridge. Some estimates said that there were 1.5 million bats. The colonel was really looking forward to seeing the sight. He felt like an excited schoolboy. The colonel opened the fine old wooden door of the house and stepped out. His driver had brought the Land Rover from the garage round to the wide driveway. The colonel got into the car, as he had done so many times before, and put his two-way radio on the little shelf in front of him. The automatic gates of the house opened, and they drove out, taking the third of the 5 alternative routes to the airport. Joe Stefano didn't much like working at the hotel, but he figured it was a job, and in San Antonio, Texas, jobs were hard to come by. He'd got the job because of his wife, Rita. In fact, because of Rita's father, Jack. Joe couldn't stand old Jack Vasquez. He was an interfering old guy who thought his darling daughter Rita was far too good for Joe. Joe hated having to be obliged to him, even grateful to him, but he didn't have much choice. Anyway, Jack had a friend called Enriquez, who owned a hotel in downtown San Antonio, and he found a job in the hotel kitchen for Joe at Jack's request.
"You'll have to start at the bottom,"
said old Enriquez.
"just like everybody else. I don't want people accusing me of promoting the relatives of my friends."
Great. What was the point in having friends if they couldn't find you a nice, easy job? Joe tried to stick at it. He spent his days washing dirty dishes, peeling potatoes, and cleaning floors. Joe was an anxious, nervous man of about 35, with curly black hair and deep blue eyes. He was handsome enough, and he had that charm that women sometimes fall for. Rita had certainly fallen for it. "Don't worry about starting at the bottom, darling," Rita kept saying. "It's only a matter of time. Little by little, they'll see that you're a good, hard-working man, and they'll move you up." Joe wondered whether that was true. In his worst moments, he imagined that he would end up a worn-out old man washing dirty plates. And the truth was that he had a terrible temper, which meant that he didn't like taking orders from anyone. Most days, he had to make a big effort not to hit the kitchen manager, a thin, ugly guy. Sooner or later, something had to go wrong. It always did. It lasted 3 months. The day it ended was a normal Friday at the hotel. There was a big group of businessmen in for a fancy lunch, so the restaurant was busy. But it was always busy. One of the cooks asked Joe to bring him a large pan of water. Joe dropped the water on the floor. The kitchen manager ran over and shouted at him, calling him a stupid idiot, and told him to clean it up immediately. Joe saw red. He lifted up his fist. He felt like hitting the manager, but took it out on his kitchen instead. He went crazy. He threw all the pans onto the floor, and within seconds, the kitchen was swimming in boiling water and broccoli. He ruined all the food and burned one of the cooks so badly that he had to be taken to hospital. Joe was sacked immediately. "Get out!" shouted the kitchen manager. "And never let me see you in my kitchen again." Joe wondered how he was going to tell Rita. "Footballer, eh?" said the large Texan man, sitting next to Paul Boyle on his flight from Dallas to Austin. "You must make a lot of money then." Boyle smiled and nodded. He didn't mind this kind of exchange. In fact, it was one of the things he liked about the States. But it was exactly the kind of thing that drove Karen mad. Strangers would start conversations with you and ask you the most personal questions. "Well, yes," he answered, smiling. "I suppose so." Paul had often thought that if he hadn't been a footballer, he would have been a musician. He'd always played the guitar, even as a kid, and he still played sometimes with his mates back home in Manchester, when he had time, that is. His passion was the blues, which was why Austin was so attractive. He loved Blind Lemon Jefferson and Blind Willie Johnson and all those guys. Why were they always blind, he wondered. His plan was to go to Anton's Blues Club while he was in Austin and listen to some really good live music. In fact, he thought, as the plane started its approach into Austin Bergstrom Airport, there might even be time to go tonight. It was only 5:30, and if he took a cab from the airport to the motel, had a shower and freshened up, there would still be plenty of time to have dinner downtown and go to the famous club. Once in the terminal, he collected his bags and walked outside into the warm, heavy air of Austin. He reached into his inside jacket pocket and took out the card of the motel. A guy he'd met in Chicago had recommended it to him. "It's a great place," the man had said, "and really gives you the atmosphere I think you're looking for." "The Lone Star Motel, please," he said to the taxi driver. It was not that she wanted to hurt her family, Grace Kent thought. It was just that, well, she had felt invisible for so long, it was time to reclaim her life. Take the other day, she thought, as she looked at the huge Texan landscape outside the window. It was typical. "Honey, I thought we'd take Mom away for Christmas," Bob had said. He had that little boy look he sometimes put on when he had a plan. "Oh?" said Grace. There must have been something in the way she said it that made him want to explain, because he said, "Now that Dad's gone, it'll be lonely for her, and I think it's better to get away, from the house. And maybe Lucy and Chip would like to come over too. After all, we don't know how long she's going to be around." Grace wondered why it was that Bob's mother was somehow more important than her own parents, who were both still alive. "I'm just mentioning it," said Bob, realizing now that they should discuss it, "because I think we'll need to plan ahead." His voice died away. The thought of spending a vacation with Bob's mother, the quick-tempered Kate, made Gracie's heart sink. And then add her own daughter Lucy, now 20, and living away from home for the first time and enjoying her newfound freedom. She would be moody and bad-tempered at having to be with family when she could be with her new friends. And also her son Chip, 22, who would no doubt bring his latest girlfriend, and who was always moody and bad-tempered, whatever the situation. The thought of going somewhere with all of them, being somewhere she couldn't get away from them. It was her fault, she thought. She must have made them like this. Grace smiled to herself through the bus window. There would have to be changes. She would go back to work, find herself something to get absorbed in, something apart from the family. Enough was enough. The kids had grown up. They could look after themselves. The bus was approaching Austin. She would find herself a motel, settle in, and phone Bob. It wasn't fair of her to let him and the kids think she was dead. She would explain things to him, that she needed a week or two just to think things through. She just needed a little time and distance to think about what she wanted to do. How she wanted things to, change. Yes, it was time to reclaim her life. Being defense attaché for Central America was not exactly the best job for a colonel in the British Army. Tim Parker's colleagues had smiled when they heard of the posting, as if to say, "Well, that's got rid of him then." But, thought the colonel, as he settled into his business-class seat from Guatemala City to Austin via Dallas, that's where they had been wrong. The colonel was a strong believer in doing a good job, whatever the situation. He had quickly worked out there were two things that he had to work on in the region. The first was projects which were principally non-political, such as army education. The second was security. He had decided early on that he would make a name for himself in both. He had a way of being in the right place at the right time. Security had become a priority since the terrorist attack on New York in September 2001, especially for the Americans, and the Colonel's expertise was suddenly very much in demand. This had put the British Army on the map in the region and beyond, and his superiors at the Ministry of Defence were happy with him. It was a fitting end to a very good career. The Colonel reached into his briefcase and took out his papers to read through the arrangements for the conference. It was being held at a place called the Driscoll Hotel. It seemed to be one of the biggest hotels in the city, and from the map it looked like it was right in the centre. The Colonel was not a believer in five-star hotels. "They make you soft," he always said to his wife. "I can sleep anywhere." Victoria didn't argue with him, though when they went on holiday, she would have preferred to stay in top-class hotels rather than the guest houses where they usually ended up. "Besides," he had said to her before his trip to Austin, "what better opportunity for a terrorist who wants to kill 200 security experts than to have them all stay together in one hotel?" Well, she had to admit he had a point. He had asked the organizers to find him somewhere up near Congress Avenue. "A small hotel will do," he had said, "or a motel, as long as it's clean." He looked again at the arrangements. The Lone Star Motel was where he would stay for the next few nights. Well, it sounded very Texan, he thought, and best of all, it looked from the map to be not too far from Congress Avenue and the bridge where the bats hung before their nightly flight. The conference didn't start until tomorrow. Tonight, he thought, he would have an early dinner, perhaps downtown. Then he would go back to Congress Avenue and go bat spotting. It said in all the guidebooks that the best time to see them was around 8 or 8:30 in the evening. The Colonel smiled to himself. There was still an hour or two before he arrived in Austin. He opened his briefcase and took out a book. He smiled as he settled down to read A Guide to the Bats of North and South America. In San Antonio, Joe Stefano's wife, Rita, was worried. Joe always met her on Monday after work. Monday was the day he finished early at the hotel. At about 10 minutes to 5, he usually parked his Dodge truck outside the dress shop where she worked on Jefferson Street and waited for her. Sometimes they went to see a movie at a theater downtown. Sometimes they went to a bar for margaritas, and then for dinner at a restaurant. Rita loved Italian food, and San Antonio had some good places to eat. Monday was a good night to go out downtown. Most people stayed at home, so the traffic wasn't too bad. Sometimes Rita and Joe just went home too. It was a 15-mile drive to their house outside the city. This Monday, Rita came out of the dress shop at the usual time. She was a slim young woman with short black hair. People said she looked like the young Audrey Hepburn. In her dream life, Joe was Gregory Peck. She thought that his temper and his violence were things that the love of a good woman could make disappear. She looked around the crowded street, but the Dodge wasn't there. Oh well, maybe he was a few minutes late. The traffic was always bad in the city these days. She waited on the sidewalk. It was still hot, and she started to feel uncomfortable. She looked at her watch again. 5:10. Where was he? She rang the hotel. No, he wasn't there. They put her onto the kitchen manager. No, he hasn't been here the whole day, Mrs. Stefano. Matter of fact, he won't be coming back. I fired him on Friday. You mean to say he didn't tell... Rita Stefano hung up. Fired? He hadn't said anything. How dare he? Her face went red with anger. Joe had come out of prison only 9 months ago, after serving 2 years for attacking someone. He had mixed with the wrong people, Rita thought. She just knew he wasn't a bad man in himself. Far from it. Anyway, he had come out of jail and she'd helped him get the job at the hotel. They had been lucky. It was the couple's chance to make a new start, to forget about the past. Rita had thought everything was going well, but now she started thinking about it. He had been very tense at the weekend, kind of wound up. In fact, he'd seemed very tense for the past week or so. My God, where is he? She waited and waited. Perhaps there'd been an accident. Perhaps he was at the hospital. Oh my God, perhaps he's dead, she thought. She tried to remain calm. At 6:15, she couldn't wait any longer. She rang the police. No, ma'am, said the police officer. We don't have any report of an accident to Joe Stefano. By now, she was beside herself with worry. She just couldn't understand it. She went home and waited. And waited. At 8:30 that Monday morning, Joe Stefano had driven his Dodge truck into a parking lot in downtown San Antonio. He wore blue trousers and a t-shirt under a thin jacket. Joe got out of his car and walked the 10 minutes to the bus station. It was hot, but he walked quickly. He felt like he was going to explode. At the bus station, he went into the ticket office. Joe Stefano didn't have any particular reason to go to Austin. He just had to get away. Get away from San Antonio. Get away from it all. That stupid boss at the hotel who'd sacked him. His father-in-law. His stupid life. Get away from Rita before he hurt her. Get away from his own powerlessness. Just get away. A ticket to Austin, he said to the man in the ticket office. There is no doubt that the Lone Star Motel in Austin, Texas, is different. It seems to have more going for it than a regular motel. The sign outside it, pointing upwards, flashes, so close, yet so far out. It looks like the kind of place where Elvis Presley had parties in the 1950s. The blues singer Janis Joplin had probably stayed there. There is more than a hint of guilty pleasure about it. The rooms are pink and blue, and the air conditioning is noisy but efficient. The swimming pool has cactus plants around it. It is a place where anything might happen. But even for a place as full of potential as the Lone Star Motel, the particular set of circumstances that threw it together with Paul Boyle, Grace Kent, Colonel Tim Parker, and Joe Stefano were unfortunate to say the least. When Joe Stefano walked into the Lone Star Motel early that summer evening, he didn't plan to use the gun he had in his jacket. He could feel it against his chest. It just made him feel better, knowing it was there. But when the clerk at reception said that the motel was full, something inside Joe broke. When he took out his gun and went crazy, shooting everyone dead in the reception area of the motel, he didn't know who his victims were. He didn't ask whether they were aware that life is a precious thing, beautiful and pitilessly brief. He didn't ask whether they had had time to say goodbye to their loved ones, tell them, "I love you." He didn't know the stories that had led them to the Lone Star Motel that warm evening in late August. He didn't know that things were left, well, unfinished, kind of untidy. He didn't give them time to realize that the Lone Star Motel was their final destination, their end point.
Quick Man Tan. Everybody called him Quick Man Tan when he was a young man. That was a long time ago. Now, people called him by his real name, Caleb Tan. Caleb liked to talk about the old days. He talked to anybody who was interested. He told them that when he was younger, he could catch a fly in his hand. That was how quick he was. Sometimes tourists came to his cafe for coffee or maybe some chicken with rice. When they had a meal was best. Then Caleb had more time to tell them how quick he once was. I was the best, he told them. And, just to show them, he moved his hands in the air. He moved like the fighters in kung fu films. Nobody could fight like me, he always said. I was the best in Singapore. But he wasn't very quick now. He still knew what to do, but he was slower. Usually, people smiled at him and finished their chicken with rice. But sometimes, someone told Caleb he was a stupid old man. At those times, he went back into the kitchen and May, his wife, talked to them. Please don't mind my husband, she laughed to them. He just likes to think of the old days. He was good when he was young, but he's old now. He forgets. She laughed, but she didn't feel happy. Caleb Tan was 70 years old. He had photographs of the Chinese lion dance all over the walls of his cafe. He was once a lion dancer himself. He danced with the best. He was the best. Everyone said so. Years ago, everybody wanted Quick Man Tan to dance the lion dance for them. It was their favourite dance, and Caleb could dance it better than anybody else. At Chinese New Year, he was everybody's favourite dancer. He danced under a big Chinese lion's head made of paper. He moved his feet in a quick and beautiful way that everybody loved. Then, after the dance, he did some fight moves. They looked like dances too. Caleb loved all the moves. But most of the fighting he did was in his head. He thought about fighting, but he didn't often fight. He really could fight with his hands and feet, but he didn't fight very often, only once or twice. That was enough for Caleb. He preferred to dance. He didn't really like fighting people, but he did like talking about it. That was what he liked to do now, talk about the old days. The cafe was his business, but all Caleb wanted to do was talk. As he got older, his hearing got worse and his voice got louder. Caleb talked to anybody who wanted to listen. Sometimes he talked when people didn't really want to listen.
Maymay knew that most of the things he said were not true, but Caleb believed it all. It was more real to him than his business was. To Caleb, his cafe was just a place where he could tell stories. But Maymay knew they needed the cafe. It made them just enough money to live on. Sometimes, Caleb did a lion dance with children who were interested. He was slow, but you could see how good he once was. All the children liked to see the old man. He was something from the old days. There were not many like him around now. Chinese New Year was always a busy time for everybody. It was one of the few times of the year when the cafe could do good business. Maymay worked more than ever at New Year. This year, she really wanted Caleb to help her. She couldn't do everything. Sometimes, people left the cafe after waiting too long for their food. All Caleb did was talk. People wanted their coffee and lunch, not his stories. For Caleb, Chinese New Year was his favorite time. He had lots of people to listen to his stories. Sometimes, other lion dancers came to the cafe. Then he shouted with happiness as he told them how to dance. And, of course, how he could dance better than anybody else. "You see, my friends," called out Caleb to a table full of bored tourists, "it's all in the way you move. Like a circle, like a wheel, like this." And Caleb then turned round with his hands in front of him. His hands went right into Maymay and what she was carrying. The food was for a table full of tourists next to him. Everything fell to the floor. Maymay did her best to help the tourists, but they left. Other people left too. For once, Caleb was quiet and helped her. Maymay was unhappy. "It's not right," Maymay told her husband that night. "While you tell your stories, I do all the work. There is too much for me and Henry to do." Henry was the cook. He was also their only son. He cooked everything. He was very good, but he had a lot to do in the kitchen. He needed someone to help him. Henry dreamed of having the cafe to himself one day. He was already 40 years old and still not married. There was no wife to help. There were no grandchildren to do little jobs. There was not enough money to pay for help. Henry was a little like his father. He had his dreams. But he kept his dreams about the cafe to himself. In his head, he was always far away while he worked. But now, Henry was asleep. He couldn't hear his parents shouting. He couldn't hear Caleb tell Maymay to be quiet. He couldn't hear the hurt in his mother's voice. All Henry could hear was the sound of cooking in his dreams. The words Gong Si Fa Chai were written in red and yellow letters all over Singapore. This was Chinese for Happy New Year. Sometimes old friends of Caleb and Maymay left Hong Bao in the cafe at this time. Hong Bao are little red bags, usually with money inside. People always did this at Chinese New Year. Sometimes people left money, sometimes not, but they always left something. Poorer friends left oranges in place of money. Oranges are lucky. But Maymay was pleased when they got money. They always needed money. This year, they got a lot of oranges. Henry and May wanted the cafe to do well this new year. Henry worked very hard. He cooked more good food than he usually did. Lots of people came to the cafe, and Caleb couldn't talk to all of them. May smiled a lot. She was busy, but she was happy. Maybe business was getting better after all. This time, Caleb did try to help. He brought coffee and food to the tables. He smiled as he worked. But then a young father with his children asked about the lion dance photographs on the walls. Caleb stopped what he was doing. He started to talk. May heard him, but she couldn't stop him. She was too busy. She wanted Caleb to get back to work before he did anything stupid. It was early afternoon, and there were lots of hungry people in the cafe. It was hot, but that didn't stop the rain. The rain started all at once. It came down and down on the roof of the cafe and made a loud, heavy sound. More people came in. They wanted to get out of the rain and have something to eat or drink. Caleb was happy. He could tell his stories while people stayed out of the rain. They could enjoy a good story while they ate their lunch. Why not? He thought it was good for business. A young father and his 2 small children listened as Caleb talked, and talked, and talked. They were getting hungry. Caleb started to show them moves from the lion dance. "You turn like a wheel, see?" Caleb told them in a loud voice. His hands moved in front of him. His feet moved too. People were looking at him. Not all of them knew what he was doing. It just looked strange to them. And all the time, the heavy rain fell. By this time, the cafe was full of people, and all the tables were full. Some people were standing. They just wanted to be out of the rain. There wasn't much room for May to do her work. People were talking and enjoying themselves while the rain fell outside. Then a large young man pushed his way into the cafe. He was wearing a big jacket, and he was very wet. His right hand was under his jacket, and a bag was in his left hand. It was a travel bag, the kind tourists use to put passports and money in. The man looked afraid, and he looked around him all the time. By mistake, he pushed against a table. The man at the table was reading a magazine. "Hey, watch where you're going," said the man with the magazine in an angry voice. But the large young man brought his hand out from under his jacket. He had a dangerous-looking knife in it. He held the knife against the face of the man with the magazine. "You just shut your mouth," he shouted. "See this knife? Don't start anything." As the young man spoke, he turned around with the knife. He was talking to everybody in the cafe now. He sounded afraid. He looked dangerous. People put down their things and looked at him. They were all afraid. The cafe went quiet as the rain fell. "Yes, feet too, just like a wheel," said Caleb in a loud voice. He turned as he spoke, and his foot moved quickly up into the air. His foot hit the big man's hand, and the knife flew up into the air. "Why, you stupid old man!" the young man shouted. Caleb smiled. He remembered his old fighting moves. In a minute, the young man was on the floor. Somebody used a mobile phone to call the police. Soon they arrived and took the young man away in the rain. A few minutes later, the rain stopped. The newspapers were full of the story the next day. Quick Man Tan was once more in the news. The young man was a robber. The bag he had with him was a tourist's. That was why he ran to the cafe. He didn't want the police to find him. But he didn't know about Quick Man Tan, said the young father in the newspaper story. I saw it all with my 2 children. He just moved his foot in the air, and then the knife flew away. He was just like Jackie Chan in the films. The children will never forget this. He was great. There were lots of Hong Bao for Caleb and Mei Mei after that. All of them had money inside. There was a lot of money this time. With the money, Mei Mei found somebody to help with the cafe. Her name was Elizabeth, and she was a cook. Elizabeth and Henry worked very well together. People asked Caleb to teach the lion dance to children. So that's what he did all the time now. He got paid for it too. He didn't work at his cafe anymore. He left that to Henry and Mei Mei. But he was happy. Henry and Elizabeth got married a year later. The famous Quick Man Tan did the lion dance on that day. He wasn't quite so quick now, but nobody minded that. Turn like a wheel, he laughed while he danced with the children. Like a wheel! The Wheel on the Wall.
Well, just take a look at that wheel,
Earl Cooper said to Candy, his wife.
It must be much older than anything we have back home.
When Earl Cooper travelled, he always thought of home. But there weren't many really old buildings in Texas. Now he was in Portsmouth, in the south of England. Portsmouth, Earl knew, was one of the best places to see old ships. Earl liked old things. They were staying at a pub which was very near to the sea. They could see lots of ships from the pub. That's why they liked it. Earl was looking at the wall outside the pub. The pub's name, the Old Swan, was on the wall. Next to the name was a wooden ship's wheel, and in the middle of the wheel was the name of a ship, HMS Swan. The wheel was old, Earl could tell, and it was there, just above his head. The Old Swan was hundreds of years old. Earl knew because it said so on the sign by the wheel. It said that in the past, sailors used the pub before they went to sea. Now the pub sold food and drink to tourists. They watched the ships and listened to the seabirds while they ate their meals. Earl Cooper was 60 years old, and both of his children, Mary Lou and Earl Jr., were parents themselves. Earl didn't work anymore. He had enough money, more than enough. Earl looked at the sign again. It told him how the oldest part of the pub was from 1350. The pub was bigger now, of course, but all of it was old. How can a place be so old? Thought Earl. and it was still being used. "Are you getting ideas again, honey?" asked Candy. They always called each other honey. "You and your ideas? Sometimes you're just like a little boy, you big old thing." Candy liked to say things like that, but she liked him just as he was. Her husband loved finding out about the past. Earl knew all about his family name of Cooper. The family came from Portsmouth. That was why they were on holiday there now. The last Cooper to live in Portsmouth was his great-grandfather, Benjamin Cooper. Benjamin sailed from Portsmouth in 1875 at the age of 19. He wanted to make himself rich in America. He didn't make himself rich, but he had a good life. Benjamin died in Texas when he was 63 years old in 1919. It was just after the end of the First World War. Benjamin was waiting for his son, Ralph, to come back from the war in Europe. Just before Benjamin died, Ralph came back to America. He only had one arm now, but he had a new wife. Ralph was Earl's grandfather. Ralph Cooper always remembered the old things he saw in Europe in the war. He just loved stories about the past. He gave that love of the past to his children and to Earl. Earl was always his favorite grandson. Ralph told Earl lots of stories about old England. Other children heard cowboy stories from their grandfathers. Earl got old England. Earl remembered Ralph. "And here I am," he thought to himself, "standing in front of one of the oldest buildings I've ever seen. Not only that, it's in the very place where my great-grandfather, Benjamin Cooper, came from." Earl knew something else, too. Benjamin Cooper came to America on a sailing ship called the Swan. It was already an old ship in 1875, and Earl thought that there was nothing left of it now. But now he knew there was something left of the old ship. And there it was, the wheel on the wall of the Old Swan pub. Earl knew he wanted the wheel. He wanted to take it home to Texas. It was a part of his family history. It had to be his. Earl and Candy had a good meal that evening, some fine English beer, and then a good night's sleep. When he woke up, Earl knew just what to do. He told Candy all about it while they were eating breakfast. "You know, honey, that ship's wheel is from old Benjamin Cooper's ship. I just know it. That's why I want to take it back home." "I understand, honey," Candy answered with a smile. "But it's part of this pub now." "I know," said Earl with a loud laugh. "But we can buy it. What do you think, Candy?" Earl looked very happy, and everyone in the room heard his laugh. People were looking at him. "But, honey," asked Candy, "what if they don't want to sell? What if they don't want anybody else to have their ship's wheel? After all, they've had it for all these years. It could be very expensive. They don't give things like that away for nothing, you know." "I've thought about that, honey," Earl replied, "and I agree with you. But everything has a price, and I've got the money. Hey, they're a business, aren't they? They understand money all right. You just wait and see." After breakfast, Earl asked to see Tony Thatcher. The Old Swan was Tony's pub. Tony was a small, thin man with a big smile. He wore nice clothes and was always friendly to the people who came to his pub. With rich tourists, he was very friendly. His red Jaguar sports car was usually outside the pub. It was what they call a classic car. It was old and cost a lot of money. Tony Thatcher took Earl to his office while Candy had a coffee outside by the river. Earl said he could give Tony a lot of money for the ship's wheel. He told Tony about Benjamin Cooper and his family history. But Tony said no at first. After all, the wheel was very old, and it was part of the pub's past.
You can think of the past, Mr. Thatcher. Can I call you Tony? Or you can think of today. And with the money, Tony, you can buy another sports car. Maybe another old Jaguar. And as I've told you, the wheel is part of my family's past too. So you could say it's going back home in a way. So, what do you say?
A month later, Earl and Candy were smiling as they looked at the wall of their house in Houston, Texas. Earl thought to himself that at last he had a piece of his family's past. He was happy. In Portsmouth, Tony Thatcher was happy too. He was putting another Jaguar into his large garage. He was careful not to drive into any of the 6 ship's wheels in the garage. A friend of his made the wheels for him. They were just like the one that Earl bought. And there was another wheel on the outside wall of the Old Swan now. Old or new, Tony thought there was no way that a tourist could ever know which was which. Never in 100 years. Special Play. Emilio Lopez was a boy with problems. His family was poor, and they didn't know what to do with him. He was 13 years old, but his parents still couldn't find the right school for him. Not anywhere in Cleveland, Ohio, in the USA. So far, not one of the schools wanted to have Emilio. They just couldn't help a boy with his difficulties. That's what the schools all said. Emilio was not a bad boy. He just got very angry sometimes. He got angry when he didn't understand things. He didn't like things that he couldn't understand. Not understanding something made him afraid, and being afraid made him angry. He was a big boy for his age too. His teachers didn't find it easy to stop him when he got angry. But he wasn't the kind of boy who liked to get into fights. No, he usually broke things or sent furniture flying across the room. But breaking things could be dangerous. He could hurt somebody or himself doing things like that. His parents were very unhappy about their son. They wanted to do the best for him, but they knew that one day he could get into real difficulties. Then a doctor from a university came to see Emilio. He was somebody who knew all about the kind of problems Emilio had. He said Emilio needed special help. The doctor said Emilio needed to go to a special school where there were young people like him. The students lived at the school. His parents were pleased to hear that the school was free. It was also good for them for Emilio to be away from home for a while. His father and mother loved Emilio, but they also had 3 other children to look after. Emilio didn't say a lot, but everybody knew he was intelligent. He found it difficult to make friends or talk to people. He wanted to talk, everybody knew that, but there was something that stopped him. It was like there was a wall there that was too high for him to get over. This wasn't easy for him, and sometimes not being able to say what he meant made him angry. That was the biggest problem. Then there were other times when Emilio couldn't stop talking. But the things he talked about were things few people wanted to know about. When Emilio got interested in something, he talked about nothing else. And Emilio got interested in things like car numbers, or railway trains, or the names of all the players in his favourite baseball team for the last 30 years. This made it difficult for anybody to have a real conversation with Emilio. Most people got very bored after the first half hour, and when people got bored, Emilio got angry. The special school was on the far side of Cleveland. It was a nice place, and the teachers were kind too. They taught all of the usual things at the school, but the classes were a lot smaller. Things didn't look very different to Emilio at first. And at first, he was just the same as ever. After a while, he found he liked maths and science, but his favourite class was drama. The teacher Emilio liked best was Mrs. McPhee, the drama teacher. She was small and round, and she was 63 years old. She had white hair and a big smile. Emilio was tall and thin. He had black hair and a sad look on his face. Emilio was a lot taller than Mrs. McPhee. Teacher and student couldn't be more different to look at, but they liked each other at once. Mrs. McPhee's drama classes let Emilio be himself. He could be angry if he wanted. It was okay. But that didn't happen very often now. Mrs. McPhee made everything into a game they could all play. Everybody knew what to do in her classes. Emilio liked that. He liked things he could easily understand. He also liked the games they played in the drama classes. His favourite game was one Mrs. McPhee called Special Clay. In the school pottery classes, Emilio used real clay to make things. But Mrs. McPhee's special clay was different. "Right," Mrs. McPhee told the students. "Here is some special clay. Why is it so special? I'll tell you why. It's because you can make it into anything you like. It can be big, it can be small. It can be a car, a baseball bat, anything. But most of all, you must see the thing in your head just as if it was in front of you. Then, in a very careful way, you make the thing with your hands. After that, you show us how to use it. Then, once you've finished, you just make the thing small again and put it back into your pocket." But Mrs. McPhee had no clay. There was nothing there. Her hands were empty. But nobody ever said so. It was all real to them at the time. Emilio believed it more than anybody. He was always most careful to make things just right. And when his car or his boat or his guitar was ready, it was just as if it was really there. And not just for Emilio. Everybody else in the class believed it too. Until the game was over. For those few minutes, Emilio couldn't be happier. Things got better for Emilio. Nobody said he could be just like everybody else. But for the first time ever, Emilio felt he could do something with his life. To Emilio and everybody who knew him, that meant a lot. Mrs. McPhee's drama classes also helped Emilio with his anger. Before then, his anger was like a wall in front of his mind. It was a problem he couldn't get over. But now, at last, his anger was a problem he could do something about. Emilio's teachers soon found that he was very good at pottery. He could make things out of clay that were quite beautiful. He made little people and animals that looked just like the real thing. But you always knew they were made by Emilio. There was something about them that you couldn't mistake for anyone else's work. By the time Emilio was nearly 16, he was doing very well at school. He still had problems, but he was much better than before. He was also becoming well known as a good young potter. People already wanted to buy the things he made. He could make quite a lot of money from pottery, everybody was sure. Mrs. McPhee knew Emilio could learn to be a great potter. All he needed was the right teacher. Mrs. McPhee wanted to make sure he got that teacher. She had a friend who was a well-known potter. His name was Grover Jackson, and he had a pottery studio which was next to Lake Erie. Grover was the best potter she knew, and a good teacher. He made the kind of things in clay that Emilio loved. Grover also liked to see good young potters work at his studio. Mrs. McPhee and his parents took Emilio to see Grover. The boy and the potter liked each other right away. Grover said Emilio could be a fine potter. Emilio could work with him. He could learn from him and stay in a room at his studio. He said Emilio could sell anything he made and could make some money. This was good news for Emilio and his parents. Emilio, of course, loved the studio and couldn't wait to start work. But first, he had to go home and get his things ready. Mrs. McPhee had a big green and white car. It was 30 years old, and people often told her to get a new car. But she never did. She liked old things. She said she could take Emilio and his things to Grover's studio in her old car. There was lots of room in it. Emilio's parents liked Mrs. McPhee and were happy for her to help. The day came at last when Emilio was ready to go. He knew how important this day was, not only to himself, but to his family as well. And of course, to his good friend Mrs. McPhee. Thanks to her, he wasn't just another boy with problems. That's what he thought, and he was probably right. Emilio still had some problems, of course. Talking to people still wasn't easy for him, but he could look after himself now. He could cook and clean, and knew how to drive a car. It was still early in the morning when Mrs. McPhee's old green and white car arrived. Emilio and his family were already waiting outside. His family were all feeling both sad and happy at the same time. Emilio felt the same way. He was sad to leave, but happy to go. Emilio put his few things into the car. After saying goodbye to his family, Emilio and Mrs. McPhee were off. The pottery studio was about an hour's drive away from Emilio's home. Everything was fine. Mrs. McPhee was a careful driver, and the day was warm. Soon they could see the blue waters of Lake Erie through the open windows of the car. But after a while, the waters of the lake began to turn grey. The sky became dark. It began to rain. Mrs. McPhee turned her car into the road that led to Grover's studio. She knew they were now only a few kilometers away. The rain didn't stop. It got worse. They closed all the car windows. Soon the heavy rain made it very difficult to see the road. Mrs. McPhee slowed down as she looked for a good place to stop the old car. But the young man in the fast sports car behind her didn't slow down until it was too late. The sports car hit the back of Mrs. McPhee's car. Both cars then came to a stop at the side of the road. Emilio was lucky. His seatbelt kept him safe. He looked at Mrs. McPhee. She was still wearing her seatbelt, but her eyes were closed. Emilio didn't know what to do. At first, he felt angry like he did when he was at school. How could something this bad happen? Why now? But he knew he mustn't get angry. He must do something. But what? He got out of Mrs. McPhee's car and looked at the sports car. He saw that the driver was not much older than him. There was blood on the driver's face, and his eyes were closed. Emilio knew he must get help. Mrs. McPhee didn't have a mobile phone. She didn't like them. Did the young man have a phone with him? He looked. Yes! There was a phone on the floor of the sports car. But it was broken. At first, Emilio thought of waiting for another car to come and stopping it. But the road was quiet, and not many cars used it. It could be a long time before a car came, and he didn't have time. No, he must do something himself. The rain stopped. Emilio thought hard. Perhaps he could drive one of the cars. The sports car was no good, but Mrs. McPhee's car looked okay. Maybe he could take the young man and Mrs. McPhee to the pottery studio in it. Grover Jackson could get help for them then. Emilio looked carefully at Mrs. McPhee's car. One of the back tires was no good. The other tires looked okay. He didn't know how badly hurt the sports car driver and Mrs. McPhee were. He must get them to Grover's studio. But how? He needed one more wheel, but there wasn't one. He felt his anger again. Then Mrs. McPhee's voice spoke to him inside his head. You must see it in your head, just like it was in front of you. Then, in a very careful way, you make it with your hands. Of course! All his anger was gone. He knew what to do. When Grover Jackson saw young Emilio Lopez driving Mrs. McPhee's car up to the pottery studio, he knew something was wrong. He called for help right away. 15 minutes later, Grover and Emilio were talking to two policemen. Mrs. McPhee was getting into an ambulance. The young man from the sports car was all right, thanks to Emilio. The police all said that Emilio was a fine young man. Emilio was trying to tell them what happened. They were asking him a lot of questions. One of the policemen said that you could not drive Mrs. McPhee's car with only 3 wheels. But Grover was sure he saw 4 wheels on the car when it arrived. The policeman said, "I'm sorry, sir, but there are only 3 wheels on the car." But Grover just knew he saw 4 wheels on the car. Yet, when he looked again, he saw only 3 wheels. Why was that? What happened? Could Emilio tell him where the 4th wheel came from? Where was it now? "Hey!" Mrs. McPhee shouted from the ambulance. She was fine, but she wasn't going anywhere without seeing Emilio first. She told the police that the hospital could wait a little longer for her. Emilio wasn't the kind of boy to put his arms around people he liked. He just gave a big smile when he saw her. The smile told Mrs. McPhee all she needed to know. Grover put his arms around her and laughed. Grover told Mrs. McPhee about the 4th wheel. She looked very interested, but said nothing. Then Grover asked Emilio about the wheel. Emilio answered by putting his hand on his pocket. Emilio knew the car needed another wheel. Then he remembered Mrs. McPhee's drama classes. You must see it in your head, just like it was in front of you. Then, in a very careful way, you make it with your hands. All it needed was for him to believe. So he made the wheel. And he did believe in it. And it did work, just like she told him. And when the job was finished, he put it back into his pocket. So Emilio spoke just 2 words to answer Grover. Grover Jackson thought he knew a lot about clay. But he didn't understand the answer Emilio gave. Emilio knew. He and Mrs. McPhee knew. They both laughed as they said the words again together. Special clay. The Trishaw Man. Gregory Lim was only 13 years old, but he was the best student in his class. All his teachers said he was doing very well. Singapore needs young people like him, they said. He'll go far. But Gregory wasn't very good at sport. He wasn't bad, but he wasn't good. It wasn't important, not really. He was intelligent, but he wasn't strong. Gregory's father, Thomas Lim, was strong, very strong, and he loved his son. No father could feel better about his son than Thomas did. He was always thinking about his only child. Thomas drove a trishaw, and he worked for many hours a day. He drove people around on a 3-wheeled trishaw bicycle. The bicycle pulled a seat for 2 people. It had a kind of big umbrella at the back. This went over the seat to keep the sun out of people's eyes. Thomas often had 2 or sometimes 3 people in his trishaw. They sat under the umbrella while he pulled them around in the hot sun. Sometimes taxi drivers got angry with him because the trishaw was slow. The taxi drivers also didn't like Thomas taking business away from them. But that didn't happen so often now. Years ago, people used trishaws a lot. But people these days usually wanted taxis because they were quicker. Trishaws were too slow for most people. Only tourists on holiday used them, and sometimes old people who liked to remember the old days. Thomas often had to work well into the night to make enough money to live on. Gregory's mother, Anita, liked to think of her son as she worked at a fish shop. Every time she cleaned a fish or put a kilo of prawns in a bag, she thought of her only child. She didn't mind all the hard work and the smell of the fish on her skin. It was all done for her son. The money from Anita's job at the fish shop helped to pay for Gregory's school things. Yes, it was a hard life for Thomas and Anita, and everything they did was for their son. Gregory was going to get a good job and look after them when they were old. Gregory went to school by bus. He hated it when other students arrived at school in taxis or cars. The rich students came in their father's new Mercedes or comfortable taxis. He was the best student, but it was the others who had money. That's how Gregory saw it. They were the ones with nice new clothes. They played computer games. They ate hamburgers at expensive fast food restaurants when they wanted to. And everybody knew his parents were poor. That's what Gregory hated most. They all knew his father drove a trishaw. Everybody saw his father pulling tourists around in the hot sun. Could there ever be a worse job than that? Why, driving an old taxi was better than driving a trishaw. Gregory wasn't the only one from a poor family. Many other students also had 2 working parents. But their fathers had better jobs than his father. They didn't work in the hot sun, and they wore nice clothes. They got paid every month. Gregory loved his father. He knew how hard he worked. If only his father had a different job. Gregory was an A student, but his father was a poor trishaw driver. It was all wrong. No, Gregory never forgot what his father did, but he often wanted to. "Ay-ya!" said Thomas to himself as he pulled the trishaw up a hill. There were 2 heavy tourists in the back, and the roads were full today. It was National Day, a holiday in Singapore. It was very busy, and everybody was having a party. People were out in the streets. The red and white colours of Singapore were everywhere. It was a good time for business for Thomas. Cars were slow on the busy roads. This was one of the few times that Thomas's trishaw could be quicker than a car. It was a good time to make money, but it was hard work. After all, he wasn't getting any younger. His 2 tourists wanted to see the famous Raffles Hotel. It was a favourite place for tourists. On that day, there was another visitor to the hotel, a beautiful and very famous film star called Diane Troy. She was making a film in Singapore. Diane was having a day off from filming and wanted to rest. But she had lots of fans who wanted to see her. Everybody knew Diane Troy was staying at Raffles. The street outside the hotel was very busy. People were there for National Day and also to see their favourite film star. There were hundreds of people all around the front of the hotel. They all wanted to see Diane Troy. The fans were happy, but after a time, They felt uncomfortable. The sun was hot, and it wasn't easy for people to move. There were just too many people there. All the taxis coming to the hotel moved slowly because of the crowd. It was still early afternoon. The day was at its hottest. Thomas could get to the hotel quite quickly. He knew his way around Singapore better than almost anybody. He knew all the shortest ways that cars were too big to use. And it was easier for a trishaw to move through lots of people. Cars were much slower. Thomas always called out in a loud voice to let people know he was coming. The trishaw stopped outside Raffles Hotel, and the two tourists got out. They wanted to see Diane Troy too. There were cameras everywhere, and so many people. The two tourists took out their cameras, and Thomas said goodbye. He was about to go when Diane Troy came to the window. Everybody pushed to the front to get a better look. All the people were very close together. Diane Troy smiled and waved to the fans, and they shouted back. Then Thomas saw something at the front of the crowd. A woman was calling loudly for help. But why? Then he saw why. The woman was trying to stop a young girl from falling. It wasn't easy with all those people around them. The girl was about 12 years old. Both the woman and the girl looked like tourists. "My daughter!" the woman shouted. "A hornet stung her. Please help me. She needs a doctor quickly." There were shouts from the people around her. They all knew that hornets in Singapore are very dangerous. Hornets can kill children or old people. Everybody is afraid when they see the big black and yellow insects. But the nearest hospital was far away. The woman couldn't walk through the streets carrying the sick child. Certainly not when the streets were as busy as this. A taxi was too slow in these crowds. But Thomas knew what to do. Gregory Lim felt very pleased. He was looking at a page from the Straits Times, Singapore's biggest newspaper. Lots of students were looking at it. The page was up on the school wall. Tourist stung by hornet. Film star says thank you to trishaw driver. Thomas Lim, a Singapore trishaw driver, took a very sick Australian girl to hospital yesterday. A hornet stung the girl, 12-year-old Tracy Kinsella from Melbourne, on the arm outside Raffles Hotel. "I was so afraid for Tracy," her mother, Mrs. Lauren Kinsella, said. "Insect stings make her very ill. She had to see a doctor at once." Police officer Melvin Yip, who was at the hotel, told this newspaper what happened. "The crowds of people made things worse for Miss Kinsella. The girl needed help quickly. A taxi couldn't get through the crowded streets in time. It certainly was quick thinking from Mr. Lim. With his trishaw, he was much faster than any car. Yes, Miss Kinsella is well now because of Mr. Lim. I'm sure of that." Miss Diane Troy, the famous film star, saw what happened. "I saw it all from my hotel window," Miss Troy told this newspaper. "I was saying hello to my lovely Singapore fans at the time. Then I saw that poor girl. She looked very sick, but Mr. Lim was so good. He knew just what to do and got that poor girl to a doctor in time." Gregory smiled as the students read the newspaper story on the wall. That was his father they were reading about. his father, the Trishaw driver. Beautiful thing. Beautiful. Very, very beautiful. Where did you find it? The professor asked. Well, I said, I didn't really find it. It found me. Professor Selkirk looked very happy, and I was feeling happy myself. I've been at university for 2 years now, I thought, and this is the first time he has said something nice to me. Okay, I know all the other students have found interesting things, but not me. I never found anything, not until now. Now I was, at last, someone he was interested in. The professor smiled at me. He had quite a nice face, really. Old but kind. You have to be a real archaeologist to find something like this, Polly, the professor said. Polly? He usually calls me Miss Hopkins. He must really like what I've found, I thought to myself. Yes, he went on. A real archaeologist sees right away what something is. That's what we're here for. We're here to study things from the past, things we find in the earth. We can learn important things if we know how to look. So, how did this beautiful thing find you? I looked again at the beautiful thing he had in his hands. It was round and as big as my hand. It looked like a little wheel from something. A thin silver-coloured wheel. It was dirty, but you could still see its lovely silver colour, like a CD. But there were lines on it. Was it writing of some sort? Maybe. It was strange, I said. I mean, I wasn't looking for anything unusual. Then, all at once, it was there at my feet. I know that sounds stupid, but that's how it happened, really. That's okay, Polly. We archaeologists know what that means, don't we? The professor said. My face told him that I didn't know. It's what we call the nose, he laughed. The nose is the feeling you get when you know something is important. It doesn't look important at first, but it is. That's when you really know archaeology, when you can do that. It's really wonderful. It was nice that the professor thought I had the nose, but I knew I didn't. No, the silver disc really did come from nowhere. It was just like it decided to find me. But I couldn't say that to the professor now. Not when he just said I had the nose. So, what do you think it is, Professor Selkirk? I asked. You know, Polly, he replied with a smile, I have no idea. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. I mean, I always thought the professor knew everything. Why didn't he say it was Roman or something? After all, he's the professor of archaeology here, not me. Is it Roman or something? I asked. I was trying to help. Well, Polly, I've never seen anything like it before. I think I'll have to ask some people to take a look at it. You know, this really is very, very beautiful. So, no Romans then. What about the lines on it? I asked. Is it some kind of writing? Maybe, he said.
I'm afraid I just don't know. All I know is that it's old. It has to be.
How do you know it's old? I asked again. It was unusual for me to ask so many questions. Maybe it's some kind of CD or something.
Then they were making CDs about 2,000 years ago, he answered in a quiet voice. You see the earth around it, Polly? Look at the colour. This disc hasn't seen the light of day for hundreds, thousands of years. Anybody can see that. This thing is older than it looks. And anyway, there's no hole in the centre. And CDs all have a hole in the centre, don't they? The professor asked some people to come to the university and look at the disc. They were at the university for a week. I don't know what they did to the disc, but it wasn't long before they asked me to speak to them. They wanted to ask me lots of questions. I was, after all, the person who found the disc. Professor Selkirk was in his office with two people, a man and a woman. They were older than the professor and looked important.
Dr. Janet Collins and Dr. Danny Fellows are old friends of mine, the professor said. They know more about the archaeology of early Britain than anybody in the world. They want to ask you a few questions, Polly. Is that okay? They asked questions all right. They asked questions all afternoon. And not only about the disc. 3 hours of questioning later, they knew more about me than I did. They were very nice about it, and they never made me feel uncomfortable. But by the time they finished, my life was like an open book to them. Were they really just archaeologists? Do you mind if we take some DNA from the inside of your mouth? Asked Dr. Collins in a friendly voice. It won't hurt. DNA? It's everywhere in our bodies. It's what makes each of us different. They can find DNA in just one hair, and everybody has different DNA. Of course not, I said. I was sure there were things that they weren't telling me. Still, I did as they asked. Why not? It's okay, Polly, said Professor Selkirk. They asked for my DNA too. They want DNA from all the people who have had the disc in their hands. So where is the disc? I asked. I'd like to see it again. Oh, you will, Polly, said the professor. But we want to look at it for a little longer first. How long? Just a day or two. No time at all, Dr. Fellows replied with a smile. Then we'll talk again. I just couldn't sleep. All I could do was think about the disc. What was it? Why did it mean so much to me? I knew it was unusual for a student to find something important. But there was more to it than that. I knew that, in some way, the disc wanted me, like it was calling out to me. I know it sounds stupid. After all, how can something thousands of years old speak to you? I didn't do much studying. I tried, but I couldn't do it. All I thought about was the disc, about how beautiful and strange it was. I didn't really think it was Roman. I didn't think that anybody knew anything about it. That's why the professor's friends asked me so many questions, because they didn't know much themselves. I was sure of that. 3 days later, I was having breakfast in the university cafe as usual. It was only 8:30 in the morning. There were still 30 minutes to go before my first class. It was about Roman buildings. I usually have breakfast with other students and talk to them. Today, I chose to eat alone and read a book about the Romans. I was just getting to one of the more interesting bits when there was a hand on my shoulder. At first, I thought it was one of my friends. "Sorry, can't talk, I'm reading," I said, not looking up from my book.
"It's nice to see you working so hard, Miss Hopkins,"
said a voice I knew. But it wasn't another student. It was Dr. Fellows. Dr. Collins was with him. They both laughed.
"But today you can stop for a little," said Dr. Collins.
"We have some important things to talk about. But not here. Let's go to the professor's office." Professor Selkirk's office wasn't very big, and it looked a little strange. It was quite a new office with computers and other new things. But everywhere you looked, there were things from the past next to them. And there was the professor sitting at his desk. The disk was on the desk in front of him. He smiled, but the look in his eyes told me he had something important to say. I felt hot in that small room with 3 other people.
"Polly, please sit down."
We all sat down. Me in front of the professor's desk and the others behind it. I felt like a little girl at school again. I waited for somebody to speak.
"You said the disc looked like a CD," the professor began. "Dr. Collins thinks that perhaps you are right, Polly."
I didn't say anything, but my mouth opened. I closed it quickly. "You see," Dr. Collins said, "we didn't understand what the lines on the disc were at first. We looked at the disc in all kinds of ways. We looked at the earth from the disc, but we found nothing.
Then last night, the disc was on a desk next to a computer," said Dr. Fellows. "When we turned the computer on, something very strange happened. The lines on the disc changed. We all saw it. It was almost like the disc knew about computers, like it wanted to speak to us."
"So, what did the disc say?" I asked.
"See for yourself," replied the professor.
He gave me the disc, and I looked at it carefully. The lines were now a picture of something. I knew what it was. I remembered it from school. It was a picture of DNA.
"I can see you know what it is," Dr. Fellows smiled. "But this DNA, the one in the picture, is rather different. It isn't from the professor or from us. It isn't from anybody else at the university. Except you. You see, Polly, this is a picture of your DNA."
"And what's more," Dr. Collins began, but the professor spoke before Dr. Collins could finish.
"Perhaps this isn't the right time. Polly has heard enough for now, don't you think?"
"No, Professor. We have to tell her," Dr. Collins answered. "And now is a good time to do it." I didn't like the sound of this. "Tell me what?" Dr. Fellows spoke now.
"You see, Polly, the DNA in the picture is yours. There's no mistake about that. But there's something else."
"And what's that?" I asked.
"The DNA in the picture, your DNA, isn't from a person. It's different,"
Dr. Fellows said slowly.
"It looks like a person's DNA, but it isn't. We haven't ever seen anything like it before.
Not anywhere on Earth.
What are you saying?
I shouted.
My family are from London. Now you tell me that we're from Mars or something? Don't be stupid.
We're not saying anything more for now, said Dr. Collins. Maybe the disc changed your DNA. Maybe not. We don't know. But we need you to stay with us. That's the only way we'll find an answer.
Stay with you? I asked. What do you mean? Where? For how long? I mean, I have work to do.
It's all right, Polly, said the professor. I've already spoken to the university. You can have all the time you need. They understand.
Do they?
I answered. I was feeling rather angry with them.
I'm not sure I do. Are you saying I can't go home until you find answers to all this? Do I have to stay here until you can read an old CD?
Of course, I didn't really think of the disc like that. But I like going home to my flat, and I like going out with my friends. I don't like being told what to do or where to go. Who were they to stop me from doing these things? That's just what we are saying, said Dr. Collins. I didn't like the way she said it. Her voice wasn't so friendly anymore. And the disc is something we don't understand yet. It could be something we've never seen before.
It's not my problem,
I shouted as I got up from my chair.
I'm me, a student. I'm not from Mars. I'm going home now and nobody is going to stop me.
And nobody tried to stop me. Not until I opened the door and found two large men there.
Excuse me,
I said. I tried to get past them. It was like trying to walk through a wall. I looked back at the professor. His face looked sad. Perhaps he couldn't do anything about any of this. I didn't know.
So, you really do mean it?
I asked, looking at the two doctors. They said nothing.
You know, I don't think you two are just archaeologists. You're not, are you?
We are, said Dr. Fellows. But we do other important things too. Now I think it's best if you come along with us. I'm not usually the kind of person who gets angry easily. But this time, I couldn't stop myself. I went over to the table and took the disc in my hands. I did it before anybody had time to stop me.
It's all because of this little thing, I told them, so I'm taking it.
They all stood up. They all told me to be careful, that there was no need to be angry. I wasn't listening to them.
I'm going to walk out of that door. Try to stop me and I'll break this stupid disc in two.
I didn't really know how to break it, but they didn't want me to try. The two large men at the door also looked very uncomfortable. Then the strangest thing happened. The disc in my hand sent out strong light, like a little sun. I couldn't look at it, but it wasn't hot. I closed my eyes. A second later, I opened my eyes again and looked at my hand. My hand was empty. The disc was gone. The next week, they let me go back to my studies. The strange thing was, they couldn't find anything different about my DNA anymore. They couldn't understand it. They looked at my DNA many more times, but now there was nothing unusual about it. After a while, they said it was all a mistake. Anyway, they let me get back to my flat and my friends.
And the disc? They said it wasn't really old or unusual after all. Really, the disc was nothing more than a CD. It was a mistake, and they were sorry. But it was best for me not to tell anyone at all. Didn't I think that was best? Maybe I did. I never said anything about the disc to Professor Selkirk again. I didn't really know what to say to him. But I knew the disc was real. Was it from some other world? Was another world trying to say something to us? I was sure of it. Maybe the disc saw how angry I was. Perhaps it knew this was not the right time to talk to us. Yes, there was a mistake. But was it our mistake or not? You tell me.
Here's the beginning of another book at this level. Jojo's Story by Antoinette Moses.
Chapter 1. Only Me, Jojo. It's dark again. So it's evening. It's the third evening. No, I'm wrong. It's the fourth evening. It's Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Yes, it's Thursday. Why do I count the days? Why do I say it's Thursday? There aren't any more days. There's just time. Time when it's dark, and time when it's light. Everything is dead. So why not days too? Yes. No more days. No more Thursdays. There's only now. And there's only me. Why? Why aren't I dead too? That's a stupid question, Jojo, I say to myself. You know why you aren't dead. You aren't dead because you weren't in the house. You were in the fields when the men came. But that's not my question. I want to know why I was in the fields. Why wasn't I in the house with my family? There are no answers to questions like that, Jojo, I tell myself. I have to talk to myself because there isn't anyone else. I think there are mice here. I can hear them at night. You can't talk to mice. But there aren't any other people. There's only me, Jojo.
The Fruitcake Special. I never thought I would discover something quite so amazing by accident. I was a chemist at the Amos Cosmetics Factory in New Jersey, USA, trying to design a new perfume when it happened. I was trying out all the usual mix of flowers and things, just like I always did, when I decided to throw in a piece of the fruitcake Mama had packed for my lunch. I don't know why I did it. I just did. I put it into the mix with all the other things. Before long, I had a little bottle of perfume made from the things I had mixed together. I put some on the back of my hand. I thought it smelled nice, but there was nothing special about it, So I put the bottle into my handbag. I couldn't give something like that to my boss. After all, I am a chemist, and my job is to make perfumes in a proper way. If I told him how I made this one, he would tell me not to be a silly girl. Later, he would probably make a joke about it to his friends at the golf club. That's the kind of man my boss was.
Anna!
It was my boss, David Amos, the owner of Amos Cosmetics. He happened to be walking past where I worked. He never usually spoke to people like me. What did he want? I felt nervous. "Yes, Mr. Amos?" I said.
You're looking terrific today.
What's that lovely smell?
It's like fresh bread and flowers and sunshine all mixed together with, I don't know. Is it you, Anna?
I didn't know what he was talking about. I couldn't smell anything special. Mr. Amos had an expert nose for perfumes, and he knew it.
Yes, it is you,
he said loudly. All the other chemists nearby could hear. It was embarrassing. I had never heard my boss speak to me like that before, or to anybody else, come to think of it. David Amos is a dark, handsome English guy who would never dream of saying nice things to ordinary-looking girls like me. He preferred to be with pretty young models who liked his appearance and his money. When he did speak to the chemists, he was usually complaining about something. Was he playing some kind of joke today? Suddenly, he came over right next to me. He spoke in a quiet voice close to my ear. "You know, Anna, I've never really noticed it before. I can't think why, but you really are a beautiful woman." Mr. Amos, I tried to answer, but I didn't know what to say.
No, it's true, Anna,
he said.
I must see you outside this dull factory. Will you have dinner with me tonight?
Well, I was still too surprised to speak properly.
That's great. I'll pick you up at your place tonight at 8. See you then,
he said. He was gone before I could say anything. As I went home on the bus, I thought of the strange situation I was in. My boss, who was famous for going out with beautiful women, had told me I was beautiful and had asked me out. But I know I am just ordinary-looking and not his usual type at all. When I got home, my mama was in the sitting room talking to my Aunt Mimi. Aunt Mimi. I like my Aunt Mimi, but she simply can't mind her own business. She has wanted me to find a husband for ages. She didn't like the thought of me being single and having a career. She thought it wasn't natural for a 27-year-old woman like me not to be married. Aunt Mimi thought that the least she could do for me was to find me a husband. I was used to this by now, but it was still embarrassing. "Aunt Mimi, how nice to see you," I said. Aunt Mimi looked at me and smiled. "Anna, my little girl. Oh, but look at you. You're not a little girl anymore. You're a 23-year-old woman already. How time flies." "Actually, I'm 27, Aunt Mimi," I said. She always got my age wrong. "Oh, so soon? And you're not married yet? Oh, your mother was married when she was 18. 18!
And you were born when she was 19. Aunt Mimi looked sad as she said this. She decided to say what she thought at once, as she always did. So when are you going to bring a nice boy home? She asked, looking me right in the eye. There was that boy, Armstrong, you saw 2 years ago. He was nice, said Mama, trying to help me. Mama, Armstrong was the pizza delivery man, I tried to explain, but Mama never did listen. Armstrong was here a few times. I liked him, said Mama. Mama, I said, that was when the cooker broke down, remember? We ate pizzas for almost a week until it was fixed. Armstrong just delivered the pizzas. I don't care, said Mama. I liked him. He had nice eyes. Aunt Mimi raised her eyes in surprise. You mean to say you let this Armstrong boy go? Said Aunt Mimi. But he was only the pizza delivery man, I said weakly. Then he was. By now he probably owns the company, said Aunt Mimi. And you let him go. Anna! It was no use arguing. I knew they were not going to listen to me. So I changed the subject. That fruitcake was nice, Mama, I said. Aunt Mimi brought it, said Mama. But don't change the subject. Your aunt has something to say to you. Oh, no. She's trying to find a husband for me again. Aunt Mimi began. I've found the perfect boy for you, Anna. Well, he's not exactly young, but neither are you anymore. And he's still got his own hair. I decided I had to put a stop to this. I didn't want to meet Aunt Mimi's boy, even if he did have his own hair. Thanks, Aunt Mimi, I said, but I'm already seeing someone tonight. I hadn't meant to tell them, but I had to do something to stop Aunt Mimi. It certainly surprised them. They both looked at me, with their eyes and mouths wide open, like a couple of fish. Yes, I went on. I'm going out with my boss, Mr. Amos. He's picking me up at 8. That certainly surprised them. Mama and Aunt Mimi were very pleased, of course. They went off together to plan the wedding and left me to get ready for the man they hoped would be my future husband. I was beginning to wish I hadn't told them. After all, I had no idea why my boss had behaved towards me in that way. He had never even noticed me before now. However, he had noticed the perfume I had been wearing. Lately, I had been wearing a perfume called Intrigue. It was made by another company, and I actually preferred it to the perfumes we made. Mr. Amos did have a very good nose for perfumes. Perhaps Intrigue was so good he just couldn't stop himself. Who knows? Anyway, I had to get ready for my evening out. Although I couldn't explain why Mr. Amos had suddenly found me attractive, I really wanted to find out. In my own way, I'm as bad as my Aunt Mimi, I guess. The funny thing was, I don't really like men like Mr. Amos, but I wanted to find out why he had changed. So I put on my best black dress, lots and lots of intrigue, and my one pair of high-heeled shoes. The handbag I use for work is the only one I've got because I don't go out that often. I took it. Then I heard the doorbell ring.
Mama and Aunt Mimi were at the front door before I could move. They wanted to see my date. Both of them were trying to get me to hurry up. They had big smiles on their faces. I opened the door. "Hello, Anna." It was Mr. Amos. He looked very handsome. However, he was quieter than before and was looking down at the floor. I could hear Mama and Aunt Mimi behind me. I could tell they liked him. It was embarrassing. "Hello, Mr. Amos," I said. I was expecting him to say something friendly like, "Call me David," or something, but he didn't. I managed to get him away from my Mama and Aunt Mimi without too much trouble. I guess they thought we should be alone together if they had any hope of hearing wedding bells in the future. He hardly said anything in his car, either, apart from polite conversation about how nice I looked. I could tell he didn't mean it. Men have a way of calling you nice when they really mean they don't care how you look. Anyway, he drove me to an expensive French restaurant where we spent some time having drinks and ordering food. All the conversation was of the polite kind, but I could tell he was getting ready to say something. Then he turned to me with a serious look on his face and spoke. "Look, Anna," he began. I knew it. He'd changed his mind and was trying to think of some excuse to get out of our evening together. "About today, at the factory," he continued. "I don't know why I behaved like that." "I thought it was because you found me attractive, Mr. Amos, and because you liked my perfume," I said, wondering why the intrigue I was wearing didn't seem to be having any effect on him. But it was obvious he hadn't been listening to me. "You see, Anna," he said, "if we can see this as what, Mr. Amos?" I asked. He suddenly put on a smile. "As a reward for all your hard work at the factory. After all, you are one of our best chemists. It's the least I can do to show how much I value your efforts. Have this meal on me. I'll pay for it." If the meal had been there, it would really have been on him. I would have thrown it at him. So, he had changed his mind, and now wanted to get rid of me. I didn't believe for one moment that this meal was a prize for being a good little chemist. I needed to be on my own to think what to do. "Excuse me for a moment, Mr. Amos," I said, getting up from my seat. "Of course," he answered, looking less nervous than before. I went to the ladies' room. I felt like breaking the furniture or something. I was annoyed. I had my pride after all. And why hadn't my intrigue worked? Perhaps I hadn't put enough on, even for his expert nose. I decided to put a lot more on. Perhaps that would work. I looked in my handbag. It wasn't there. All that I could find was that bottle with the fruitcake in it that I had made at the factory. I didn't care. I put it on. I used up half of the bottle. Then I went outside again. As I was walking back to the table, I almost ran into the waiter who had served us. He stopped and looked at me with a stupid look on his face. Then he remembered he had a job to do, walked on, and knocked down a table with some cakes on it. When I finally reached the table, Mr. Amos was looking embarrassed, as if he didn't want to be seen with me. I could see he was trying to hide it, but he couldn't. Suddenly, a strange thing happened. He opened his mouth as if he was going to speak, then stopped. He had smelled the perfume, the Fruitcake Special, that I was wearing, and the change that came over him was immediate. His look of embarrassment just disappeared. Instead, he looked like a dog who had just found a bone. His eyes shone, and he smiled until I thought his face would break in two. He stood up. "At last you're back. I missed you, Anna," he said. "I've been in a terrible dream, and I've just woken up." "A dream, Mr. Amos?" I asked. I didn't understand what he was talking about. "Call me David, darling," he said. Darling? What did he mean? What was happening? "Yes," he continued. "I dreamt that I was being awful to you, treating you as if you were just someone who worked for me. The truth is that you mean so much more than that to me." I wondered what he meant. Was he going to raise my pay? He went on. "You must realize that I'm crazy about you, darling." He was calling me darling again. He was being serious. I have to say that at this point, I was feeling very confused. 5 minutes ago, my boss didn't want to be seen with me. Now he was saying he was crazy about me. What could be making him behave like this? Then, all at once, I realized. It was the Fruitcake Special. Intrigue might smell great, but it didn't make a girl attractive to men. But my fruitcake perfume did. "I feel my heart growing with love for you, Anna," said Mr. Amos. He was looking at my body through the black dress. Just then, a waitress came to the table. She told me that I had a telephone call and asked me to answer it in the lounge. I wondered what it was about. "Excuse me, David. I won't be long," I said. "A minute is a long time when you're gone, Anna," he said. His words were like conversation from a bad movie, but I kept quiet about it. He was my boss, after all, even if he had gone crazy. When I got to the lounge, I took the phone. I noticed someone waving their arms at me from another phone across the large room. I could see it was that waiter again. There were bits of cake all over his trousers. Now what could he want? I soon found out. "Miss?" His voice was excited at the other end of the line. "I know I am only a poor waiter, but love makes me brave." Why did everybody sound like bad movies tonight? "When I saw you just now," said the waiter, "I couldn't stop myself from falling in love with you. You are so beautiful. Please tell me you will see me. I know I can offer you more than that rich fool you're sitting with. I may not have his money or his looks, but I love you far more than he ever could. Please be mine." "Wait a minute, Romeo," I said. "Why don't you just calm down and serve the lobster like a good little waiter?" It was the perfume, my Fruitcake Special again. The waiter had a good smell of it when he had passed by earlier, and now he thought he was in love with me, the poor man. It wasn't his fault. I told him that if he loved me, he would not talk loudly about it. "Of course, my love, I will not embarrass you, darling," the waiter said. So far, I'd had 2 men call me darling in one evening. Aunt Mimi would be pleased. But if the perfume had worked in that way on the waiter, I had better take care not to pass by any other males too closely. I could end up with a group of men following me home, all saying they loved me. And wouldn't that be awful? Well, wouldn't it? Well, maybe not, but it wouldn't be easy to explain to Mama, and I wouldn't even mention it to Aunt Mimi. Thank goodness the place was quiet that night. I walked back to the table, trying my best to keep away from other men who were in the restaurant. I was lucky. It seemed that they would have to get close to the perfume to get the effects. When I got back to the table, I saw that David had been joined by Sabina, a beautiful young model who was his latest girlfriend. Their pictures had been in all the papers recently. "So, you're Anna. I haven't seen you before, Anna." Sabina said my name as if it were a dirty word. "Don't you work for David, making perfume or something? Ha! Terribly exciting." She held out her hand to me as if I were expected to kiss it. I didn't.
Sabina," said David, "Anna is the woman I love."
I could hardly believe my ears. David Amos was telling me he loved me right under the nose of his beautiful girlfriend Sabina. All because of my fruitcake. I had to say something. This was getting to be silly. "David, I really think—" I began. But at that moment, our waiter made another appearance. He was playing a guitar and singing O Sole Mio to me at the top of his voice. Well, he did say he wouldn't talk loudly. I didn't say anything about singing loudly. I must remember next time. As for Sabina, she didn't know whether to laugh or cry at the sight of 2 men both saying how much they loved me at the same time, and while she was there. So she hit David in the face. The waiter sang even louder than before. David hit him on the chin. As I moved away from the table, a fight developed between Sabina, David, the singing waiter, and several more waiters who were trying to calm things down. Soon the place was a loud, confused mess of cake, pieces of lobster, pools of wine, and bits of broken guitar. Time to go, I thought. I ran downstairs and caught a taxi home. Thank goodness the taxi driver was a woman. When I got home, Aunt Mimi had gone, and Mama was asleep. She never could stay awake when she was excited. I had some quiet moments to think about what had happened. Why had my perfume had such an effect on men who would not normally take any notice of me? Nothing had been put in that was any different. Nothing, that is, except Aunt Mimi's fruitcake. What a fruitcake! Then I had a thought. What if I, as a chemist, could find out what it was in that fruitcake that caused men to go mad with love? People would pay a lot to know a thing like that. I could make a lot of money. There was no reason, come to think of it, why I should let Amos Cosmetics know about it. After all, it wasn't their fruitcake. But I couldn't do a thing unless I knew what was in the cake, and only Aunt Mimi knew that. I decided to miss work the next day. I would say I had a cold or something. I also wanted to avoid David Amos, who might still be affected by the Fruitcake Special or the fight that had followed. Aunt Mimi lived in a nice little apartment on the other side of town. I had gone out before Mama got up. I didn't want to be questioned about my new young man. It took an hour to get there on the bus. When at last I arrived, Aunt Mimi gave me a warm welcome. Soon we were sitting in her kitchen, talking about this and that. We both knew what Aunt Mimi was going to ask me about in the end, so neither of us minded talking about other things first. Aunt Mimi was good company when she wasn't talking about husbands. I mentioned the fruitcake. "Anna," said Aunt Mimi, "I've known you since you were born, and you've never baked a cake in your life. Now you want to know how to bake a fruitcake. What's going on?" "Nothing, Aunt Mimi. I just thought the cake was delicious and wondered if I could bake one too. There's no harm in that, is there?" Of course I was lying. We both knew it. "So," Aunt Mimi said, "this new man of yours, he wants you to bake him a cake. Who does he think you are, his mother? Just what were you two doing last night? Having a cookery class?" "Oh, please, Aunt Mimi," I begged. "I really need to know. I promise that as soon as you tell me, I'll tell you everything about last night." Aunt Mimi was interested. "Everything?" "Everything," I said. "No secrets." Aunt Mimi smiled. "Well, my dear, I hate to tell you this, but I didn't make the cake. I bought it." "You bought it?" I said, unable to hide the surprise in my voice. "Where did you buy it?" "From a little place in the market. The open-air one that takes place twice a week in the park. There's an old lady there who said she used to bake them for her husbands. She had 7 of them, would you believe? And they all ate her fruitcakes." Somehow I wasn't surprised that she had had 7 husbands. Not with those fruitcakes. "Did she say what she put in them?" I asked hopefully. "Only that she put in a special something that she grew herself," said Aunt Mimi. "She wouldn't say what. She told me that she only baked that kind of cake a few times. As a matter of fact, she knew that I was thinking about finding a husband for you. I don't know how she knew, but she did. Anyway, this woman who made the cake told me to give it to you, and your problems would be over. I didn't believe what she said, but I used to buy the fruitcakes because they were delicious." I noticed that Aunt Mimi was talking about this old lady as if she wasn't around anymore. I feared the worst. Was she dead? "Can we see this old lady to ask her about it?" I asked. Aunt Mimi looked at me sadly. "I'm afraid she died last week. I went to her funeral. They say she was over 100 years old. There were a lot of strangers there, not from around here, all speaking in some kind of strange way. They seemed to think she was important, though nobody ever took much notice of her around here." "Except you, Aunt Mimi," I said. Aunt Mimi smiled. "Well, you know how I can't mind my own business." I knew. "Speaking of which," she said, moving closer to me, "it's your turn." My turn? I asked. To tell me everything that happened last night, she said. And so I did. Everything, just as I had promised. I don't know whether Aunt Mimi believed me or not, but if she didn't, she never let it show. She's not a bad old lady, my Aunt Mimi. Not when you get to know her. In the end, I had 2 days off work. I said I'd been sick, and in a way I was. I wouldn't feel well until I knew the truth about the fruitcake. I knew that there was little chance of discovering what actually went into it. I would have to work it out from the small amount I had left in the bottle. I had used up more than I thought the other night. But I was not sure that I wanted to make my fortune from the old woman's secret. Perhaps it was only right that the secret should lie buried with her. Then again, perhaps not. Mama seemed satisfied with my explanation that things had just not worked out between me and Mr. Amos, although she thought it a wasted opportunity. She wanted me to have a rich husband. Still, happiness is what really counts, she said, with a note of sadness in her voice. When I finally got back to the factory, there was a message left on my desk. Could I see Mr. Amos as soon as I got in? As I walked towards David Amos's office, I felt like a schoolgirl who had to go to see the head teacher. I was sure that the Fruitcake Special would not still be working by now. After all, he had not seen me for a few days. I knocked on his door. Mr. Amos was sitting behind his big desk with a large black eye. Standing next to him, smiling and wearing dark glasses and a hat, was Sabina. She had her arm around his shoulders. "I hope you are well now, Anna," said Mr. Amos. "Yes, thank you, Mr. Amos," I said. I thought calling him David might not be the best thing to do at this point. I could see Sabina wasn't pleased to see me. "I hope you are well yourself," I added quickly.
My eye hurts a bit. Your waiter could hit hard," he said with a little smile.
So could Sabina, I thought, as I remembered how she had hit him, but I said nothing.
"Anyway," Mr. Amos said, "I managed to calm them down so that there was no more trouble and the police were not called. Your waiter had been partly to blame, too, so they accepted my apologies. At a price, of course. At least the name of Amos Cosmetics didn't appear in the newspapers. And as for that other matter of my strange behavior towards you, I can't explain what affected me. I mean, a man like myself and a woman like... He looked toward Sabina. Sabina finished it off for him.
"He means that a rich and handsome man like him could not possibly fall in love with a nobody like you when he has a beautiful girl like me. Isn't that right, David?"
"You express it so well, darling," he said.
Sabina continued.
"So, David wants you to accept a bit of money to make up for any disappointments you may have had. Then you can go back to making perfumes at the factory again. Right, David?"
"Absolutely, darling,"
said Mr. Amos, before turning to me again.
"Well, Anna, I hope that has helped to, clear things up a little. I'm sorry there had to be this, confusion. I hope this has sorted things out between us."
I stood watching Sabina smile as she put her fingers down his collar. "Well, Mr. David Amos," I said, "perhaps you can use your famous expert nose to sort this out, too." I had reached into my handbag for something to throw when I saw Sabina laughing. I took the top off the first thing I found and threw everything that was in the bottle all over the front of Sabina's dress. "Take that, and him too, you horrible little woman!" I shouted. When I looked at my hand, it was holding the now empty bottle of Fruitcake Special. The room was already beginning to fill with its smell. I got out before Mr. Amos lost control of himself again, out of the office and out of my career at Amos Cosmetics. Sabina, of course, would now enjoy all the extra attention she would get from strange men, thanks to the Fruitcake Special. I'm not sure that Mr. David Amos would enjoy the competition, though. It happened some time later, shortly after I had begun to work at the factory where they made intrigue. I was trying to make a fruitcake. I mean, you never know. When Mama and I heard a knock at the door. "Mama," I said, "if it's Aunt Mimi with news of another perfect boy for me, tell her I'm not interested." "It's not Aunt Mimi, dear," said Mama. "Who is it?" I asked. "I think you'd better come see for yourself," Mama said. I went to the front door. It was Armstrong, the pizza delivery man. He was holding up a pizza box which had Armstrong's Peachy Pizzas in big letters on the front. Armstrong now owned the pizza company. He explained that he'd fallen in love with me when he first delivered pizza to us, but he wanted to be a success before asking me out. He said I deserved no less. Then he gave me some flowers. I never really noticed before, but Armstrong is quite good-looking. A bit short, maybe, a little thin on top, but nobody's perfect. "Mama, get the man a drink," I said, enjoying his smile. And the smell of fruitcake went past us and out the door.
The Real Aunt Molly. My Aunt Molly is the kindest, sweetest person on earth. She may not be the cleverest woman in the world, but I love her a lot. However, a strange thing happened to Aunt Molly, and now we don't know what to do. It all started when her husband, Uncle Dalton, died. Well, I called him Uncle Dalton, but she always called him Dally. He was my mother's only brother. Aunt Molly really loved him. We all knew that. Life had been quite difficult for Aunt Molly when she was a child. She was poor, and her parents had died early on. She was left to look after herself. She'd never learned to read properly, and left school at an early age. But she was always cheerful and honest, and never complained about the hard work she did to earn her living. She worked as a cleaner, wherever there was work to do. She liked cleaning because she didn't have to make any difficult decisions. Aunt Molly didn't like making decisions. Perhaps she wasn't used to it. I don't know. But everybody liked her, and she was never out of work. She met Uncle Dalton when she was working as a cleaner at the bus station. He was a bus driver, and it was when he had just finished for the day that he first saw her, cleaning the station office. He fell in love with her as soon as he saw her. It was the same for Aunt Molly. As soon as their eyes met, it was love for both of them. He soon grew to love her gentleness, and she loved his kind heart and willingness to make decisions. They got married 2 weeks later. A year after that, she gave birth to twin boys. They were my cousins, and their names were Winston and Clement. I was born in the same year, 2 months later. I was called Rufus. I still am. Anyway, Uncle Dalton got a better job at the bus station soon afterwards, and they bought a house near us. Aunt Molly and Uncle Dalton had a happy marriage. Uncle Dalton earned the money, and Aunt Molly cooked, cleaned, and made the house a wonderful home for her dear Dally and the boys. It wouldn't be quite right to say that Aunt Molly actually ran the house. In fact, all the big decisions were left to Uncle Dalton. But she made sure that everything went smoothly. Everybody was happy. I was happy too, because I liked to play with my cousins. I also looked forward to the delicious homemade biscuits Aunt Molly always gave me. My cousins and I were 5 years old when Uncle Dalton was run over by a bus at the station. It was an accident. Uncle Dalton didn't know what hit him, and he was killed immediately. Well, I suppose he guessed it was a bus, but I don't think he had much time to think it over, if you see what I mean. Anyway, he was dead. In a way, once Uncle Dalton had died, I think a part of Aunt Molly died too. She was still a hard worker and remained a good mother to Winston and Clement. Indeed, the routine of running the house was something she no longer needed any help with. My parents and Uncle Dalton's parents, my grandparents, all helped Aunt Molly with the decision-making. But the cheerfulness that we'd come to expect from her had gone. It was as if all her cheerfulness had died with Uncle Dalton, her dear Dally. She got some money from the bus company because Uncle Dalton had been killed at work. At least she didn't have to leave the twins in order to earn money. Life continued. The twins grew into fine boys, but by the time they were 14, they wanted to see a bit more of the world outside their comfortable home. Both of them were bright and interested in the world outside, especially Winston. They were beginning to get bored with life at home, with all its safe routines. That's where the trouble really began. Aunt Molly had not really changed since their father's death. She hadn't even learned to read properly. She never went out and had no outside interests. She spent what free time she had listening to the radio or watching the television, especially game shows. The boys, though they loved their mother, wanted to decide more things for themselves. And, like me, they wanted to go out more. Aunt Molly, however, just wanted to stay at home all the time. The boys never went out much with their mother. Whenever they did go out, it was with me and my parents, or with our grandparents. Aunt Molly always stayed at home. It was Winston who thought of taking their mother to the theatre on her next birthday. She'd be 39. The boys planned it all out carefully with the help of the rest of the family. We were all there, my parents and my grandparents. "I don't think Mum would like to see a Shakespeare play, or anything like that," said Clement, "but I'm sure that going to see something would do her good." "You're right," said Gran. "I think your mother should go to see something she'd enjoy. It would make a nice change for her. Something like those shows she likes on the television." "Gran, you're brilliant," said Winston. "What about that show on the television with that hypnotist guy? The Maxwell Marvel show? Mum loves that." "What's that all about?" asked Grandpa. I don't think I've seen it." "You must be the only person in the country who hasn't," said Clement. "Maxwell Marvel is an expert hypnotist. He gives people suggestions and orders after he's made them go to sleep. When they wake up, they do all kinds of funny things. Then, at an order from Maxwell Marvel, they go to sleep again. When they wake up again, they can't remember a thing about it." Grandpa laughed. "I've had a few evenings like that myself." Gran looked at him. When I was much younger, of course," he added quickly. "Mum would really like to see that show. I just know it," said Winston. "Yes, but how do we get your mum on a television show? Won't it be expensive? How will we get the money?" I asked. "Relax," said Winston. "All we have to do is write to the television company and they'll send us the tickets free. That's where they get their live audiences from. All we have to do is make sure we let them know in time for the show." We all agreed that this was a great idea. So we did it. Aunt Molly, of course, was at first unwilling to go along with it. However, we'd all made the decision for her, and we wouldn't take no for an answer. In her heart, though, she didn't really care what happened to her, not since her dear Dally had gone. But she went along to please her boys, because she cared deeply for them and didn't want to disappoint them. The television studio, the place where the show took place, was not at all what Aunt Molly imagined it would be like. She thought it would be like the inside of a theatre or a cinema. It wasn't. It was full of lighting and sound equipment. There were all kinds of people around whose job it was to make sure that everything worked properly. The audience itself was smaller than she expected. She could see the star of the show, Maxwell Marvel, nervously brushing his jacket in full view of the audience. "Don't worry, Mum," said Winston with confidence. "It's always like this in a television studio. They're just getting ready for the show." Aunt Molly was sitting in the middle of the second row, between the twins. I was there too, along with Grandpa, who from time to time took little drinks from a small bottle of something he kept in his pocket. He was smiling. Gran had stayed at home. "Hey, the show's starting," said Clement. A man came out and told some jokes to make everybody feel more relaxed. He explained how the show was recorded for television, and what was expected of the audience. Then the lights went down and the opening music to the show started. Maxwell Marvel came into the center of the studio, full of smiles. The audience clapped for a long time. Aunt Molly had seen this show many times on television, so she knew what to expect. Even so, we could tell that she was getting excited. We could see her smiling. It had been a long time since we had seen her smile like that. Then the show began. Maxwell Marvel asked for some people from the audience to be hypnotized. Quite a few of the audience were willing, but only about 10 were chosen. They came onto the small stage and were immediately hypnotized by Maxwell. They were told to do the strangest things, such as behaving like farm animals, or dancing at a disco, or acting like famous people. And they did everything they were told to do. Even the quiet-looking ones were persuaded to do things that looked completely different from their usual behavior. Then, at a word or sign from Maxwell, they became themselves again and couldn't remember anything about what they'd done. Some of them didn't even believe that they'd been hypnotized at all, and would only believe Maxwell after they were shown a video of what they'd been doing. Everybody loved it, including Aunt Molly. The final part of the show came when Maxwell asked for a last person to come forward. Here!" shouted Winston. He was pointing at his mother. "Winston, what are you doing?" she said. "I can't do that. I die of embarrassment." "Oh, go on, Mum. Do something different for once," Clement whispered loudly. Grandpa and I were smiling. Aunt Molly smiled too. She felt that she couldn't say no after all the trouble they had taken. What if she did look silly? That wouldn't matter. Nothing mattered now but her boys. "All right, I'll do it," she said. Aunt Molly, for some reason, was an especially easy person to hypnotize. As she sat on a chair, she went to sleep to the sound of Maxwell's voice like a baby. We all wondered what hypnotic suggestions Maxwell would give her. Then Maxwell turned to Winston and said, "What suggestions would you like to make, young man? I'll tell this lovely lady to do anything that won't get her into trouble with the police." The audience laughed. The twins whispered to each other. Then Winston spoke. "Well, Mum's always needed a bit more confidence, so what could you do to make her more decisive?" said Clement. "That's it," said Winston. "More able to make decisions and be more confident. Let her live life to the full." "Let's see what we can do," said Maxwell. He first asked for her name, and Grandpa told him. Then Maxwell turned to Aunt Molly, who was still fast asleep. "Now, Molly, you will answer only to my voice. Do you understand?" "I understand," said Aunt Molly quietly, though she was still asleep. "You will be a confident woman, full of strength. Whatever you want to do, you will succeed in doing. Nothing is too difficult for you. Is that clear to you, Molly?" said Maxwell. Molly said that it was. "When I tell you to open your eyes, you will be that intelligent, confident woman. You will live life to the full. You will not remember that you have been hypnotized, but you will be a new, confident woman who will live life to the full. You will continue until I, and only I, tell you to return to your normal life. Is that understood, Molly?" said Maxwell loudly, and with quite a lot of confidence of his own. Molly said she understood. "Now, Molly," said Maxwell, "open your eyes." But as he said this, he suddenly gave a loud cry and fell at Aunt Molly's feet, while holding on to his tie. His face had turned grey. Maxwell Marvel had a heart attack, just as Aunt Molly was opening her eyes. The first thing she saw was Maxwell Marvel lying at her feet. She turned to the nearest person in the audience and said, "Well, don't just sit there, man. This man has obviously had a heart attack. Call for a doctor and an ambulance at once. He needs immediate attention." The man did as he was told, while Aunt Molly undid Maxwell's tie and put him in a comfortable position. She acted as if she knew exactly what to do. Help soon arrived, and the unconscious Maxwell was taken away in an ambulance. A man from the television company spoke to the audience and explained that, because of Maxwell Marvel's sudden and unfortunate accident, the show was at an end. He said he was very sorry that things had been cut short in this way. Somebody behind us called out that it had been the best part of the show. Grandpa went up to the man who had spoken to us. He asked him what they could do to get Aunt Molly back to normal, now that Maxwell Marvel wasn't here. "You heard Maxwell," the man told him. Only his voice can undo the orders. I'm sorry, you'll have to wait until Maxwell can speak to her himself." "But what if—" asked Grandpa. "What if he doesn't get better?" "Let's all hope that he does," the man said. "It's a popular show. Anyway, the order he gave her wasn't so bad, was it? It's not as if he told her to start acting like a monkey or something. Don't worry, we'll get in touch." In the car, on the way back home, we talked about what had happened that evening. We'd all been surprised, to say the least, at the way Aunt Molly had behaved when Maxwell Marvel had had his heart attack. She'd been more in control than anybody. It was as if she'd known exactly what to do. "Nonsense," said Aunt Molly when we put this to her. "Just a little common sense. Besides, everything about his condition showed that his attack was not a serious one. He should get better soon if he rests for a while and looks after himself." Was this Aunt Molly talking? We could hardly believe what we were hearing. She sounded like a doctor. "How do you know that, Mum?" asked Winston. "I heard a radio program all about looking after your heart. It described everything about heart conditions very clearly," she answered. "And when exactly did you hear this?" asked Grandpa. "Oh, 10 years ago, while I was cleaning the carpet. When Dally was alive, bless him," said Molly with a smile. The week that followed Aunt Molly's return home was full of surprises for all of us. She was not the Molly we all knew. For a start, she soon discovered that she could read after all. After years of hardly looking at even a newspaper, she began to read anything she could get her hands on. At first, it was cheap magazines and love stories. Then she started on serious newspapers and Russian novels. During the following weeks, she took up painting and found that she was able to paint beautiful pictures. Soon, she could paint as well as a professional. Then, her beloved cooking changed. No longer did she cook simple but delicious meals. Now she tried Indian, Chinese, and Italian meals, which were also, it must be said, delicious. She started to go out to all kinds of places: museums, art shows, scientific talks given by experts, political meetings, and she took the twins too. "You were complaining that we never went out." "We're going out," she said to them. Nobody dared to advise her any more. "I'm a grown woman. I can do things for myself, thank you very much," she would tell us. Then she came home with Horace, the professor of classics at the university. He was an expert on ancient Greek and Roman history. "Horace has asked me to spend a week in Greece with him. We're going to explore the ancient buildings," she said. "But, Mum," began the twins. "No buts," Molly said. "I'd rather explore an ancient building than look like one. Besides, Horace is a good-looking man, with brains too. He likes me, and I'm still an attractive woman. I could marry again. It's about time I started to live life to the full. I've stayed at home for too long." We were all amazed by this new Aunt Molly. She could, it seemed, do anything she put her mind to. And, although we loved the old Aunt Molly, we soon liked this new person who had come into our lives. In fact, she was now a lively, funny, and thoughtful woman. She scared us a little, too, with her burning wish for improvement, but we all found her very, very easy to like. It was 12 weeks after Maxwell Marvel had had his heart attack. We'd heard nothing from him, but we saw on the television that he'd been let out of hospital. 2 days after he left hospital, He was found dead in the bed of his latest 20-year-old girlfriend. He died of another heart attack. He was 49. A week after Maxwell Marvel's death, Grandpa received a letter from the man he'd spoken to at the television studio. There was a taped message with the letter. On the tape was a recording of Maxwell giving the order for Aunt Molly to return to what she had been before. He'd recorded the message just before he left hospital, just before he hurried off to meet his new lover. It has now been a week since Grandpa got the letter. We still haven't played the tape to Aunt Molly. We can't decide what we should do. We've discovered another person in Aunt Molly, and we love her too. She's a new Aunt Molly who has rediscovered life. Yet we also love and miss the sweet, kind lady who raised the twins, the old Aunt Molly. The truth is, we don't know which Aunt Molly is now the real one. What would happen if we played her the tape? Would a part of her die once again, as it had seemed to do when Uncle Dalton died? Would it be right for us to take this new life away from her? Then, again, perhaps nothing would happen, and she would remain as she is, full of the love of life. And which Aunt Molly has the most right to be here, the old or the new? Who is the real Aunt Molly? She and Horace are going off to Greece next week. That will give us all time to think things over. Then we'll decide. The old or the new? Well, what would you do?
Brains. The small monkey carefully completed the last piece of the 100-piece puzzle. When all the pieces of the puzzle were put together, they made a copy of Sunflowers, a picture by the famous painter Van Gogh. "Well done, Max," said a young woman in a white coat. "It only took you 20 minutes this time. That's much better than the last time you tried it. Have a bite of lovely banana." The woman reached for the fruit from a bowl close by and gave it to the monkey. Max ate it happily. The woman's name was Gina Capaldi, and she was 26 years old. She was studying for a PhD at a university in Rome. She was hoping to become a doctor of science. Her ideas had already caused much excitement. Now her work was almost finished. Great things were expected of her. As Gina prepared the monkey's next drug, Max played with his Rubik cube. The Rubik cube was one of Max's favorite puzzles. He enjoyed turning around the sides of the cube in his hands so that each of the 6 sides was a different color. Gina looked over at him and was pleased. He was getting better every day. Max completed the Rubik cube in 5 minutes. Mr. Dmitri sat behind a big desk in a large office in a huge building in New York. On the front of his desk was a sign in gold letters which read, "Mr. Theodore Dmitri." On his door there was a much bigger sign which read, "President of the Center for Science and Business Development, CSBD." Mr. Dmitri was middle-aged and wore a large dark grey suit. He smoked a thick, expensive cigar. The smoke from his cigar filled the room. Today, he was going to see his most promising new scientists. They were all studying for PhDs so that they could become doctors of science. They had to give him their new ideas if they wanted money from the CSBD. Mr. Dmitri did this every year. If he liked their work, CSBD would give them lots of money to develop it. That was the way to make money in the future. And Mr. Dmitri was good at making money. But if he didn't like the work of these scientists, or if he didn't like them, he didn't have to give them a cent. After all, Mr. Dmitri thought, business is business. Miss Epstein, his secretary, came into his office.
Miss Capaldi to see you, Mr. Dmitri, sir, she said.
Send her in, Miss Epstein,
said Mr. Dmitri, in a voice which was cold and businesslike. Gina Capaldi stood in her best suit and shoes in front of the big desk. She wanted to look her best before Mr. Dmitri. In her bag was all the information needed about her work. She felt ready.
Do sit down, Miss Capaldi. I've heard so many good things about you,
said Mr. Dmitri, in a voice that now sounded friendly and welcoming.
Thank you, Mr. Dmitri, said Gina.
She sat down in front of the big desk. Then Miss Epstein seemed to appear out of nowhere with coffee and biscuits. She put them on the desk and was gone again.
Allow me,
said Mr. Dmitri, as he put his cigar down for a moment and poured the coffee. Gina took her coffee and left the biscuits. She didn't feel like eating. She was nervous. Mr. Dmitri smiled at her with teeth that were large and white. Perfect teeth. His cigar found its way back to his mouth. The smoke rose up.
Tell me, Gina. May I call you Gina?
He asked. Of course, Mr. Dmitri, she answered. Mr. Dmitri continued.
Tell me about your latest work. I've heard very interesting things about it, but I would like you to explain it clearly to a simple man such as myself.
Gina knew that Theodore Dmitri was far from being simple. You don't get to be the head of CSBD, the biggest organization of its kind, if you aren't very clever. She knew his decision could change her life. Gina began. I've discovered a drug which raises intelligence.
Hold on, Gina,
said Mr. Dmitri.
You mean to say you found a way of making people smarter?
Yes, Gina answered. And without any harmful side effects, as far as I can tell.
As far as you can tell?
Mr. Dmitri said, his eyebrows raised. I mean, said Gina, the work has not been used on people. I've only worked on animals, especially Max.
Max?
Asked Mr. Dmitri. Sorry, Max is a monkey, Gina explained.
A monkey,
said Mr. Dmitri, but his voice sounded less friendly than it had before. Gina knew she had to persuade him somehow. Max has done really well. It's quite amazing. He now has the intelligence of an 8-year-old human child. He can do many things.
You want money for a performing monkey?
Said Mr. Dmitri. He sounded a little annoyed.
I can go to any cheap show to see smart monkeys doing tricks, and I don't have to pay a lot of money for it either.
Mr. Dimitri, Gina said, as she reached for her bag, I have a video of Max. I think you should see it before you make any decisions.
Oh, you do?
His voice was lower. Not a good sign. Yes, said Gina. If you would allow me, I'm sure you'll be as excited as I am once you've seen it. Gina did not want to give up without a fight. Her future depended on Mr. Dimitri's decision.
Let's see what you've got,
he said in his low voice. The video showed Max 3 years earlier, before Gina had begun to work on him, when he was still a normal monkey. Then, 3 months after her work had begun, Max was seen drawing simple pictures with a pencil. After a year, he was spelling out simple words. After 2 years, he could add and take away simple numbers. After 3 years, he could read, write, and do basic mathematics. He also understood everything Gina said to him. Max had come to see Gina as his mother, and he loved her. The video finished with Max putting his arms around Gina while Gina laughed.
That's one smart monkey. Can you make him any smarter?
Mr. Dimitri asked. Gina knew he was interested. She was pleased. Max can be as intelligent as we want to make him, Mr. Dimitri, she said, trying not to show her pleasure in what she had achieved.
Yes,
he said.
But could that monkey be made to be as smart as a man?
Or a woman, thought Gina. As I said, Mr. Dimitri, said Gina, we can make him as intelligent as we want to.
You mean,
asked Mr. Dimitri,
that monkey could get to be smarter than I am?
I suppose it is possible. There's no reason why not, as far as I can tell. Although, of course, Max is a long way from that just now, Gina said.
But you're working on it, right?
Mr. Dimitri asked. Well, yes. Gina was less confident now.
And what if you worked on a human being? Could you make them smarter?
He asked. Gina answered, I think so, Mr. Dimitri. Mr. Dimitri narrowed his eyes.
You only think so?
Well, said Gina, the brains of a monkey and a man are built in much the same way, so I'm almost certain.
Almost certain.
Mr. Dimitri looked out of the window, down at the streets of the busy city far below them. His cigar smoke rose lazily to the ceiling. Gina's hopes of money and success, and her PhD, depended largely on the decision Mr. Dimitri would make.
Tell me, Miss Capaldi,
said Mr. Dimitri. Gina noticed he had stopped using her first name. This looked bad.
Have you ever taken this stuff yourself to increase your own intelligence?
With that, he turned to look out of the window again. Of course not, Mr. Dimitri, Gina said to the back of his head. But if you think I should...
No!
Mr. Dmitri had turned suddenly from the window as he said this. The speed of his action surprised her, because he was such a large man. His eyes were wide and looked angry. Gina was scared.
Miss Capaldi,
Mr. Dmitri said, lowering his voice.
Your work has been very good. In fact, it has been excellent, and you have my congratulations. Unfortunately, I must ask you to stop what you are doing at once.
Gina's mouth suddenly felt very dry, and she felt the hairs on her head rise up.
But, Mr. Dmitri, she said, I've done so much. All my work, my PhD.
Who is going to believe you if they wonder for one moment if you took some of this stuff yourself?
Mr. Dmitri's voice softened.
They would say that anybody could get a PhD with your wonder drug to help them, and they'd be right.
But I wouldn't dream of doing such a thing,
said Gina. She tried not to show the disappointment she felt.
Wouldn't you?
Said Mr. Dmitri.
There are many people that would take this stuff, and many that would think that you had too.
Gina looked alarmed, but said nothing.
Yes,
he continued.
It's a sad fact, but a true one. Many people would think that you had taken your own drug to make yourself smarter. They would see you as being no different to those athletes who take stuff they're not supposed to take. It might make them do better, but it's not honest, is it, Miss Capaldi? And it's no different for CSBD. We do not want people to think that we are anything other than a completely honest organization. If they ever thought we had anything to do with such behavior, they would never trust us again.
But I promise you, my work has all been done honestly, said Gina. I never took anything.
But,
said Mr. Dmitri, as he looked straight at Gina's eyes,
you would if I asked you to, wouldn't you?
Gina knew it was true, so she said nothing and looked at the floor. Mr. Dmitri turned his great weight towards her and put his hand on her shoulder.
I understand how much you want to succeed, Miss Capaldi. Don't worry. I'm going to talk to the people at your university. I think you should have a PhD for the work you've done so far.
Gina raised her eyes.
Yes, Miss Capaldi, I believe in your honesty, and believe you are a brilliant young scientist. I would very much like you to continue to work for us.
Gina shut her eyes. She was too happy to speak.
But in a different area,
Mr. Dmitri added. Gina opened her eyes. She could hardly believe what she had heard.
But what about my work?
She asked.
You may carry on if you wish,
said Mr. Dmitri.
But you will have no money from us if you do. And I think I can say that nobody else will help you if I have anything to say about it. And I will.
Gina felt bad about losing her work, but she had been offered a job and her PhD.
If you leave all your work with us, Miss Capaldi, we'll make sure that it is properly taken care of. After all, you have made a discovery which could change the world someday, and you can be sure that we will recognize you as the person behind it all when the time comes. But it could take a long time. But right now, we would like to use your clever brain to the full in doing important work for us. And of course, you will be safe in the knowledge that you have the CSBD behind you. You will never be short of money again. So, why not join us, Gina? What do you say?
Gina felt surprisingly good about the offer. And I'll get recognition for my work? Gina asked.
Definitely,
said Mr. Dmitri. Mr. Dmitri, I accept! There were smiles and goodbyes, and soon after, a happy Gina Capaldi left the room. Mr. Dmitri sat down, lit another cigar, and watched the smoke rise up to the ceiling before it finally disappeared. He knew that business was not good when people asked too many questions. If people were made to be too smart, they would do just that. And once they didn't get the answers they wanted, they might not buy things. And if they didn't buy things, there would be no money to be made. No one would like that. No one at all. Miss Capaldi's work would be put away somewhere nice and safe, somewhere secret, along with all the other dangerous ideas, like the car that ran on water, or the shoes that never wore out, or the battery that never stopped. But he was glad to have Miss Capaldi. She was bright. He ought to give her something to do, something that would make a lot of money. He picked up his telephone.
Miss Epstein, see that Miss Capaldi is sent to the Biological Science Center. I want her to be a part of that three-legged chicken plan. She can do it if anybody can. She's one smart lady. Oh, and Miss Epstein.
Yes, Mr. Dmitri,
said Miss Epstein.
I want you to see that a dangerous animal from one of our centers is killed. It's a monkey. His name is Max.
The Book of Thoughts. Chester was feeling more tired than usual after a hard day at the office. He joined the company only 2 years before. He'd come straight from university then, but now he was a junior manager in one of the biggest companies in Singapore. It was an important position to have and meant lots of extra work. He could understand the jealousy that some of the other workers might feel against the new boy, as they still called him. He'd risen quickly in the company. Many of them, however, had been there for years, doing the same jobs. He could understand how bad feeling towards him might lie hidden behind their smiles. But it didn't make life any easier. He needed people whose advice he could trust when he had to make difficult decisions. He had to be sure that the bad feelings of the other workers didn't get in the way of the important business decisions he had to make. He knew he would never become a manager unless he could be sure of people. Then there was Dorothy. Chester was fairly sure of his own good looks. He was dark and slim, and dressed smartly, but with an eye to fashion. He was a confident speaker, and believed himself to be a sociable and effective junior manager. But when it came to Dorothy, his judgment disappeared. Dorothy was a bright girl who had just joined the company straight from university. He was attracted at once by her intelligent eyes, her shy, pretty face, and her soft, round figure. Ah, Dorothy. Take today, for example. He'd been given some new figures to check, and he'd asked Dorothy to read some of the details to him while he took notes. It was not until she'd left that he realized that he hadn't written notes at all. Instead, he'd written Dorothy's name several times. He was too embarrassed to ask Dorothy for the details again, so he had to look them up in the office of old Mr. Shaw. Mr. Shaw was known for always being in a bad mood, and he was no different this time. He didn't like having to stay late to check figures for some junior manager. He didn't like it at all. Chester hated it when he made mistakes. It didn't look good, but it didn't happen often. He decided he would walk home instead of taking the train. It was late in the evening, but he felt he needed the walk to clear his thoughts after a busy day. Anyway, it would be a little punishment for being so stupid earlier on. He decided that he would eat at the shopping centre near his home. He liked the Chinese food there. As he walked towards his favourite Chinese restaurant, he saw that the lights were still on in an old antique shop. He'd often thought of looking into this shop because he liked shops that sold old things. He stopped and looked. There were boxes full of old books piled outside the shop. On the shop window was a notice. It read, "Sorry, shop closed today. Open again tomorrow." He bent down to look at the books. He saw all the usual old books, school books, cookery books, and other books with dirty, yellowing pages that were of no value to him. There was one small, old book, however, that he noticed at once. It looked much older than the rest of the books. He picked it up. "Take it," said a voice behind him. Chester turned to see a man of about 80 years old. The man had opened the shop door and was carrying another box full of old books. "These have all been around for years. My nephew is taking over the business, and I don't want to leave him with all this rubbish. Nobody wants to buy any of it, so take what you want. Go on, help yourself." "Thanks," said Chester, as he put the old book into his jacket pocket and went on to the Chinese restaurant. Chester sat at his table drinking a beer. He'd been looking forward to his chicken and rice. When it arrived, he found that the chicken hadn't been cooked properly. It was pink inside. He decided to complain and call the waiter. "Sir?" asked the waiter. Chester noticed that the waiter was new to the place. "I'm not eating this," Chester told him. "The chicken is pink inside. It hasn't been cooked properly." "It's rare chicken, sir," the waiter said. "Many of our customers prefer its finer taste." Chester looked straight at the waiter. He thought the waiter was not showing him enough respect. "Really?" answered Chester. "It's very popular, sir," said the waiter. "And I suppose the illness they caught from eating undercooked chicken was popular with them too, eh?" said Chester. other people in the restaurant could hear, he was annoyed. The waiter said nothing, but his face turned red. "Please take this chicken back," Chester told the waiter, "and give me a piece that's been cooked all the way through." "Certainly, sir," said the waiter, as he took the food and went back to the kitchen. While Chester was waiting for his meal to return, he remembered the little book in his pocket. He thought he'd have a look at it while he was waiting. He took it out of his pocket and examined it. It was small enough to fit easily into his pocket, and was covered with old, fine leather. He had to clean off some of the dirt in order to read the title on the cover. At first, the title seemed to be in another language, with strange letters and shapes. But as he looked, they seemed to change into English. He closed his eyes tightly and opened them again. He was mistaken, of course. He must have been. When he looked again, the title of the book was there. It was still dirty, but it was clearly written in English. It read, "The Book of Thoughts." It didn't say who wrote the book. Chester thought it must be one of those old books which offered advice about life. He felt disappointed. He tried to open the book, but it had an old metal lock which stopped him. Then, suddenly, the book seemed to open quite naturally at the middle pages. It was almost as if it wanted him to read it. What he saw when he looked surprised him. The pages had nothing written on them, and they were clean and white, not at all like the yellowed pages one would expect to find in a book this old. Did all the pages have no writing on them? Just then, the waiter returned with Chester's chicken and rice, and placed it before him. "Thank you," said Chester. "My pleasure, sir," answered the waiter with a smile. Chester happened to look at the opened book. It now had writing on the pages, which only a moment before had been clean and white. The writing said, "He wouldn't look so pleased with himself if he knew what I had put onto his chicken while I was in the kitchen. That will teach him to make me look silly." Chester couldn't believe what he saw. Was this what the waiter was thinking? "Anything else, sir?" asked the waiter politely. No, thank you," said Chester. As the waiter walked off, the writing disappeared. Chester looked at his meal. He didn't feel hungry anymore, and he could hardly complain to the manager about the waiter, not without telling them about the book. Who would believe him? Chester left the chicken and rice alone, paid his bill, and went. He didn't leave the waiter a tip. When Chester got home, he felt exhausted. He took out the book and looked inside it once more. The pages were now all white and clear again. Perhaps it had all been a result of his tiredness. He'd been thinking too much about work and about Dorothy. That must be it. There was no other possible explanation. He was simply too tired to think straight. He went to bed and slept almost at once. The train was less crowded than usual the following morning. He was lucky enough to find a seat for his short journey. He liked to watch people as they all sat or stood, with faces that gave no sign of what they were thinking. Everybody avoided looking at another person in the eye. That might cause trouble. Chester relaxed in his seat. He decided that the experience of the night before was best forgotten. Whoever heard of a book that read thoughts? The whole idea was crazy. Then he remembered that he still had the book in his pocket. He ought to throw it away in the next rubbish bin. Yes, that's what he'd do. Get rid of the stupid thing. He noticed that the woman who sat opposite was an attractive, smartly dressed, middle-aged lady. Her eyes looked down, and her face showed nothing of her thoughts. Chester wondered what she was thinking. Should he look at the book? Perhaps just a little look would be fun? Where was the harm in it? He reached for the book in his pocket. He took it out. Go on, he said to himself. You might as well try out the book, just for a laugh. Do it. He opened the book, and almost at once, words in clear, black letters appeared on the white pages. The words read, "I've given the best years of my life to him. Bank managers have married their secretaries before now. He must decide today. Leave that awful wife and marry me, or I'll shoot him and myself dead." Chester saw that the woman's soft handbag had something in it that looked hard. Could it be a gun? He quickly shut the book and looked away. Next, he saw a tough-looking man wearing a T-shirt, showing his powerful arms. What was he thinking? Chester opened the book. It read, "I like chicken better than pork. Fried chicken is the best, followed by chocolate ice cream. My favourite. Mum's a great cook. I love you, Mum." Chester couldn't help smiling at the man. The man saw him and gave him a dangerous look. Just then, the train reached Chester's station. Time to get off the train. He closed the book and put it back into his pocket. As he walked the short distance to his office, his mind turned from the book to Dorothy. He had been thinking of asking her out to dinner. "I'll do it today," he thought. "But what if she hasn't thought about me in that way? Maybe she isn't as attracted to me as I am to her." For a moment, his heart felt heavy. "Hey, come on, Chester. She's not blind. She's sure to be interested. After all, you're a good-looking guy, and you're a junior manager." Chester walked into his office. His secretary was already busy typing. "Any messages, Miss Han?" he asked her. "Yes, sir," said Miss Han. "From the manager. He says he can't go to the meeting today about the Eastern business. He wants you to take over right away." Yes, this was the kind of opportunity he'd been waiting for. He would show them all just how good he was. This was an important piece of business. If he could make sure that everything went well, he would get noticed. He would be an obvious choice for the next manager's job. If he became a manager, he would be the youngest manager in the business. And Dorothy would like that, wouldn't she? What woman wouldn't? He thought of her soft figure in his arms. Her voice was whispering his name softly. "Oh, Chester. Chester." Ah, Dorothy. "No problem," he told Miss Han. "Tell the others I'll be there to prepare for the meeting in half an hour." When he met the others, Chester was confident and did his job well. He made sure that everybody knew what to do. The meeting that afternoon was sure to be a success, if, of course, the figures he had were all correct. Just then, he noticed a little smile on the face of Mr. Shaw. "What's the old man got to smile about?" thought Chester. "He never smiles. Why is he smiling now?" Then he remembered his little book. He took it out of his pocket and hid it behind some papers. He pretended to be looking at his notes and thought of Mr. Shaw. The words appeared immediately. "I'll teach that young fool a lesson. I've got some figures he doesn't know about, hidden in my office. I've been working on this longer than he has. When he can't come up with the right figures, he'll look stupid. Then I'll produce them and save the day. He'll look like a boy trying to do a man's job. He needs to learn some respect for experienced professionals like me." Chester felt a cold sweat on the back of his neck. So, the old man really does dislike me after all. Chester wondered what all the others thought about him, but had no time to consult his book. "Thanks, everybody. See you all this afternoon," Chester told them all. "Enjoy your lunch." While Mr. Shaw was eating his sandwiches in the park, as he always did, Chester spent his lunch hour looking for the missing figures in Mr. Shaw's office. Shaw was old-fashioned and preferred to use paper rather than recording things on a computer. It was a simple matter to copy the figures, then leave Shaw's copies where he'd found them, in a box in a cupboard. Chester felt almost disappointed. This was too easy. Chester had missed his lunch, but it had been worth it. His little book was turning out to be most useful. The meeting that afternoon was a great success. He had all the figures he needed. The Eastern Company people were happy, and the papers were signed. Chester's future looked good. And as for Shaw, well, Chester could tell from his red face that he was angry because his little plan had gone wrong. Chester made himself a promise. He would make sure that Shaw's future would not be good, not if he could help it. Chester didn't like to lose. After the meeting, there'd be just enough time to call in on Dorothy. Perhaps she'd like to congratulate him over a drink. When he got to her desk, he found that she was away on a training course. She'd be back the next day. Just my bad luck, thought Chester. Well, for the time being, he could find somebody else to share this happy time with. But how and who with? Squash. It was his favorite game. Why not arrange a game with Kim, his younger brother? Kim was a salesman. He hadn't gone to college, but he had, like Chester, moved to the city. Chester always beat Kim at squash. He liked playing with Kim. He would telephone him as soon as he got home and see if a game could be arranged for that very night. Yeah? I see. Chester was in his apartment, speaking on his mobile telephone. As he spoke, he held the telephone more tightly than usual. He was listening to Kim. Kim was telling him that he had already promised to take his girlfriend to the cinema. As he spoke, Chester tried out the book to see if it would work over the telephone. It did. It read, "I hate it when Chester and I play squash. He always wants to beat me, but he's always wanted to be a winner, at home, at school. It never stops, even when he has a career of his own. He never thinks of me, but then he never was much of a brother. He can do without his game this time. I'm staying home to watch television." "Okay, Kim," said Chester. "Enjoy the film. Yes. Goodbye." Chester had never realized that his brother felt like that towards him. It came as a shock. He spent the evening watching television and drinking wine with a takeaway meal. At least, he thought, he'd see Dorothy tomorrow. The next morning, Chester was sitting on his train to work. He was wondering whether he should look at the Book of Thoughts again, when he noticed a photograph of the attractive middle-aged woman he'd seen the day before. It appeared on the front page of a newspaper held open by the person sitting opposite him. Her picture was next to that of an older man. The headline read, "Two die in lovers' shooting." He didn't have to read any more. It was obvious that the book had correctly read the woman's mind the day before, and that she'd carried out her plan. But it was too late to do anything now. Anyway, it was none of his business. Chester didn't feel like looking at the book for the rest of the journey. However, he did start to think more about the book. Why, he wondered, had he not told anyone else about it? The truth was that he could hardly believe in it himself. If he started telling others about an amazing book that could read thoughts, they would think he was crazy. And what harm might it do to his career? In any case, he did not know whether it would work for other people. Perhaps the book only worked for him. Best leave the book alone for now, thought Chester. Yes, that would be best. But the book still sat in his pocket as he walked off the train. The first part of the morning was brilliant. The manager was very happy indeed with the way Chester had arranged the meeting with the Eastern Company. It had been a great success. He received congratulations from all the people at the office. Many fine words were said to him about his bright future. Chester felt very pleased with himself. Then he thought of his book. What were they all really thinking about him? He wanted to know who he could trust and who he couldn't. He couldn't trust Shaw, he knew that. But surely there were not many like him. After all, thought Chester, I am young, good-looking, cheerful, successful, and I'm one of the rising stars of the company. I must be one of the most popular guys here. But he wasn't. In fact, the book told him so every time he looked at it. At first, he thought it was only the older people who were jealous of his success. But it was the young ones too. All of them. They thought he was clever, but believed himself better than they were. Good-looking, but without any feelings. Some even thought he might be dishonest. They hated him. Chester had a lonely lunch at a cafe near the park. As he sat at his table, drinking strong coffee, he took out the book and looked at its cover. He read it. The Book of Thoughts. He opened it. There was nothing there. Not a word. He wondered why it didn't show his own thoughts. Maybe it was because he already knew them. Maybe. But what if he asked it to show him his deepest thoughts, the ones he didn't realize he was thinking? Would it do that? Should he ask it? The idea frightened him. If thoughts were hidden, perhaps there was a good reason for it. Yet he still wanted to look. It was almost too much for him. I won't do it, he told himself. The last time I looked in the book, it told me things I wish I hadn't found out. No, I won't do it. Not yet. The cafe was becoming crowded, so Chester walked back to the office. Back to Dorothy. She would be back from her training course by now. He would see her and ask her to dinner. He was certain that she would not be like the other people in the office. His darling Dorothy. When Chester got back to the office, he saw Dorothy. She was talking to old Shaw. But Dorothy was nice to everybody. She was that kind of person. He called her over, and she smiled to him. Even Shaw smiled. Chester took her to a quieter part of the office and asked. Dorothy said yes, she would love to go to dinner with him. Her intelligent eyes were shining in her lovely face. Chester watched as her soft, round figure walked back to her desk. Dorothy at least liked him. He could be sure of her. Darling Dorothy. But he would have just one quick look in the book to make sure. He reached into his pocket. The book was not there. He felt alarmed. He quickly went back to his office. He searched all his pockets and his briefcase, even his desk drawers, though he knew he hadn't put the book in any of them. It was no use. The book of thoughts was gone. Chester remembered the crowds as he left the cafe. Had somebody taken the book out of his pocket? Things don't just disappear by themselves. Do they? All kinds of thoughts crowded through his mind, but the least expected, and perhaps the most welcome thought, was the feeling that a heavy weight had been taken away from him. He went back to try and see Dorothy again. She was talking to old Shaw. Again. She saw Chester and waved to him. At least, he thought, he still had Dorothy. He had his career, and he had Dorothy. None of the other people mattered. He could trust Dorothy. Of course he could. He was almost sure of it. Finders Keepers. Harry Chen looked like a middle-aged teacher. He always wore a tie and an old cotton jacket, even in the hot sun. His hair was going thin, and he didn't stand up straight. He was 50 years old, and for the past 20 years had been a lecturer in archaeology at a university in Singapore. He was also a thief. His great love in life had always been archaeology. He loved to see things that had been hidden from human sight for hundreds, even thousands of years. He loved the feeling of excitement he got when he held a piece of history in his hands. But his special love was pottery. The older the better. Sometimes the university sent him to places where old pottery had been discovered. It was his job to sort out these things. The university would then put the things that were interesting in a museum, where they could be shown to the public. But Harry Chen had his own private museum that nobody else knew about. He hated the idea of not keeping some of the old and sometimes beautiful things he found. And if those beautiful things were only small things that nobody but he had seen, who would ever know if they were gone? So he kept them. He had quite a collection of stolen things now, all carefully hidden in his home. They were mostly small, broken things that were not of much value. Even so, he did have some pots, rings, and other favourite things that were extraordinary and lovely to see. He loved them so much, he'd sometimes, during the warm evenings, lay them all out on the floor to look at. He'd examine each piece with love and care. Only he was sure, could understand their true value. He lived alone, in an old house which looked over the Singapore River. It was close to the antique shops which sold the old things he loved. He would often look in the shop windows at the beautiful things he could not afford to buy, not on his salary. It made him angry to think that such things would end up in the home of some fat tourist who couldn't possibly see their true value as he could. It wasn't fair. Harry was looking forward to today. A very large old grave had been discovered while some forest land was being cleared. The university had been given the job of examining the grave and the things inside it. The grave was inside a big stone room, which seemed to have been built for it. "It's all a bit of a mystery so far, Harry," said Professor Teo, Harry's head of department. "The grave seems to be older than anything we'd expect to find on the island. It's definitely Chinese, but I can't imagine whose grave it is." Harry was extremely interested. Perhaps there would be something for him to add to his collection. "What would you like me to look at, Professor Teo?" asked Harry. "Well, Harry," answered the professor, "there's a few old bits, pots, vases, and such like, which were found close to the body. They seem to be important, but we aren't sure why yet. Perhaps you could see what you can find out." "No problem, Professor," said Harry. "I'll look into it." Soon the old pots were in Harry's room at the university, and he was left alone to examine them. He loved this part of his work best of all. He could see almost immediately that the pots were ancient. After carefully cleaning them, he could see that most of them had contained perfumes and other valuable materials, which were suitable for the grave of an important person. All of these things had long since lost their smell. Everything about them was dry, old, and dead. There was nothing that made any of the pots different from hundreds of pots he had seen before. Harry was disappointed. There was nothing worth taking. Nothing. He decided to clear up. As Harry turned, he did something he'd never done before. He knocked over one of the pots and broke it. He was annoyed with himself for being so careless and bent down to pick up the pieces. The pot had been very plain and tightly shut up. All of the other pots had open tops, but not this one. Now that it was broken, he could see that there'd been something inside. It was a small, thin pipe, about the length of his little finger. It was made of clay, the same stuff as the pots. He picked it up. It looked like a musical instrument, some kind of whistle for a child to blow into, perhaps. It might have some interest. Harry decided the whistle would be worth taking home to look at. He put it into the pocket of his cotton jacket. He told his professor about the broken pot, but not about his whistle. He already thought about it as being his whistle. "That's too bad," said Professor Teo, "but I don't suppose it was of much importance. What did you make of it, Harry?" "Just an ordinary plain pot," said Harry. "Nothing special. I can put it back together again, but really, it's no great loss. I can keep the pieces for you if you like." The professor nodded. "Yes, do that, Harry. We've been finding out a few things about the man whose grave it was. He appears to have been some kind of priest or medicine man. It seems a bit odd that his grave was so hidden. I wonder why." On his way home, Harry forgot about the clay whistle in his pocket. He stopped for a coffee in a noisy shopping centre. As he searched his pockets for money, he felt the whistle in his pocket. When he had sat at his table, he took it out to look at. It was still dirty. He gently cleared away the dirt. There was something written on the whistle. The marks looked like writing. He looked more closely and recognized some old Chinese writing. There was very little of it. All it said was, "Be still." Be still? How extraordinary. What did it mean? He looked at the whistle again. It was the kind that one blew from the top, like a football whistle. He wondered if it would still work. The thought came into his mind that he wanted to blow it. He wanted to, very much. The whistle hadn't been blown since it had been placed in the pot all those years before. He would blow it. It was small. It wouldn't make much noise. Nobody would notice. So he put it to his mouth and blew. To his surprise, the whistle gave a thin, clear note that was louder than he expected. Then there was silence. Complete silence. Harry noticed something else, too. Everything was still. Nothing was moving. No noise, no movement. Nothing. People who had been walking were frozen in mid-step, like statues. They were as still as photographs. But they weren't photographs. They were real people. Frozen people. Harry's eyes opened wide with surprise. He couldn't believe it. This should not be happening. But it was. He looked around and saw frozen smiles, frozen steps, a fly frozen in flight, a ball thrown by a child which lay frozen above the hand which was waiting to catch it. And all the while, a total, perfect silence. Harry sat down again. He could hardly think. How could he make sense of this? This had happened after he had blown the whistle. Had the whistle done this? What would happen if he blew it again? He certainly didn't want things to remain as they were. He blew the whistle again. Once again, it gave its thin, clear note. All at once, the normal world returned. Normal sounds, normal movement. The fly flew. The ball was caught. People laughed and talked. It was as if nothing had happened. Harry was shaken. He put the whistle in his pocket. He would have to think about this. He would have to think hard. But by the time Harry had got home, he had somehow persuaded himself that he'd imagined everything. He felt better after a good supper and some TV. It had all been a waking dream. He was tired, that's all. He just needed a good night's sleep. And so he slept. But his sleep was troubled, and his dreams were full of shadows. Harry went back to work the next day. He found nothing interesting. That's what he told Professor Teo. "Are you certain, Harry?" asked the professor. "Whoever buried this man was afraid of him, that's for sure. His body was covered in pieces of paper with words on them. Words which were meant to keep harm away. Strange." Harry thought about the whistle. It was still in his pocket. "I'm certain, Professor," said Harry. "I found nothing unusual. Nothing at all." Harry didn't drive. He usually got the bus home, but sometimes he liked to walk. That evening he walked. He liked to look at the shops in Orchard Road, one of Singapore's busiest shopping areas. There were antique shops which sold beautiful old pots, maps, and other things, that his heart was hungry for. But he couldn't afford them. Not on his salary. His favourite shop sold the most expensive things. He liked the small, beautifully made figures, made from apple-green jade stone. They cost a lot of money, but he liked to look. Sometimes he would ask if he could examine a piece, as if he were going to buy one of them. Of course, he never did, but he loved the feel of the costly jade in his hands. He found himself in the shop again. It was full of the things that he, as an archaeologist, truly cared for. Yet they would be sold to empty-headed tourists who had no idea of their real value or beauty. It wasn't fair. Without thinking, he took out the whistle and blew it. He hadn't planned to. It just seemed a natural thing to do. And then there was silence. All was still. Harry felt afraid but excited. So it had not been a dream. It had happened. He saw the shopkeeper standing with his mouth open, looking stupid. A customer was pointing something out, his finger stuck in the air. None of them moved. Harry decided he would look at some jade while they were all still. He took his favourite piece from the shop, a small jade dragon. It was very old and beautifully made. It was lovely. Why shouldn't he have it? The thought at first alarmed him. This was not the same as taking things from the university. Nobody even noticed if he took anything there. Here, he would be stealing, just like any thief. He looked around at the frozen world. This was surely meant to be. The whistle had come to him. He should use it. Why not? It was only right. It was far better that such beauty should go to him, rather than stupid people with more money than sense. It was only fair. But he would have to do it right. If he was the last one to be seen with the jade dragon, he would be looked for once it had gone. He blew the whistle, and the world moved again. He waited for a while, then went to the shopkeeper and asked to see it. "It's a fine piece of work, sir," the shopkeeper told him, "and only $20,000. "It is lovely," said Harry, as he held it in his hands. He wanted it. He would have it. But he made a point of handing it back so that other customers, and the video cameras set up in the shop, could see him do it. "Thanks for letting me look, but I'm afraid that's all I can afford to do just now," he said to the shopkeeper. He walked out of the shop into the shopping centre, out of sight of the shopkeeper. He sat down on a nearby seat, took out the whistle, and blew. The whole shopping centre went still and silent. Harry felt more excited than he'd ever felt in his life. He could walk into any shop he liked and just take whatever he wanted. Anything at all. And nobody would see him. It was perfect. But for the time being, he would just take the jade. He walked back into the shop, took the dragon from its place on the shelf, put it into his pocket, and walked out of the shop. He went back to his seat and blew the whistle once more. The shopping centre came back to life. Movement and sound returned. He'd done it. And who could blame Harry Chen for the disappearance of the jade? After all, the shopkeeper had seen him leave after he had returned the jade. So had the cameras in the shop. It had been easy. As he walked home, he felt like a god. The little jade dragon was the best thing in Harry's collection. He kept all his things in a rosewood box. He would soon need a bigger box. And as Harry slept that night, he dreamt that the whole world was still, and he was the only moving thing in it. He and the shadows. The next day, Harry thought that he'd see what the whistle could do. He decided to try it out at work, perhaps on that old fool Professor Tio. But whatever he did, he must not draw attention to himself or the whistle. He was sure of that. It was his whistle, and he didn't want to lose it. Harry was used to asking questions about things. It was what archaeologists did. It was part of the job. He wanted to find out more about the whistle. The first thing he wanted to find out about was this. Did the whistle simply stop things moving, or did it, in some way, stop time itself? It was important to know. He didn't want people to notice that they'd lost time. That would be a problem. But if time had stood still, there would be no problem. They wouldn't even know about it. Professor Tio came into Harry's office. This could be his chance to test the whistle. "Harry," said the professor, "I've got some news about our grave." "News, Professor?" asked Harry. "Yes," said the professor. "We've been in touch with a local Chinese priest who knows all about this kind of thing, but it wasn't easy. He had to look in the oldest books he could find before he could tell us who this man was. And I was right. It's all rather strange, to say the least." Harry felt a sudden coldness run down his back. "So, who was he, Professor?" asked Harry. "His name," said the professor, "was Lao Fu, which means the tiger. He was a priest who was thrown out by the other priests." "Why?" asked Harry. "The priest who told us this wouldn't say why exactly," continued the professor, "but I think this Lao Fu must have done some very bad things. The priest even warned us to be careful, even though this man has been dead for all these years." Professor Tio laughed. "Honestly, you'd think he was going to rise from the dead, the way that priest talked about him. Still, it all makes our job that bit more interesting, doesn't it, Harry?" Normally, Harry would have laughed at such things along with the professor, but his throat felt tight and dry for some reason. I suppose so, Professor," he answered nervously. Professor Tio turned to look out of the window, a habit of his. Harry knew that this was his moment to try out the whistle. While the professor wasn't looking, he took out the whistle and blew it. Then all became still. All became silent. Harry clapped his hands in front of the professor, shouted at him, and waved his hands in front of his face. Professor Tio did nothing. He was like a figure made of stone, exactly as expected. Harry then waited for exactly 5 minutes, he counted the seconds himself, before blowing the whistle again. The world of sound and movement returned, and the professor turned towards him. "Is everything all right, Professor?" asked Harry. "Of course, Harry. You know I don't believe any of that kind of rubbish. I'm fine," the professor told him. "No," said Harry. "I mean, you didn't hear anything just then, did you?" "Only the birds and the traffic, Harry," said Professor Tio. "Was I meant to?" "No, of course not," said Harry. "It must have been my ears making funny sounds. I have a bit of a cold, and it gets to my ears as well. Sorry." "Well, if you're unwell, you must rest, Harry. Take care," said the professor as he left the room. Harry quickly went to the telephone to call the speaking clock. When he put the telephone down, he knew. No time had passed while the professor had been still. No time. Anywhere. The 5 minutes he had counted had never happened to anybody but himself. When he blew the whistle, he must have been outside time in some way. So the whistle didn't actually stop movement or sound. It stopped time itself. The other priests must have known what this man Lao Fu had discovered. No wonder they threw him out, the way he'd been put in a grave that was more like a prison of stone. Had he died naturally? Harry didn't care, for now Lao Fu's secret was his. Harry felt something he had never felt before. He felt powerful. And his heart warmed when he thought of all the things that were now possible for him. He could now use the whistle to get himself money, knowledge, anything in the world that he wanted, for he, Harry Chen, had power over time itself. Harry didn't use the whistle any more that day. When he got home, he rested well. He'd need to plan things carefully. Nobody else must know his secret. Harry Chen had been given a great gift, and so Harry Chen would use it. Nobody else. It was only fair. Harry thought carefully about how best to use the whistle. After all, he couldn't use it to actually see in the future. That was unfortunate. If he knew the names of winning horses, or could find out the lucky numbers in the lottery, he need never worry about money again. Never mind. Best to start with small things before trying out his discovery on anything big. That would be best. But what should he do first? He decided he would look around his favorite shops for all the things he could never afford before, but had always wanted. Just the small, beautiful things he had always loved. Things small enough to carry. Then he would steal them. It was the evening of the next day. It was dark outside, but the shopping centre was brightly lit as usual. Harry had already had a good look around. He knew what he wanted, and had his bag with him, ready to put his shopping in. He'd taken the day off work. Hadn't Professor Tio himself told him to take some rest? He'd earned a break, and he was going to make sure he enjoyed it. Harry decided to have a coffee at his usual cafe before making a start. After all, he thought, there was no hurry. As he relaxed over his coffee, he smiled at the tourists who were at the next table, putting more film into their camera. The man looked fat and rich, just the type of tourist he'd always disliked. The woman smiled back like the silly, simple thing she was. The fools! What did they know? He could rob them of everything and they wouldn't know it. But that would be a waste of time. He had better things to do, and there was, after all, plenty of time. Harry finished his coffee and stood up. It was time to begin. He put his hand into his pocket and took out the whistle. He felt like a child at Christmas who was just about to open his presents. Harry Chen's time had come, at last. He put the whistle to his mouth and blew. But as he blew, there was a brilliant, blinding light that shot through his eyes. He dropped the whistle in his confusion. The light did not go away. It took him a few moments before he realized what had happened. He walked away from his table to see the stupid tourist taking a picture of his stupid wife, using the flash from his camera, just as he had blown his whistle. The bright flash was frozen in time. That was all. It was just a camera. But he had dropped the whistle. He had to find it. He began to look around the bright stillness which was all about him. Then he felt something break beneath the weight of his shoe. He looked down. The whistle lay in pieces. His heart seemed to rise to his mouth as he realized what had happened. And the whistle lay in tiny pieces on the ground. Harry knew, as soon as he saw it, that it was too difficult even for him to repair. He was stuck there. Harry tried shouting at the still smiling tourist, at the waitress, at everybody he saw. But it was useless. They could not hear him. They could not see him. He might just as well not be there. He did not know whether time had stopped for the world or just for Harry Chen, and for how long. Would he live there always, with no future and no past? Would he die there? These thoughts were passing through his mind as he considered the broken remains of the whistle. Only one part could be recognized. It was the part which had on it the words, "Be still." He felt afraid. He felt robbed. He felt a cold shadow pass over him. It just wasn't fair.
Here's the beginning of another book at this level.
But Was It Murder? By Jania Barrell. Chapter 1. Missing the Queen's Head. Detective Inspector Rod Elliot was watching the rain running down his office window. He looked at his watch. 6:30. Time to leave the mountain of papers on his desk and go to the Queen's Head pub across the road. But only one beer, he told himself. I don't want to be stopped by some junior policeman for drunk driving. Then I'll have to go home to an empty house. Just as he was leaving the office, the phone rang. He turned back automatically and picked it up. He half hoped it might be his wife. "Sorry to disturb you, sir," said Detective Constable Jamie Bowen. "But we've got a bit of a problem." "So have I," said Elliot. "I shouldn't be here. Ask Inspector Merrion." "Sorry, sir," said Bowen, "but Inspector Merrion hasn't arrived yet. He phoned to say his car is stuck in a traffic jam in Hackney. He probably won't be here for at least an hour." Elliot hit the top of his desk angrily. The lights from the Queen's Head looked so inviting. But in the street below, people were crowded into shop doorways, trying to escape from the rain. The water poured onto the street and was thrown up again by the lines of cars moving slowly away from the centre of London. "All right, Bowen," he said. "You'd better tell me about it then. What is it?" "We've just had a report of a death, sir. And there's a gun."
Full English breakfast.
Time, the present. Place, Hastings, on the southeast coast of England. My Aunt Brenda owns a small hotel called the Seaview Guest House in Hastings. It's got 5 bedrooms and it's a very good guest house. People come from everywhere to stay there. Hastings is a good place to stay if you want to see the beautiful southeast coast of England. It's an old town. Aunt Brenda's house is over 100 years old, and she has managed it as a guest house for the last 10 years. Aunt Brenda is a good-looking woman. Everybody says so. She's almost 40 years of age, with red hair and a mind of her own. Her husband is my Uncle Ralph, and he loves her very much. Her guests always like her too. My Uncle Ralph is a local butcher, and he has a shop. The shop is well known in the town. He provides all the meat for the guest house. His sausages, Aunt Brenda always says, are the best in England. She always persuades her guests to have them for breakfast. Her full English breakfast, as she calls it, is famous in Hastings. Brenda's full English breakfast includes bacon, eggs, mushrooms, tomatoes, toast, and of course, Uncle Ralph's sausages. They are the most important part of it. Aunt Brenda takes great pleasure in the fact that all of her guests have tried Ralph's sausages and loved them. All, that is, except Mr. Dunn. Don't you worry, Brenda told me. I'll make sure he eats Ralph's sausages before he leaves here. Just you wait and see. Aunt Brenda's full English breakfast is mentioned in all the holiday web pages. It's the reason why most people stay at the guest house. If you don't eat it all, especially the sausages, she thinks you are just being rude, and there is no way she will accept that. She always likes to hear her guests say how much they enjoy the sausages. In fact, she expects them to say it. Now don't think for one moment that Ralph's sausages are anything less than delicious. He makes sausages out of different kinds of meat. They are made in all kinds of different ways and flavours, to please all kinds of tastes, except Mr. Dunn's. You see, Mr. Dunn was a vegetarian. A vegetarian doesn't eat meat at all. No chicken, no beef, no pork, and not even any fish. In fact, Mr. Dunn didn't even wear leather shoes. Even his sweaters, Brenda tells me, weren't made of wool. Now don't tell me that's normal, Brenda told me. We've had vegetarians at the guest house before. I always manage to persuade them to have a sausage, and once they've had one... Here Brenda raised her eyes to the ceiling. When she did this, she meant, you know what happens next. And of course I do. Nobody has ever tasted Ralph's sausages before and not wanted another. I could see that she wasn't going to let Mr. Dunn be the first to refuse, not if she could help it. I knew then that Mr. Dunn, one way or another, was going to eat a sausage. Me? I'm Claire, Aunt Brenda's niece. I live in Hastings too, with my mum. My aunt and I have always got on well, and I see a lot of her. We both love Hastings. Like many towns by the sea, it has lots of visitors. Some of them are rather strange. Some pass through, and some stay. Seaside towns like Hastings seem to interest all kinds of people. I think that's part of the reason we both like Hastings. But Mr. Dunn was stranger than anybody I'd ever seen before. To begin with, he looked as if he hadn't had a good meal for a long time. He was tall and thin, and his hair was as grey as iron. His nose was big and made him look like a wild, hungry eagle. His eyes were deep in his head, and his teeth were long and yellow. One thinks of vegetarians as being gentle people. He didn't look gentle at all. He looked like he could kill things with his teeth alone, if he wanted to. Then there were his hands. They were long, and he had thin fingers with thick, sharp fingernails. His fingers looked very strong. I don't know what he did for a living. I wouldn't like to work with him, I'm sure of that. Mr. Dunn was going to be staying at my aunt's house for 3 weeks. Aunt Brenda had to buy vegetarian stuff just for him, like soya milk. He never had cow's milk. She didn't like that. He always ate his cereal with soya milk for breakfast, without speaking to anyone. She didn't like that either. I have breakfast at Aunt Brenda's place every Saturday morning. She likes to look after her little niece, even though I am already 17 years old. This Saturday, she wanted me to talk to Mr. Dunn. You see what you can find out about him, Claire, she told me. I want to see him eating a nice sausage, not that soya rubbish. And please hurry up. He's already been here for over a week. I've only got 10 days left to do it. I don't see anything wrong with being a vegetarian. I really don't. But you don't argue with Aunt Brenda. So, at 8 o'clock on Saturday morning, I was sitting across the table from Mr. Dunn. I was given my full English breakfast, complete with Ralph's beautiful sausages, and Mr. Dunn had his cereal and soya milk. Good morning, I said cheerfully. Lovely day, isn't it? Mr. Dunn looked up from his bowl. His eyes were big and grey. He replied with a voice that sounded like a bear with a bad throat. The sun was shining. It was early September. It was a lovely day. Have you tried these sausages? I asked. They really are delicious. I don't eat meat, he said. Not anymore. You used to eat it then? I asked. Mr. Dunn gave me a bad-tempered look, and then he answered slowly. I was told I had to give it up. For health reasons? I asked. Mr. Dunn almost smiled at me as he raised a corner of his mouth. Oh yes, my health, and others too. I heard him make a deep sound that may have been laughter. It was hard to tell with Mr. Dunn. Surely just one sausage wouldn't hurt you, I said, holding up a piece on my fork as if to make my point clear. They really are good. Mr. Dunn said nothing, but the look he gave me was enough to make me shut up. I finished my breakfast and left as soon as I could. For health reasons, said Brenda over a cup of tea later that morning. Ralph's sausages would be really good for anybody's health. He needs a bit of meat, if you ask me. It would do him good. I could see by the look in her eyes that Brenda was thinking of something. When Brenda starts thinking of something, it usually means trouble for somebody. Usually me. You say he used to eat meat. Brenda looked towards me. He ate it once, he'll eat it again. I just have to think of a plan. Oh no, I thought to myself. Brenda had, of course, tried to interest Mr. Dunn in her sausages from the first day he arrived. Every morning she asked him again, until he told her not to. That was only on the third day. So Brenda said nothing more and gave him his vegetarian breakfasts. She asked him about himself, just to make conversation. The truth is, Brenda is the kind of person who likes to know other people's business. She didn't get much out of Mr. Dunn, but she didn't give up. Eventually, on the Monday of the second week, she got some information out of him. So that's what he told me, Claire, she said. He's resting after an illness. He didn't say what it was, but he has to be careful with his diet. I told you he looked ill, didn't I? Anyway, anybody can see that all he needs is some good meat inside him. It would do him a lot of good. You can see in his eyes he wants meat. I've seen him looking at the other guests when they're eating their sausages. You can't tell me he's happy with cereal and soya milk. A few days later, I stopped at Aunt Brenda's guest house to see what was happening with Mr. Dunn. He's agreed to try a sausage, my aunt told me excitedly. Really? I said. I was amazed. Well, he said he might try a vegetarian sausage, she said. So is Uncle Ralph going to make some? I asked her. Well, that's what I told Mr. Dunn, my aunt replied. I said they would be ready on Saturday. And then she added, Oh, and I also said that you would try them first and let him know what they are like. But of course, Brenda was lying about the sausages. Ralph had never made vegetarian sausages in his life, and he wasn't going to start now. Is this a good idea? I said to my aunt slowly. They're not going to be vegetarian sausages at all. They'll be meat sausages, just like all the others. You're telling lies to Mr. Dunn, Aunt Brenda. Ah, but he won't know, said Brenda, looking me in the eye. Not if nobody tells him. But why do you care so much? I asked. It's only a sausage. I already knew the answer. To Brenda, her full English breakfast was what she was known for. It just wasn't a full English breakfast without Ralph's sausages. And nobody had ever turned down the famous sausages. To turn down Brenda's sausages was to turn her down, and she didn't like that at all. I knew then that Mr. Dunn didn't have a chance. The next Saturday, I arrived early at my aunt's guest house. I knew what to do. I sat opposite Mr. Dunn during breakfast, so that he could see the beach through the window. Brenda's guest house was also famous for its views of the sea. She thought the sea air helped her guests to enjoy their food more. There was a street between the guest house and the beach, and the windows were very big so that people passing by could see everybody enjoying their food. It was good for business. Mr. Dunn looked even more bad-tempered than usual. He seemed to have a cold because he sneezed a lot. Anyway, soon my aunt came out with my breakfast. It had bacon, egg, mushrooms, tomatoes, toast, and Uncle Ralph's vegetarian sausages, all cooked perfectly. Of course, the sausages were meat sausages as usual, but I didn't tell him that. I started eating my breakfast hungrily. They really are so delicious, I said, chewing one of my sausages with a smile. Mr. Dunn looked up. Was he showing some interest at last? Amazing, I said. So tasty. And are they completely vegetarian? He asked. Brenda says they are all soya and herbs, but they taste just like the best sausages ever. No meat at all, she says. Nobody could ever tell the difference. Would you like to try one? That's when he finally agreed to try one. Brenda brought in just one meat sausage on a plate. It was beautifully cooked, all golden brown, and it smelled wonderful to me. I'm not sure Mr. Dunn could smell it properly with his cold, but he certainly looked at it with hungry eyes. We watched as Mr. Dunn cut a small piece and put it on his fork. He put it to his nose and tried to smell it. He closed his eyes and put it into his mouth. He chewed it for a few seconds and smiled. Brenda smiled at me. It had worked. Mr. Dunn liked them. Suddenly, Mr. Dunn made a horrible sound, like an animal. He stood up and held his throat tightly. We watched as he seemed to grow in front of us. One moment he was Mr. Dunn. The next moment he was bigger, greyer, and hairier. His ears grew, and his face got longer. He cried out, just like a wolf, and jumped up from his chair. Then he jumped across the table and straight through the window. There was a huge crash as broken glass was sent flying all over the street. He landed outside and looked around like a frightened animal. He went down onto his hands, if they were still hands, and ran straight into the road and the busy morning traffic. We couldn't see him. We heard a crash, and I heard some people scream. A bus stopped suddenly. When we went outside, we expected to see Mr. Dunn lying in front of the bus. We saw the driver standing in the road. "Where did that thing come from?" he asked. "I mean, just look at the size of it." "He is a man staying at my aunt's guest house," I told the driver without looking. "He came out of there. His name is—" "Man? What are you talking about?" said the driver. "Just take a look at it." Aunt Brenda and I looked. There, lying dead on the ground, was the body of a huge grey dog. Its mouth was open, and it had long, yellow teeth. Its feet, or rather paws, were huge, with thick, sharp claws. It was bigger than any dog I'd ever seen in my life. "That's a wolf!" somebody shouted. They were right. It was a wolf. But what was a wolf doing on a busy road in Hastings? We never saw Mr. Dunn again. Nobody knew anything about him. We never found out who he really was, or indeed what he really was. Aunt Brenda still manages her guest house and cooks her full English breakfast, but she doesn't mind if her guests want cereal instead of sausages now. In fact, I think she prefers it.
A fine wine. Extraordinary. Quite extraordinary. Daniel Appleby did not often use such words to describe the wines he tasted. The other man in the room was waiting to see if he liked this one or not. His future depended on what Daniel Appleby said. If he liked the wine, it would be bought by one of the biggest supermarkets around. It would be sold everywhere. The man who owned the vineyard looked on nervously. His vineyard was small, but it was one of the oldest in the Bordeaux region of France. If he sold his wine, the business that had been in his family for over 200 years would be saved. Daniel Appleby held the glass to his nose and smelled the wine again. He lifted the glass up to the light from the window to see its colour better. He was the chief wine taster for Happy Mart supermarkets. If he liked a wine, then everybody bought it. If he didn't like a wine, nobody did. His word was like the judgment of God. "You say you have been making this wine for the last 200 years?" he asked the other man, Monsieur Colbert, a proud-looking man of over 70 years of age, whose hair was still as black as it had been when he was 20. "I am old, but I am not that old, sir," Monsieur Colbert said with a little smile. "But my family has been making this wine since the time of Napoleon Bonaparte. If I may say so, this is the only vineyard in all of France to produce wine in this way. It is my secret." Monsieur Colbert was hoping that his little joke might relax things a little. Daniel Appleby took his profession very seriously. He was the best. He never, ever joked when he tasted wine. He might joke about other wine tasters at other times. In fact, he often did. But he never joked during a wine tasting. It was too important. He was too important. He held the glass up to the light once more and looked at the deep red colour before finally putting the glass onto the table in front of him. He had made up his mind. "Monsieur Colbert," he said, as he placed his thumbs into the pockets of the red jacket he wore, the one that matched his tie so well. "You are to be congratulated. This is an exceptionally fine wine, with a strong bouquet and a rich, fruity flavour, with suggestions of blackcurrant. A wine to go well with any game or red meat, or to be enjoyed on its own for its excellent and strong personality." Monsieur Colbert smiled with delight. This was just what he had hoped to hear. "But," Daniel Appleby went on as he took out his glasses from the pocket of his expensive jacket and put them on again, "is this the right kind of wine for the customers of Happy Mart supermarkets? They're used to wines that cannot compare with this quality. Their tastes are less well-developed than those of people such as ourselves. I wonder if they would fully enjoy the finer qualities of this remarkable wine. I wonder if they would be prepared to pay more for such quality." The old man's smile disappeared. Monsieur Colbert was proud of his wine, but he was not a rich man. He had to sell his wine or go out of business. He was getting old, and he owed a lot of money. He needed money if he was to retire with his wife, whose health had never been good since their only son, Jacques, had died 2 years before. This could be their last chance. "I promise you, Monsieur Appleby, that my wine is worth every franc. There is no better wine of this type in the region." Daniel Appleby smiled and picked up the glass again, holding it up against his fleshy nose and allowing the edge of the glass to brush against his neat, sandy moustache. He breathed in deeply through his nose and sighed. "Ah, you're right, Monsieur Colbert. This is one of the best wines I have ever tasted." He stopped for a moment to think of the numerous examples of wine that had passed his lips. This was by far the finest. None of the others could compare with it. And it would be great to add this to the Happy Mart wine list. His wine list. But it would have to be on his terms, of course. "But," he continued, "there is little demand for expensive fine wines, not in our type of supermarkets. Oh, there are wealthy men who will always pay for quality, that is true, but are there enough, Monsieur Colbert, are there enough? The customer of today is the ordinary shopper, not the rich man. And there are a great many more ordinary shoppers than there are millionaires. The shoppers are the ones who make our money for us, monsieur, and we have to please them, you can be sure of that." "Just what exactly are you saying, Monsieur Appleby? Are you refusing to buy my wine because it is too good?" asked Monsieur Colbert, his voice showing more anger than he had intended. Times had been bad, and his small vineyard had always depended on the high prices that wines of superior quality fetch. But fewer people were prepared to pay for such luxuries now, and he knew that the Englishman from the supermarket was quite aware of this. He didn't want to lose his business completely. He would have to see what he was offered and hope for the best. "I am saying, monsieur," said Appleby finally, "that Happy Mart supermarkets always try to offer the best value for their customers. We are experts at selling for the best prices on the market, and you are expert at making quality wine. I say we can combine our abilities and offer our customers the finest wines at prices they can afford." Monsieur Colbert was not familiar with Appleby's way of doing business. He liked people to be direct and open when they were dealing with him. "And what exactly are your terms, Monsieur Appleby?" he asked. Daniel Appleby played with his glass as he spoke, admiring the rich, dark colour of the wine as he held it up to the light from the window. He was used to moments like this, and enjoyed them almost as much as the fine wines he loved. My terms are the terms Happy Mart offers to all the smaller vineyards it does business with. We like to see fine wines made, but we are realistic about today's market. We offer to buy your vineyard from you and take the responsibility from your hands while employing you to be in charge of wine production.
But, monsieur...
Monsieur Colbert did not like the sound of the idea. Well, naturally we wouldn't expect you to produce the wine by yourself. Our expert production staff would work under your direction. That way you have the best of everything. You continue to make wine, but you have the money from the sale of your vineyard and a contract from Happy Mart too. A very fine offer, I think you'll agree. What Appleby didn't mention was that once the production staff had learned everything about Colbert's ways of producing his wine, Happy Mart would find some reason to get rid of him. Old Monsieur Colbert spoke again.
This vineyard has been in my family for generations, monsieur. It means a lot to me, and the honor of my family name. What price are you offering for a wine which was good enough for the Emperor Napoleon himself?
Daniel Appleby smiled, and he named an amount that took the old man's breath away. It was far, far less than old Colbert had hoped for. But it would be just enough to pay back the money he owed, and have a little left over. And he would have a job, at least. He would have to retire later than he wanted to, but he was used to working. Old Colbert recovered himself and spoke.
Monsieur, will you allow me a few moments alone to think over your offer?
Certainly, monsieur. Take as long as you need. Though I will have to leave soon. It would be a pity to go without having our business brought to a happy conclusion. I will take a walk around your vineyard for a while. Daniel Appleby went outside. It was late afternoon. He could see the rows of vines stretching out in the golden light of the sun. He had hardly gone more than a few meters when he stopped. He knew that if his offer was not accepted, the old man would lose everything. He would be no different from all the other small wine producers who had failed to meet the demands of the modern market. No different but for one thing. This wine was the finest he had ever tasted, and he had to be the one to get it. He got it. Half an hour later, the agreement was signed. As Daniel Appleby drove to the airport, he carried with him the signed agreement for Happy Mart's latest buy. In a room in a chateau in Bordeaux, an old man cried. Daniel Appleby took a taxi from the airport to his expensive flat in London. He was happy with the way things had gone. It had been just like all the other times. Sometimes the small vineyards produced wines that sold well, and sometimes they didn't, but Happy Mart always made money. If the vineyards didn't make enough money, Happy Mart could always sell them again. There was always some way to make money. If the previous owners were not left with any way of making a living, it was not Happy Mart's problem. That was the way of the world. Daniel Appleby was looking forward to a new future with the Happy Mart Company. He had been invited to be the presenter in a television show Happy Mart were paying for. It was a show all about food and drink, called Dinner Party, and he would be the show's expert on wines. He would be able to do what he had always wanted, to spend all of his time eating and drinking the finest food and wine. He would show off his expert knowledge, thoroughly enjoy himself, and he would be paid very well. Yes, he had everything planned. His future looked bright. Soon he would no longer have to taste all the awful cheap wines Happy Mart usually sold to its stupid customers. He looked at the lights of the city as the evening sun was setting. The sky was yellow and orange and red. It was beautiful. Unfortunately, he didn't notice the other car as it lost control and crashed into his taxi. The doctors all agreed that Daniel Appleby was a lucky man. He had hit his head against the taxi door and had been knocked out. The taxi driver had escaped with cuts and bruises. Even the taxi had not been damaged beyond repair. The only sign of the accident left on Daniel was a small cut just above his nose. It could have been a lot worse. Daniel had to stay in hospital for a day for observation, just to make sure that he was all right. He did not really mind. The only thing Daniel was not looking forward to was hospital food. The food served by hospitals was plain and very different from the kind of cooking he was used to. He did not mind plain food, a nice lobster cooked in its shell, or perhaps a simple steak served with a basic green salad. Maybe just fresh bread with a good cheese and a glass of cool white wine. He was willing to go without when he had to. When his first meal arrived, he was horrified. It was burger, chips and peas with a glass of orange juice. It looked awful. It tasted worse. Daniel had to call the nurse. "Nurse," he told her, "this burger tastes like salty cardboard. The chips are like soap, the peas are tasteless and hard, and the orange juice is like old vinegar. Don't you have any fresh food here? Are you trying to play some kind of joke on me, or what?" The nurse took away the food, and he was brought a salad instead. Once again, Daniel Appleby complained that his food had no proper taste. The nurse had the food checked by the manager of the kitchen. The manager said it all tasted fine. "That manager's tongue must be made out of rubber," Daniel replied in disgust. The doctor was called, and tests were made immediately on Daniel to see if anything was wrong. There was something wrong. The accident had caused some bleeding in Daniel's brain. It had damaged the part of his brain that controlled his sense of smell. The result was that Daniel had almost completely lost his ability to smell things. Because the sense of taste depends very much on smell, all he had now were 3 basic tastes: salt, sweet, and bitter. He couldn't taste anything else. He could still enjoy the color and feel of food, but none of it would taste of anything more than those 3 basic tastes, no matter what the food or drink was. That's what the doctor told him. But apart from that, he was fine. "Of course I'm fine. Now, can I go home?" he asked impatiently. The doctor told him he could, and that was what he did. But this time, he went home on the bus. The first thing he did when he got home was book a table at his favorite French restaurant. He did not believe for one moment that his famous nose and tongue were no longer as sensitive as they used to be. It had only been a minor accident. No, a good meal, a glass of good wine, and he would soon be back to his old ways. As for hospital food, well, everybody knows what that is like. It always tastes disgusting. In fact, cardboard would be an improvement on that awful rubbish. After a bath and a shave, he was all ready. He put on his favorite clothes, including his spotted tie and red jacket. He was looking forward to his meal. As always, before eating out, he drank nothing stronger than water. He did not want any other tastes to spoil the sensitivity of his tongue. He had also arranged to meet Justin, his immediate boss, and one of Happy Mart's chief marketing managers. Justin had left a message on his answer phone. He wanted to know if the Bordeaux business with old Colbert had been successful. Well, he would tell him the good news over a delicious meal. They had the best table, the one overlooking the river. Daniel recommended the veal with truffles and new potatoes in garlic butter. But first, they must have Henri's famous onion soup. Henri was the best maker of soups in the business. The restaurant had brought him all the way from Provence in France just to make soups for them. When the soup arrived, he waited for Justin to taste first. They had both turned down an aperitif and had drunk only mineral water to begin with. They had their wine glasses filled with wine from Burgundy, but they would only drink it after the soup. They didn't want to spoil it. Justin tasted. He was a tall man of about 35 with neat blonde hair and a body which had once been fit but had got fatter with lots of good food. He wore an expensive suit and had the look of a man who was used to getting his own way. He was almost as fond of good food and wine as Daniel. In fact, it had been Justin's idea to produce Dinner Party for television with Daniel as one of its stars. "Daniel, my dear boy, this soup is fantastic. Henri has never made better." Daniel smiled. Good old Henri. He took a spoonful of soup and put it into his mouth. He waited a moment for the heat of the soup to go down a little, while his tongue took in the flavour. Salt. All he could taste was salt. It tasted so terrible that he nearly spat out the soup. Justin noticed. "Daniel, whatever is the matter? Are you all right?" Justin, he observed, had already swallowed 2 spoonfuls of the soup. Justin's taste was almost as expert as Daniel's, yet he had liked it. Could those doctors have been right? Had he really lost his famous sense of taste? These thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant. This was hardly the time to admit anything about the loss of his sense of taste, not to a man who was going to give him a job that depended on it. He would have to pretend nothing was the matter. After all, Henri's soup could always be depended on. It was always excellent. Nothing," he told Justin. "Just a little something in the throat. This soup is delicious. Do finish it." Justin smiled and finished his soup. He then praised the Burgundy, a wine that was a particular favourite of Daniel's, though tonight it tasted like warm vinegar as far as he could tell. In fact, it tasted so horrible that he had to try very hard not to spit it out. But he drank it. They talked as they ate, and Daniel told Justin about old Colbert's wine. Justin seemed delighted and was looking forward to tasting it. He asked Daniel to bring some to the Happy Mart office the next day for a tasting of some of the new wines Happy Mart had recently bought. Justin liked to try all the new wines before they went on sale, and it was a good way for Happy Mart's wine tasters to practice. Justin also knew that Daniel loved to show off in front of the other tasters. It was expected. "Why, of course," Daniel answered. But he was beginning to be afraid. The veal, which Justin was now finding so tasty, was just a salty piece of soft stuff in his mouth. He might just as well be eating the insides of a cushion, but he dare not tell Justin. The thought of attempting a wine tasting, an occasion he would normally look forward to, now filled him with fear. He would need time to do something. He had to act quickly. But wouldn't it be better, Justin, if we had the wine tasting at a later date? He suggested. Daniel, my boy, why ever would you want to do that? Don't you want to show off your abilities to your employers? The way Justin emphasized the word employers sounded almost threatening. Justin was not used to his arrangements being disturbed. If Daniel had a reason to change his plans, it had better be good. Daniel had to think quickly. He knew that Justin wouldn't want him on his television show if he knew about his problem. He might even find a reason to make him leave Happy Mart completely. An idea formed in Daniel's mind. A desperate one, but it came out of his mouth before he could stop it. To give us time to bring over our new employee, Monsieur Colbert, said Daniel. Old Colbert makes some of the best wines in the world. Perhaps he would be a good man to test out our wines as well as myself. After all, if he is to supervise our new vineyard, it would be a good idea to get his expert advice on other wines, wouldn't it? Justin sensed that something was not right, but didn't know what it was. He didn't really like Daniel, but had always respected his abilities as a wine taster, even if he thought Daniel was greedy, with too high an opinion of himself. But, of course, if he wasn't able to do the job anymore, then there was no reason to keep him on. Why, Daniel, I never thought I'd hear you tell me that you valued somebody else's opinion above your own. You must be losing your abilities. Not at all. Daniel thought that old Colbert was sure to have a good nose for wines. In his business, he had to have. He could simply agree with everything Colbert said. That would stop people finding out about him and save him from a huge embarrassment. He could pretend there was nothing wrong with him and just judge wines on their colour and feel. You could tell a lot about wines that way if you knew what to look for, as he did. Yes, he could use old Colbert to get him out of this mess until his sense of taste got back to normal. But that would be soon, he was sure. Oh, all right, Daniel. I'll leave the arrangements to you. Bring him over, fix a date, and I'll get the wines. But, Daniel... Yes, Justin? Don't make a habit of this, okay? Daniel went to see the doctor again. He had been certain that his condition was just temporary, but now he wasn't so sure. Would he ever get his sense of smell and taste back to normal? He had to know. His future career depended on it. There's no way of knowing, Mr. Appleby, said the doctor. In most cases I'd say no, but your brain suffered very little damage. It might recover, but I can't be sure. I'm sorry I can't be more helpful than that. That evening at home, Daniel did something he very rarely did. He got drunk. He got drunk at home on brandy he could not taste. The next morning he had a terrible headache, and he stayed at home. Daniel Appleby had to face the fact that his future now depended on Colbert. He didn't like the idea, but maybe he could use him. After all, he had saved his vineyard for him. It would go on making his beautiful wines. The fact that the old vineyard was now owned by Happy Mart, and the old man was now just an employee, wasn't important. At least Daniel didn't think so. And if he could get the old man to help him, nobody need know about his loss of taste. Surely, thought Daniel, old Colbert could understand the pride we wine tasters have in our profession. After all, he's a proud man himself, in his way. Daniel guessed that Colbert, like most wine experts, would love to try what other wines were on offer. In any case, he knew that Colbert would be needed to instruct Happy Mart specialists on the methods he used to produce his wine. Daniel decided to risk it. He would tell Colbert everything about his accident and his loss of taste. Besides, Colbert owed him a favour, didn't he? But just to be sure, he would tell him that he would get him sacked from his new job if he didn't help. He couldn't refuse then. He would get on the telephone and speak to him right away. No problem. The next few days saw Daniel Appleby busily making arrangements over the telephone with old Colbert, who agreed to be there in 2 weeks. Thank goodness. A week later, Daniel got a phone call from Justin. He had just tasted some of old Colbert's wine, and he was very excited about it. "Daniel, my boy, I knew it must be good because of what you said, but I never realized it would be this good. Once we start producing this, we'll create a whole new market for quality wine. Everybody will want it. And you must get Monsieur Colbert to bring any more of these wonderful wines he may have. The man is simply brilliant. You are a clever old thing, Daniel, but then you are the best in the business. Happy Maud is lucky to have you. I am looking forward to meeting Monsieur Colbert next week. I've invited people from the television company, photographers from the best newspapers, everybody. Don't disappoint me, Daniel, because this is going to be big." Daniel was glad to hear Justin praising him again, but he had not got back his senses of taste or smell. He had had to pretend that he still had his famous nose for wine, whereas he had actually been depending on his eyes and his experience in order to do his job. It hadn't been easy. Old Colbert was going to arrive soon, and he realized that he really would need the old man for the wine tasting. He was not happy about that. Old Colbert was not used to dressing up in suits. He felt uncomfortable in a tie. He would much rather be in his old shirt, looking after his vineyard. He couldn't help thinking of it as still being his vineyard, though he knew it was no longer. Instead, here he was at the Happy Mart offices in London, being introduced to a room full of men like Daniel Appleby. And there was Appleby himself, wearing his ridiculous red jacket, smiling and holding a corkscrew. He was busy telling everybody all about Monsieur Colbert's marvellous wines, and how lucky he had been to be the man who had discovered them. Appleby had told Colbert he owed him a favour, and Colbert was not a man who forgot to pay back what he owed. Not at all. Justin was smiling as he stood by the table full of empty wine glasses. He tapped a glass on the table with a spoon. It was surprisingly loud. Everybody turned around to look. "Gentlemen," he said, "Monsieur Colbert has kindly agreed to bring along some more of his wonderful wines for us to taste today. This promises to be a treat indeed. Daniel, if you would be so kind." Daniel turned to Colbert, who then handed Daniel one of the bottles he had brought with him. "This is one we made recently, monsieur," said Colbert. "Shall we taste it first?" Daniel smiled as he pulled out the cork and poured out a measure for the old man. Justin had insisted that Daniel take charge of the wine tasting. It was his way of saying he trusted him. Fine, that suited Daniel. Now he could make sure that the wine was completely under his control, just as he wanted. The photographers were all taking pictures, and television cameras were pointing at him. Good. He was enjoying himself. Colbert lifted up his glass, smelled the liquid first, tasted it, then spat it from his mouth into a small metal bucket kept on the table at such occasions. He looked at Daniel and gave a little nod, barely noticeable to anybody else. That was the signal he had arranged with Colbert. Now he could start showing off.
My friends, Monsieur Colbert has been good enough to allow me to be the first to taste the latest wine from the Colbert vineyard. Daniel paused to pour out a measure into his own glass from the newly opened bottle. If you would allow me... Daniel did what everybody had come to expect of him. He smelled the glass with his expert nose, breathed deeply, then took a mouthful of the deep red liquid, taking care to roll it carefully around his mouth before spitting it into a bucket. Everybody waited while he looked upwards, as he always did before giving his judgment on a wine. Finally, he spoke. This wine is truly a fine example of a great wine, full of fruit and with excellent body. It is to wine what a Picasso painting is to art, a true masterpiece. One cannot taste a wine like this and not feel that one has tasted greatness. Monsieur Colbert, you have made a wine fit for the gods.
Well, said Justin, let's not waste time, gentlemen. Your glasses, please. He poured some into everybody's glass before raising his own. Let's drink, he said, to Monsieur Colbert, his great wines, and the man who discovered them for Happy Mart, Daniel Appleby. Daniel felt proud as he saw everybody's glasses raised, proud and glad that it was all over. All of a sudden there was a rush to the wine buckets and the sound of loud coughing. Everybody spat out the contents of their glasses with a look of disgust on their faces.
Vinegar, said Justin. Red wine vinegar.
Oui, monsieur, said Colbert.
Our latest, the best vinegar made from only the finest red wine, fit for the Emperor Napoleon himself, don't you think? And so it was. The best quality red wine vinegar one could find anywhere. Justin turned to Daniel and stared at him. Justin looked very angry as the specially invited photographers took their pictures. Daniel's face turned pale as he felt his career break into pieces like a glass that has been dropped on a hard floor. The other wine tasters didn't know where to look, though some of them began to laugh. But none laughed as loudly as Monsieur Colbert, whose laughter filled Appleby's ears for the rest of his life.
A nose for a story.
Are you okay, miss?
Asked the taxi driver. He could see in his mirror that the American lady sitting in the back seat was having a hard time keeping down her expensive lunch.
No, I am not. What is that awful smell?
The woman asked. The taxi driver smiled to himself. He often had to explain the smell to wealthy foreigners after he had driven them a kilometre or so away from their hotel. It was not something their sensitive city noses were used to.
It's just the sewage, miss. The pipes from the toilets are old, and the weather is hot in India,
he explained.
There are many people in Bombay. The pipes get very full.
The taxi driver almost felt sorry for his passenger. She was middle-aged, but had a pretty face and shiny dark hair, though her teeth were too big for his taste. Yet he could see, as he closed the windows and switched on the air conditioning, that many men would find her attractive. But he had long since learned to distance himself from the delights of his lady passengers. He thought of himself as a professional, like a doctor. He was above such things.
Don't worry, miss.
There are no more big sewage pipes in the village where we are going," he added helpfully. "Thank God for that," said the woman, who was now beginning to wish she had not asked for the windows to be left open in the first place. "No, they use cesspits, big holes in the ground where they put all their—" "Thank you, driver," the woman said quickly. "There's no need to go into details. I can imagine." Desiree Malpin, in fact, had one of the best imaginations in her business. She was a senior journalist for the National Diary, a publication which was proud of being America's #1 magazine for lovers of the truth. Other journalists who wrote for more serious newspapers disagreed. They said that the National Diary loved scandal and dirt, and didn't care how much it changed the truth in its stories. The journalists were right. Lots of pictures and lots of scandal. That was the National Diary's recipe for success, and Desiree was one of the magazine's top writers. The taxi drove on a long way outside the city, until the road became rougher. Finally, it stopped by a small group of houses off the side of the road. "This is the place, miss. It's the house to the left," said the driver. He pointed to a house that was slightly larger than the rest and still had some white paint on its walls. "But it's so small," Desiree said in surprise. "Best house in the village, miss. The family has been there many, many years," said the driver with some pride, as if he knew the famous writer who had lived there, though he had never met her in his life. This was the house of the late Nairi Singh, the former society beauty and writer, whose highly praised novels had been made into several films and who had won the Nobel Prize. Or was it the Pulitzer? Desiree wasn't sure. She had never read any of her books. She knew, however, that Nairi Singh had been killed 2 months ago in a car crash just outside Bombay. Some people said she had been driving to the house of an Indian film star. A married film star. Desiree felt sure that the crash had been no accident. It wouldn't be the first time that such accidents had been arranged. Perhaps there was a jealous wife involved, or maybe an angry relative who could not stand the scandal or embarrassment to the family name. She had a nose for a story, and when Desiree Malpin smelled a story, there would be a story. And if there were no facts behind the story, she would think of some. She looked at the window of the house. A figure was moving. There was somebody still living in Nairi Singh's house. But who? Desiree took a few close-up pictures of the house. She always liked to take her own photographs. They gave a personal touch to her stories and made her some extra money. "That's fine. Take me back to the hotel now, driver. I'll come back sometime and take a closer look. And, driver—" "Yes, miss?" "Next time I ask you to open the windows for some fresh air, don't," Desiree said decisively. While Desiree was going back to her hotel in the taxi, Gopal Singh was looking at the old brown photograph of his younger sister, Nairi. It sat on the table next to the sweet-smelling flowers he replaced daily. She looked as he would always remember her, a beautiful young woman whose intelligence shone far beyond her own country. She was only 45 when she died in that car accident, still beautiful, and with so much still to give.
She had been respected by artists and politicians all over the world. Yes, he was proud of his sister. But she used to get so angry. He laughed. It was easier to laugh now. Oh, the times they had argued over the company she sometimes kept. Gopal had not always liked the people she mixed with. Still, they had always been there for each other. Neither of them had married. She was married to her work. He had always looked after her, though he would never have admitted it to his proud, brilliant sister, who, in many ways, had been a child still. She was too idealistic, only interested in those who shared her ideals. She would argue her opinions with anybody, but her beauty sometimes attracted lovers as well as thinkers. She could not be trusted to look after herself, and who else was there? They were the only ones left of their family. Only he had known Nairi. Only he had understood her ways, her needs, perhaps more than she did herself. And now she was gone. People seemed to want her even more since her death. But it was still Gopal who looked after her memory and her work. He kept away all the journalists and other people who wanted a part of his sister to take away with them. She had given them her work, her wonderful books. Why should they want the part of her that was left to him? The part that was his sister. She had put her life into her work. Wasn't that enough for them? Gopal had always been there for her. Even when she had mixed with the most famous people in India, she had always come back to her faithful brother and their peaceful little home in the village. Always. Now there was a growing number of curious eyes, cars that stopped and looked, tapping on the windows, notes through the door. What did they want? Didn't they know she was dead? But he would stay. He would end his days in the house that held his memories, wrapped in the sweet smell of flowers. What else could he want? The Excelsior Hotel was famous for its quality and luxury. It was the place to stay at if you were at all important or wanted to be thought of as being important. It was always full of foreign journalists. Whenever they were working in Bombay, foreign journalists always chose the Excelsior. Its attraction to journalists was obvious. It was a good place for both valuable information and scandal. Who knows what famous guests might say after too much wine at dinner? And there were always keen listening ears to catch every foolish word or careless whisper. This would later be served up to the world as a tasty dish of scandal in magazines like the National Diary. There were always plenty of readers hungry for details of the lives of famous people, especially if those details were interesting and personal. That was why Desiree Malpin was staying there. That evening at the hotel, Desiree sat at her table in the lounge, looking at the setting sun through the windows. She was pleased with herself. She kept a glass of white wine with her, but drank very little of it. This was what she always did. It meant that she could refuse offers of drinks from interested men while keeping a clear head herself. She was very good at listening to people who first drank too much and then said too much. On the few occasions when the conversation went from the boring to the exciting, she could reach into her handbag and switch on her tiny tape recorder, a very useful machine indeed. Desiree was there to interview one of India's top film directors, Raj Patel. He was about to make a film based on Indian summer, Nairi Singh's last novel. The Indian film industry, centred in Bombay, was becoming popular in the West, where it was sometimes known as Bollywood. Desiree had no interest at all in Indian films or their directors, but her boss had told her that she might find out more about Nairi Singh and her film star lover. If anybody knew him, Patel did. She recognized Patel coming towards her. He was quite old, well over 60. Desiree preferred younger men, and was dressed in an expensive white suit. He was smiling and holding a gin and tonic. Desiree knew that older men were attracted to her. It was useful, though it could be risky if she stayed too long and they became too interested. She could see already that Patel's eyes were attracted by the necklace that sat above the low neckline of her dress. But she could handle herself all right. This guy would be no problem, she could tell. Patel came up to her and smiled. "Miss Malpin, if I'm not mistaken." Desiree held out her hand as she welcomed him. She was expecting a handshake, but Patel took it and gave it a kiss instead. It felt wet. "They didn't tell me you were so handsome, Mr. Patel." "Oh, you know how to please an old man, Miss Malpin," Patel said as he laughed. "But I was surprised when your magazine said it was interested in my latest film production. In fact, I'm pleased that the West is finally taking an interest in Indian cinema." "The whole world knows that you beat Hollywood in getting the rights to film Nairi Singh's last novel, Indian Summer. Naturally, everybody wants to know about it, especially since Nairi Singh's death," said Desiree, as she switched on her tape recorder. "Well, I've always wanted to film Nairi's novels. I think it's best that her work should be filmed by Indians in India." "I hear that Nairi had quite an interest in Indian films and in film stars. Is that right, Mr. Patel?" And so the conversation went on. Raj Patel wanted to talk about his new film, but Desiree wanted to talk about Nairi Singh, and kept trying to get him to give away details of her involvement with one of his stars. Throughout it all, Patel simply smiled, drank his gin and tonic, and kept trying to return to the subject of his film. But Desiree was determined, and the subject always went back to Nairi's personal life. Finally, he stood up. "Will you excuse me for a few moments, Miss Malpin? I won't be long." He had a phone call to make that he didn't want her to know about, and he left. Desiree waited and sipped her wine. She was annoyed that the old fool hadn't told her about anything apart from his boring film. He was back half an hour later. He seemed to be a little drunk. Desiree tried not to appear annoyed. "Ah, yes, Miss Malpin. You were interested in Nairi Singh." Patel's voice was louder than before, and not as clear. "And who can blame you? By the way, that is a most beautiful necklace you are wearing, my dear." "You were saying about Nairi Singh," Desiree reminded him. "Ah, yes, Nairi. Oh, she was a remarkable woman. A woman who could have told the world a lot about the famous people she knew. I knew her well." Desiree's eyes opened wider. Nairi Singh's secrecy and hatred of publicity had been well known. "Really? And did she tell you about
her secrets?
Not at all.
Desiree almost got very angry, but decided that silence was the best approach. She was right. But, he continued, leaning over towards Desiree, she once told me, as her friend, that she kept a diary. If the world only knew the secrets that I have written in this diary, she said to me, they would be shocked. Shocked? Said Desiree. Patel looked at her with a concerned expression.
Oh, if that diary were shown to the world, I tell you, there would be scandal. Scandal! Some people would be in serious trouble, I tell you. It's a good job her brother keeps it safe, or there would be a lot of respectable public figures who would be...
She has a brother?
Oh, yes. Her older brother, Gopal, her only relation. He was like a father to her. Yes, he has all her things, including that diary. It's safe in his hands. He's just a lonely old man who lives for his memories of his sister. He'll probably get rid of it sooner or later.
Get rid of it? Thought Desiree. Not if I can help it. While Desiree was deep in conversation with Patel, Professor Cyril Whitelaw was enjoying a cool glass of iced lemon tea in his small but comfortable room at the Excelsior. He was celebrating his first day in India by reading Indian Summer, the last novel by Nairi Singh, for the 6th time. He would have to know her works in detail if he was to write a great book about this secretive author's life. His publishers were paying for everything and expected results. He hoped to see the house where she had spent so many years of her life very soon. Who knows what he might find there? Perhaps, and this was his secret hope, he might find some unpublished writings. The thought made him shake with excitement. Whitelaw put down Indian Summer and his lemon tea and got up from his chair. He then played one of his favourite games, looking in the mirror and imagining his face on the back cover of his important future book, Nairi Singh, Secretive Star, the book that would finally make his name as an expert on serious modern literature. The thin face that looked back at him was that of a man of late middle age, with pale red hair and glasses. Its skin was pink from the heat, and was already showing the first signs of sunburn. It needed a shave. He decided to clean himself up and dress for dinner. After that, he would have a drink in the hotel lounge. You never know, he thought. There might be someone out there who knew her. 20 minutes later, he walked into the lounge of the Excelsior, where nobody knew Professor Cyril Whitelaw. At least, not yet.
My dear Miss Malpin,
began Patel. Call me Desiree, please.
Of course. Desiree, may I please introduce my brightest star, my finest actor and leading man, Ravi Narayan. He's going to star in my new film, Indian Summer. I've always wanted to make a film of my favorite book by my dear friend Nairi Singh, and now I am.
You naughty man, Raj, said Desiree, giving Patel a playful tap on the wrist. You didn't tell me we had another good-looking man in the hotel. Why, he's almost as handsome as you." Patel laughed. They all did. It was a game Desiree was good at playing with older men. But this other man was not a day over 40, and yes, he was handsome. But where had she seen him before? Ravi Narayan smiled with white film star teeth and said how pleased he was to meet her. The voice was familiar too. That was when Desiree remembered him. His handsome face had been the only thing that had kept her awake through viewings of Patel's boring films. Her editor had insisted she watch them as preparation for this interview. She was glad she had decided to put on her best perfume after all. Perhaps it had been worth it. Now there was another link with Nairi Singh. Perhaps he had been her film star boyfriend. "I thought that Hollywood was interested in filming that book, Raj. I don't mean to be rude, but why are you making it and not them?" It was a fair question, and Desiree was curious to know the answer. "It's all thanks to Nairi's brother. He is responsible for all her books now, and he likes my films. He wants the film made in India by Indians. By this Indian." Patel pointed to himself and laughed loudly. They all laughed. Their conversation was being listened to by a very interested figure with pale red hair and glasses who was sitting by the bar not far away, unnoticed by them, busily writing in a notebook. It was Professor Whitelaw. "Yes, indeed, I've known him for years," continued Patel. "He's spent his life looking after his sister. He still lives in their old house in the village. Goodness knows, Nairi had enough money to buy a palace, but she insisted on staying there. She said it kept her feet on the ground, but it was Gopal who did that, if you ask me. He's getting old now, though, and his health is getting worse, but he won't move from the place," said Patel. "So he decides what happens to her books?" asked Desiree. "Yes, there must be lots of unpublished stuff there, including that diary I mentioned. I'd love to have a look, but Gopal won't let anyone near. He's no fool," said Patel as he gave her a knowing look. "Neither am I," thought Desiree, who was already making plans to visit Gopal the next day. She was determined to get that diary one way or another. "But there I go talking about an old man," went on Patel, "when you have handsome Ravi to entertain you. Did I mention he was to star in my next film?" Handsome Ravi talked about himself for the next hour or two, long after Whitelaw was gone. It soon became clear that Ravi had never even met Nairi Singh, and he didn't seem to notice Desiree's necklace at all. The next morning, Gopal Singh was looking at the rising sun from his bedroom window. He was glad he had agreed to let his old friend Raj film Indian Summer. Nairi had always said that foreigners should film her books, because only they could see India with a fresh eye. He had always told her that was nonsense. They had argued about it, but what in the end could he say? They were not his books, and that was that. But now he was responsible. He would do what was best, at last. The previous night, Raj had told him on the phone that a silly journalist from that awful National Diary magazine wanted to see him. Raj, as Gopal well knew, had always liked attractive women. His marriage never changed that. But even he knew trouble when he saw it. And Desiree Malpin was trouble. No doubt about that. She was not interested in Indian films, that was for sure. So Raj had, with Gopal's permission, made up a story about a diary full of scandals about important people. Raj had been a good actor in his youth, so, while he was talking to Desiree, he had pretended to be drunk and to be talking too much. He was good at that kind of thing. And she believed every word, just as he had expected her to. Of course, Raj and Gopal both knew that Nairi had never kept a diary in her life. He remembered Gopal once telling him about Nairi's little box of secrets, so he had quickly thought of the plan. They had realized that the filming of Indian Summer would attract interest outside India, and not all of it welcome. Desiree Malpin was a good example. Raj told Gopal he could either send her away or he could carry out the joke. If she was more interested in scandal than his films, she should not get any pity. Gopal laughed and told him to go ahead. Good old Raj. Desiree had also got up early that morning. Ravi Narayan had proved to be as good a talker as she was a listener, perhaps better. Old Patel had smiled as he allowed his star to talk and talk and talk. Her cassette had soon finished, and she hadn't got another. She had hoped to catch more details about Nairi Singh and her diary. Oh, yes, there had been a lot mentioned. Famous names, important names from all over the place. When Ravi took a breath and allowed Patel to talk for a while. This had not been often enough to please her, but by then her interest had been awakened. She was sure there was a story, and a big one too. And as for Nairi's death in that so-called car accident, had it really been an accident? There was the smell of scandal there. She just knew it. She had phoned Nairi's brother and told him she wanted to get out quickly to see him. She was sure that old Gopal, or whatever his name was, would be as helpful as Patel had been, especially if he was a lonely old man. How could he refuse an attractive woman like her? The diary would be hers. She was sure of it, even if she had to steal it. She decided she would wear a yellow trouser suit that would allow her to move freely around the place. She wanted to have a good look around when she got there. She looked great in the trouser suit, and her appearance usually helped her get what she wanted. That and lots of nice perfume, of course. One had to smell nice. 5 minutes later, she was on her way in a taxi. She had all the windows closed. Later that morning, Gopal Singh went out to change the flowers for fresh ones from the garden. The house needed the sweet smell. It had not been joined to the sewage system. It was an old house and still had no modern pipes. Waste was collected every month from a cesspit some distance away in the large garden. The cesspit was about 2 meters wide and over 1 meter deep, and by the end of the month, as it was now, it smelled awful. But he was used to it. As he walked down the garden, he saw a man approaching, a middle-aged European man with glasses and pale red hair.
"Mr. Singh," said the man, "may I have a word with you? It's about your sister."
Gopal was always polite to visitors, if he liked the look of them. This man didn't look as if he meant any harm. He decided to speak with him. Professor Whitelaw introduced himself, and they were soon sitting in the house, drinking tea next to the new flowers. Whitelaw explained about his plans for a book about Nairi.
It will be mostly about her work, you understand, he said rather nervously.
Not about my sister's private life, I hope. Nairi was a very private person, and I want that to be respected, even now, Gopal said firmly.
I would never mention anything without your permission, sir, the professor said. This will be the kind of book students of serious literature will read, I assure you.
Gopal felt happier when he heard this. Nairi had always attracted both students and teachers of literature, and there had to be a book sooner or later. It was bound to happen. When he heard Whitelaw tell him about his plans to write a book that would celebrate her work, rather than the details of her private life, he knew that it would probably be the first of many. Gopal also knew that he was getting older, and might not be able to control the things that were written about Nairi. If he insisted on having a considerable degree of control over the finished book, he could make sure that what was written was the truth, and not the rubbish that some would like to publish about her. Besides, Whitelaw seemed to be honest.
And what kind of information about my sister are you looking for, Professor Whitelaw?
Gopal asked.
I'm particularly interested in any unpublished work you might have. Any notes, unfinished novels, letters, diaries, perhaps.
Diaries? Gopal wondered if this was another of Raj's jokes. But Raj had made no mention of this man. Then there was a knock at the door. Gopal opened it. There was an attractive woman in a yellow trouser suit standing there. She was smiling and carried a handbag. He could smell her perfume. This must be the woman from the National Diary. Gopal smiled and let her in. Desiree thought the old man was smiling for a different reason. He's attracted to me, she thought to herself. I knew he would be. Gopal introduced Whitelaw, and Desiree's heart sank when she saw him. She was not glad to hear of his plans for a book. He would be as interested in scandal as she was. Maybe she could take his mind off the diary. She put on her sweetest voice, but Whitelaw did not react as she had hoped. He didn't look once as she leaned over while reaching for some tea. She might just as well have been his mother. No luck there. At least the old man seemed to be giving her his attention. She explained, still in her sweetest voice, why she was there. She said that she wanted to describe the human side of Nairi Singh in her magazine, the side that would show the world what a wonderful person they had lost. Was there anything that he could show her readers? Letters? A diary, perhaps? Gopal smiled. Come, let us all walk together in the garden. Then we can talk, he said. Gopal picked up an old metal box from a table, the kind with a lid and a lock, and carried it with him. He led them past the flowers by his sister's photograph and out to the garden path. There was an unpleasant smell. At first, the smell was not too bad. Then, as they went on, It got stronger. "My sister was a secretive woman," said Gopal. "She knew many important people, many famous people, but she never said anything about her private conversations with them to me or to anyone. She respected her friends, even her enemies, and would never repeat to anyone what they said to her." As they walked, the smell became almost too much. Desiree's face was turning pale, and Professor Whitelaw, too, was looking very uncomfortable. Gopal went on. "This box contains the only real secrets my sister ever kept from me. I once promised her I would never open it, and I never have, even though I have the key." He stopped and looked at his two guests, who were both trying their best not to be sick. "This cesspit, which you see in the ground in front of us, is to be emptied tomorrow. It contains the sewage from the past month." They could see it in front of them. It was almost full, and the smell rose from it like an evil ghost. Then Gopal did an extraordinary thing. He threw the box into the cesspit. It went through the air and landed in the middle. Desiree and Whitelaw looked on helplessly while the box sank slowly to the bottom, leaving only a few bubbles in the brown liquid. "If you really wish to know the secrets in that box, they are yours. I will be at the Excelsior this afternoon. In fact, my good friend Mr. Raj Patel will be arriving to take me there at any moment. The person who brings me the box may collect the key from me in the lounge of the hotel at 4 o'clock this afternoon, just in time for tea. Goodbye for now, my friends. It was a delight meeting you both. Perhaps we shall meet again." And Gopal walked down the garden path and left them there. Their eyes went from him to the cesspit and then to each other. Both of them wanted the box and what was in it, and there it lay, separated from them by deep, bubbling, brown sewage. Raj Patel and Gopal sat drinking tea in the Excelsior Lounge at 3:45 that afternoon. Music from a string quartet was playing. As they laughed together, a third person came to join them. It was Professor Whitelaw. "I'm sorry, Mr. Singh, but I just couldn't do it. Not for anything. I'm afraid I have rather a weak stomach. Still, I don't suppose anything in that box would have made much difference to a book about Miss Singh as a writer." Gopal smiled. "Quite right. Think nothing of it, Professor Whitelaw. I hope you did not mind my little test of your, intentions. I can see you are a man with high standards. Now, do sit down and join us for tea. Let me introduce you to my good friend, Mr. Raj Patel. He is a very fine maker of Indian films." For the next 10 minutes, they all chatted about Whitelaw's ideas for his book, and Raj Patel's plans for Indian Summer, starring Ravi Narayan. It was almost 4 o'clock when Desiree Malpin arrived with an old metal box in her hands. She was wearing a loose blue dress and smelled of strong perfume. But there was another smell mixed in with it, a bitter, unpleasant smell, which defeated all the efforts of the perfume to hide it. Her hair was still wet, as though she had just come out of the shower. She smiled, but it was an angry smile.
She placed the box in the middle of the table, almost knocking over the vase of roses. "Well, Mr. Singh, here it is. I got it out. None of those taxi drivers would do it, so I did it myself. Ruined my clothes and had to pay for the damned taxi to be cleaned. God knows what they thought when I finally got back here. But here it is. Now, are you going to open it?" "Of course, my dear. At once," said Gopal. He took a key from his pocket and didn't seem to mind that the box was not entirely clean. He turned the lock with a quick motion of his wrist and held the box out to her. "Take it. It's yours." Desiree took the box and, looking very pleased with herself, opened it. She took out some old pieces of newspaper, which had gone brown and hard with age. She looked at them and stared at Gopal angrily. "What on earth are these?" Gopal Singh looked at the old papers. "Cricket reports. Oh, we both loved cricket. But I hate reading results of matches I haven't seen. And Nairi loved collecting them. She was a sweet old thing. Don't you think?"
Arlo's War. The snake's world was a silent one. Its world was a box with a glass front. It was staring at its next meal. Its meal, a rat, was staring back. The rat sat frozen with fear in the corner of the large box. It heard a soft shaking sound and answered with a few high sounds of terror. The snake was hungry and moved quickly. It was a big North American diamond-backed rattlesnake, almost 2 meters long, with enough poison in its bite to kill several men. The rat was soon dead, and the snake stretched its jaws to begin the business of swallowing its meal. Arlo Penton sat and watched through the glass as Susie ate her rat. The sight made him feel a little uncomfortable. It always did. But that, he thought, was the way of nature. And he did admire snakes. He admired their smooth beauty and their beautiful patterned skins. But most of all, he admired their deafness. Arlo had discovered some years before that snakes were completely deaf. They depended mostly on their highly developed sense of smell, and their tongues could actually taste smells from the air. As well as this, their expressionless eyes could see the heat given off by the bodies of other animals. Arlo watched with feelings of deep respect as the rat slowly disappeared down Susie's throat. The snake lived in a world without annoying, continuous noise. A silent world. To Arlo, snakes stood for beauty and perfection. He loved to watch them and admire them. If only his own world could be as silent as theirs. That was why he had caught Susie. More correctly, he had Chico, a local gardener, catch her for him. Susie had been caught in the rocky, dry land that bordered Tucson, Arizona, where Arlo lived. Chico was most casual in the way he touched dangerous snakes. Sometimes he would even eat them. "They're good to eat, and they're free," he would say. This disgusted Arlo, not because he didn't like the idea of snakes being used as food, but because he thought it failed to give the snake enough respect. Nevertheless, he was glad Chico had found Susie. She was a beauty. Arlo liked living at the edge of town. He had to drive to work, and it took him over an hour each way. It was noisy and hot, but at least he had quiet when he got home. Quiet was very important to Arlo. As a young man, he had been a soldier and had fought in a war. His mind had been damaged by the noise of loud and terrible explosions, and he had to be sent to a hospital at home to recover. He had met his wife, Maria, there. She was one of the nurses who had looked after him. He still hated noise. "Everybody talks about pollution," Arlo would say to anybody who would listen. "The way we poison our environment with this and that. Yet the one thing which really poisons the quality of our lives is noise. Everywhere you go, you hear people making noise, noise, noise. Where can you hear the birds sing these days? Not in the city, my friend. All you hear is traffic, loud radios, and people with noisy machinery. 24 hours a day, it's noise, noise, noise. It's enough to drive you crazy." Too much noise took Arlo back in his mind to the war, with its loud explosions that had brought death and suffering. Maria had saved him from madness. Maria, and his work, and his pills. To look at, Arlo was like many other 59-year-old men. He was of average height, and his once dark hair was now gray. He was neither fat nor thin, and dressed casually, usually in black trousers, a blue shirt, and his favorite cowboy hat. His thin face had taken on a more troubled look since Maria had died of cancer 1 year before. She had helped him through the bad times, and made sure he took the pills he needed to keep him calm. But now, Maria was gone. They had no children. Most of Arlo's time was now given to his work. Even when he was at home, he would be thinking about work, putting new ideas down onto his computer. His work was his life. Arlo had a job in a company called Techno Toys, which made electronic toys for children. He was the company's chief designer of radio-controlled toys, such as cars and airplanes. These toys were so clever and amazing that many fathers bought them at Christmas for their children, only to play with them themselves. The cries of, "Ah, Dad, can I have a go now?" were often heard in many homes where Dad had bought one of Arlo's marvelous toys. His toys were indeed wonderful. The cars were tough but fast, while the airplanes were like magical birds that would fly up or down and turn in the air whenever you told them to. They could be guided from great distances with the powerful electronic controls that Arlo designed. What Arlo liked best about his work was the electrical side. He would leave the design of the toy's body to others, but design the electronic controls himself. By the time the toy was finished, it would be the best that money could buy. Arlo had a garage full of small model planes, boats, and cars he had made. He often used them to help test out new designs at home. That was why he had been allowed to keep them. The Techno Toys factory was quite separate from the place where Arlo worked. He needed quiet so that he could concentrate, and did not want loud, upsetting noises to remind him of the war. He could never do this next to a noisy factory. He did his work in an old, large house in the center of the city called the Havens, which was owned by the company. The house was unusual in having its own spacious grounds that protected it from the loud noises of the city. Arlo worked there with a few other favored employees. They would send their designs to the factory, which would build the models, then return them to Arlo and his colleagues to be checked. This arrangement suited Arlo. He had a quiet place to work in, while Techno Toys got top-quality new toys that were sure to sell well. Keeping Arlo happy at the Havens had been worth it to them. So far. Arlo had made enough money from his work to buy a spacious house outside the city and away from the noisy traffic. He built a large wooden tower in the garden so that he could control his models from great distances. He loved that. But he missed Maria, and his sleep was sometimes troubled, especially when he forgot to take his pills. But at least he had his work to take his mind off the war. Work was all he had left. Bernie DiMaggio, vice president of Techno Toys, held a towel as he watched his boss on her exercise cycle. She often spoke to him while doing her early morning exercises in the private gym she had next to her office. She got off the machine, and he handed her the towel.
"He's not gonna like it, Mr. Cruz. You know how he feels about the place."
Bernie's suntan could not hide the way his face turned red as he spoke. "You seem to forget who you're talking to, Mr. DiMaggio. I am now the head of Techno Toys. My father was old-fashioned in his ways. He made this company, but if we are to become the market leader, we must change with the times."
"But, Mr. Cruz," began Bernie.
"Enough, Mr. DiMaggio. You may be vice president, and your concern for one of our, senior employees is understandable. But we have a business to run. We have to progress. We have money to consider. We can't afford not to sell a valuable property like the Havens just because an old man close to retirement likes a bit of quiet. Not when we need the money for building up the factory. It's just not good business sense, Mr. DiMaggio, and we both know it."
"But Arlo has been working at the Havens for 20 years. He couldn't work anywhere else now. You knew him when you were just a kid, Mr. Cruz."
"I'm not a kid anymore, Mr. DiMaggio, in case you haven't noticed. And I have a business to run. The property will be sold. If Mr. Penton wants to continue to work for Techno Toys, he will have to work at the factory, like the rest of us. Or he can go. I trust you will let him know of this development at the appropriate time."
"You mean after he's completed the designs for the new season's models?"
"Exactly. No sense in upsetting him just now, not while he's doing useful work. It's not good business, Mr. DiMaggio. You ought to know that," said Eva de Cruz firmly. Bernie DiMaggio had been with the company since Eva de Cruz had been a child. He had seen the business grow as Eva grew. It was a successful business, though not yet the biggest of its kind. He looked at his new boss, the 25-year-old daughter of Diego de Cruz, his former boss and friend. Eva had studied at the best business school, and she wanted to show the world that she was going to be better than her father had ever been. Better and richer. After Diego's wife, Eva's mother, had died 15 years before, Diego de Cruz had put all of his energies into the business. The education of his daughter and only child was left to private boarding schools, where she had lived for most of the time. She had been educated from a distance, like one of Diego's toys. And Eva was the result. Everything about her was businesslike, from her usual dark blue suit to her electronic organizer. Bernie sometimes wondered if her brain had become electronic too. And what would happen to Arlo once he was told about the sale of the Havens? Both he and Diego had been in the army with Arlo during the war and had become friends. After the war, they had given Arlo work he could do in peace. They wanted to help him put his broken mind back together. Diego had promised Arlo that there would always be a peaceful place for him to work at Techno Toys. What would this news do to him?
Couldn't you find somewhere else quiet for him, Mr. Cruz? Bernie asked. Where he can carry on his work? Diego, your father, promised Arlo somewhere quiet a long time ago. That was then. This is now. We can't afford to treat him any differently from the rest of us, Mr. DiMaggio, she said, after drying her face with the towel and throwing it back to him. Now, excuse me, but I have another appointment in 20 minutes. Eva left him with the damp towel. Bernie was close to retirement age himself. He felt sorry for Arlo. Diego would have done something to help, but not Eva. He might lose his own job if he didn't do as she told him. Bernie felt older and weaker as he walked out of the gym. While Eva and Bernie were talking, Arlo was getting into his car to go to work. He had forgotten to take his pill again. His face was already sweating. It was a bright, sunny morning, and the roads would be hot. He was glad he had completed the new designs and was looking forward to handing them in personally, as usual, to Bernie DiMaggio. They lay on the seat next to him as he drove to the city center. The road was already busy with the morning rush of traffic. Arlo had to stop at a set of traffic lights. The car next to him was a sports car with an open top. The man at the wheel was young and wore dark glasses. He was listening to loud rock music and was nodding his head to the rhythm as he listened. Arlo could not understand how anybody could listen to such a loud noise without damaging their ears. He could feel the noise hitting his own head in solid waves. It was painful. He shouted to the man to turn the sound down. The man saw him and laughed, then turned the sound up even more. Fortunately, the lights changed at that moment, and they both drove away. Arlo let the sports car speed ahead, taking its noise with it. Everything seemed to be noisy on that journey. Other cars had noisy radios. Arlo swore at the Tucson rock music radio station as he passed it by. Then he heard some loud machines at some new building works. Car horns sounded at every pause in the stream of traffic, and everywhere people seemed to be shouting, shouting, shouting. At last, the turning for the Havens came into view. He could hardly wait to enter the peaceful building. As he drove through the private grounds, all the awful noises disappeared into the distance. When Arlo stopped the car, his body was shaking and covered in sweat. Echoes of loud noises were still in his head, some of them terrible memories of the war. He took a few deep breaths to calm himself, then picked up his designs and walked into the big house. It was 9 o'clock at the Havens. Bernie DiMaggio was early. He was waiting in the office as Arlo walked in. He noticed that Arlo was holding the envelope containing the new designs. He also noticed how upset Arlo looked. "Hi, Arlo. Hey, are you okay? You don't look so good, if you don't mind me saying so. Are you still sleeping okay? Hey, if you need anything, just say the word." Arlo smiled. Bernie was always concerned about him when it was time to hand in his designs. Did he think he would finally go crazy before completing them? Probably. Bernie had always been a worrier. Arlo looked into the familiar, sun-tanned face and answered, "I'm fine, Bernie. At least, I would be if I walked around with my ears closed. I swear this town is getting noisier every day." "Oh, no," thought Bernie. "I hope he's not going to give me another long talk about noise pollution." Bernie decided to change the subject quickly. "You have the designs, I see, Arlo. All ready for production?" Arlo handed over the envelope, giving it a firm tap with his hand on the way. "You bet, Bernie. This one is going to be a winner, I'm telling you. The kids are going to love it. It's easy to control, yet it's as quiet as a baby asleep in its mother's arms. Everything's checked? Asked Bernie. Checked and double-checked, Arlo answered. You ought to know me by now. Bernie did know. If Arlo said something was ready, it was ready. He put the designs in his briefcase and began to walk toward the door as he thanked Arlo. Then he stopped and turned to him, pulling another smaller envelope from his jacket pocket. "Oh, I almost forgot," said Bernie, though he had done no such thing. "Here's some mail from the factory for you." "What is it?" Arlo asked as he took the envelope. Bernie looked at his watch. He wasn't brave enough to face Arlo's reaction to the sale of the Havens. "Hey, I've got to go to a meeting right now. See you later, okay?" "Okay," said Arlo, as Bernie smiled nervously and left. He sure was in a rush, he thought. Maybe the noise has been getting to that guy, too. I wouldn't be surprised. Nothing surprises me anymore. Arlo sat down with a sigh and opened the envelope. Eva de Cruz tested her coffee. It was black, with no sugar, just as she liked it. As she sat at her office desk, she thought that things, on the whole, could be a lot worse. It had been a month since the old man had left them. She had expected him to make a lot more fuss about the whole business. She knew he would never work in the factory grounds, not with his unreasonable attitude towards perfectly normal noise levels. All the other designers had agreed to the new arrangements. She couldn't change the world just because one employee had had some unfortunate experiences in the war. That wasn't her problem. Besides, the Havens had been knocked down by the new owners. They had already started to build a new radio station on the grounds. It was going to be the biggest rock music radio station in Arizona. Techno Toys had made a lot of money out of the sale. And if the old man didn't like it, well, that was just too bad. Eva de Cruz had known Arlo for most of her life. She had even played with some of the toys he had designed while they were in the testing stage. She had loved the toys, but the man who designed them was, to her, just a strange old man who hated noises. She had never been close to him, though she had liked his wife. Maria was nice. It was true that the old man had been a first-class designer, but nobody is so good that he can't be replaced, especially if they're half crazy and more trouble than they're worth. Besides, the company had already made a lot of money from his designs. There were plenty of excellent young designers already applying for his job. They weren't troubled by noise at all. They were cheaper, too. No, there will be no problem replacing Arlo Penton, Eva thought to herself as she poured out a second cup of coffee. No problem at all. Arlo had given up his job as soon as he had read the letter. There was no way he was going to work in that noisy factory. He had enough money saved. He could take care of himself all right. He didn't need false friends who broke their promises. He could manage alone. That's what he kept telling himself. But it was a month since he had left his job, and the noises in Arlo's head were getting worse. He often forgot to take his pills now. Sometimes he would wake up in the early hours of the morning covered in sweat and screaming at the ceiling. Only now there was no Maria to help him get over the nightmare. His memories of the war had returned, and he was alone in the middle of them. To Arlo, it seemed that the guns were firing again. The guns in his head and the sounds outside were joining together. The difference between memories and reality was breaking down in his mind. When he went out in the car for his groceries, he would hear the guns. Every loud radio, Every noisy machine seemed like an exploding bomb to his ears. He wondered why something wasn't done about it, but nothing ever was. And all the time, the noise was there. Why didn't people notice what was going on? Were they all deaf? He could hear the enemy. His enemy was noise. He had to do something, or he would go crazy. Nobody else seemed to be doing a thing about it. It was all up to him. He would have to stop the noise. But how? "That ought to be enough," said Arlo. It was 1 week later, and he had decided what he would do. He had been making the tower he had next to his house higher and stronger, so that he could increase the range of the radio signals to his models. He placed his electronic equipment on top of the tower, and the higher he built it, the better his electronic equipment worked. He now had more control over his wonderful models than ever before, with a range that allowed him to fly them high over the city. Arlo had a wide variety of models to choose from. He had, over the years, collected over 100 models in his garage. They were all in perfect working order. Techno-Toys had let him keep them. He had tiny television cameras fitted to his models. This allowed him to see on his computer screen indoors where his models were while they were in use, even when it was cloudy or too hot for him to go outside. Arlo had learned a lot about how to make explosives during the war. He could attach a small but powerful explosive onto a model and then, from the comfort of his own home, direct it to a target. The video cameras would show him exactly where his target was. All he had to do was aim the model, usually an airplane, towards the target, and boom! The target was destroyed. Nobody suspected anything. Arlo, after all, was just working on his models, like he always did. No one knew that he was making bombs as well. Chico called by with more rats for Susie. He saw Arlo working in his garage, where Susie lay sleeping in her glass-fronted box. Chico liked Arlo, even if he didn't eat snakes. He stopped to watch in admiration while Arlo flew one of his wonderful models high into the sky. He had no idea that Arlo's campaign against the enemy had begun. Arlo's first bombing campaign was against the old Tucson rock music radio station. It was successful. Just one small model airplane had delivered enough homemade explosives to bring down the radio station's tower. It was easy. They wouldn't be playing loud music from that station for some while. Tucson's local papers all published stories about a strange explosion that had blown up essential equipment at the local rock radio station. Nobody had been hurt in the explosion, they said, but the station would be out of action for a long time. The police could see no motive for the crime, but did not reject the idea of some individual playing around with explosives for fun. This was worrying. They were right to be worried. Over the next week, there were several more explosions. Large, noisy machines on building areas were destroyed, and a fireworks factory was seriously damaged. But nobody had been hurt. Not yet. It was a few days after the explosion in the fireworks factory, and Sheriff Calhoun was in the office of the Vice President of Techno-Toys. He badly wanted a cigarette. He was trying to give up again, and had not brought any cigarettes with him. Worse still, none of the other officers smoked, so he couldn't even get a cigarette from one of them. This was making him bad-tempered, but he had a job to do. He stuck another piece of chewing gum into his mouth. "Tell me again, Mr. DiMaggio, The sheriff paused as he softened the fresh gum in his mouth. "You told me, when you rang me on the telephone earlier, that this guy, what was his name?" "Arlo Penton, Sheriff." "Yeah, Arlo Penton. You said he had been one of the top designers at Techno Toys?" "The best we had. That's him in the picture on the wall just there. He's the one holding the model Mustang fighter plane. That's our biggest selling model, and he designed it." Sheriff Calhoun looked at the picture in Bernie DiMaggio's office. Bernie liked to keep photographs of all of Techno Toys' best toys with their designers. Arlo featured in a lot of them. In this one, Arlo was smiling and looked happy and relaxed. "And you got rid of the guy?" asked the sheriff. "No, Sheriff. It was his choice. He left the company a few months ago." The sheriff recognized a note of guilt in Bernie's voice. Years of listening to countless interviews had trained his ears to know when somebody was trying to hide something. That was what he was hearing now. With less than a year to go before he was due to retire? He sure must have had a reason. Can you think of a reason, Mr. DiMaggio? After all, you say you've known him a long time. Not that I'm accusing anybody of anything, you understand, but I have to ask these things. Bernie had felt bad about the way the promise he and Diego had made to Arlo had been broken. He felt bad about his own weakness before Diego's daughter, his boss, who had not respected that promise. He knew that Arlo must have been disturbed by the loss of the Havens, but he hadn't been brave enough to talk to Arlo about it after he had given him the letter. Could Arlo have used his expert skills to make these explosions? Bernie told the sheriff everything about Arlo, about Techno Toys and the Havens, and how he thought Arlo might be responsible for the explosions. Bernie felt glad to have finally told somebody how he really felt about things. "So, what will happen to Arlo now?" Bernie asked. "Now, hold on, Mr. DiMaggio. You may have given us a motive for Mr. Penton, but we don't know that he did any of these things. There have been a number of explosions at the Tucson radio station, some heavy machines blown up, and one a few nights ago at a fireworks factory. That caused serious damage, but we can't be sure that any one person is responsible for all of these crimes. For all we know, there may be any number of people out there making their own bombs." "But you don't really think so, do you, Sheriff?" Bernie asked. Sheriff Calhoun took a few more thoughtful chews of his gum and wished he had a cigarette. He looked again at the photograph of Arlo. Suddenly, he noticed a model airplane, like a child's toy, fly past, and before he could reply, there was a loud bang from outside. Bernie rushed to his window to look. "Sheriff, it's the factory! It's on fire!" Arlo had been working hard. He could not see the results of his work immediately, because the television cameras were destroyed once his models hit their targets. He had to listen to the radio for news of his work. Not the loud music stations, of course. His last action had been against the electrical generator at the Techno Toys factory. Without the generator, they would not have the power to work their loud machines, and the hated factory noise would be silenced at last. Unfortunately, though the action had been a success, 3 people had been badly burned. He heard about them on the radio. It upset him. "But it's not my fault," he told himself. "This is war. Every war hurts some innocent people. It's the enemy's fault, not mine. Once the enemy is defeated, there will be peace. I have to fight on for peace. There's nobody else. I have to." But Arlo had no peace. His heart was saddened by the news of the 3 injured people, and the noises that disturbed him had not been silenced. The enemy was strong, and there was much work left to do. He made his way to the garage again. Arlo began working immediately. He had to do the next one right. He had no idea that the sheriff and a large number of police officers were, while he was working, speeding towards his house in their cars. All he was concerned about was putting the finishing touches to his model Mustang fighter plane. He had saved the Mustang for the new radio tower they were building at the place where the Havens used to be. They would never finish it. No way, not if he could help it. It would not need much explosive, just enough to bring the tower down. That would be enough. He got his little computer ready as he switched on the video camera attached to the model airplane. It was time to fly. Arlo placed the Mustang on the ground by his garage, then sat down by his controls. He did not see the sheriff's men, but they saw him. They had positioned themselves some distance away from him. They all had powerful guns. They saw the Mustang as it started to take off. A shot was fired before the model had gone far enough to leave the ground. There was an explosion. Arlo felt a force hit his ears, and he was knocked to the floor. There was a pain in his arm. He had closed his eyes. Was he dead? Had the enemy beaten him? He opened his eyes and saw that his arm had blood on it. As he started to get himself up, Arlo didn't see the pieces of broken glass on the floor behind him. He didn't notice the angry shaking sound of the snake whose sleep had been disturbed. He hardly felt Susie's bite before he sank to the floor again. His eyes felt heavy as the daylight turned to darkness, and death ran with the poison in his blood. But he was happy. Arlo's world was, at last, a silent one.
Open Doors. Kathy Page had been blinded at birth. She had been born 2 months early, and at that time, doctors had not yet realized that giving a new baby pure oxygen to breathe would destroy the sensitive nerves at the back of its eyes. But that was then. Kathy Page was now a leading journalist in British radio. She was best known for her intelligent but tough interviews of public figures and people in the news. A recent interview was typical of her style. So, your election promise to uncover political dishonesty, does that include the bribing of government ministers?
Of course, this government will not tolerate dishonesty of any sort.
Would that include the money you received from foreign businessmen and didn't tell your government about?
That was a misunderstanding. I can explain everything.
Can you explain the government contracts given to those same businessmen shortly afterwards?
Well,
Thank you, Minister. And now over to the news desk. Kathy Page had no patience with any attempts to hide the truth. She had a voice that was gentle and calm, almost motherly at times, which men found attractive. Nearly everybody she interviewed tended to relax more when she spoke. That was when Kathy was at her most effective. More than one politician had cause to be sorry for a careless reply to the relaxing manner of her voice. Kathy knew better than most people how to listen to the human voice. She couldn't see all the little tricks people sometimes used with body language and the expressions on their faces to give false ideas of their real feelings. She could only hear what they said. It was almost impossible for the people she interviewed to hide the tiny changes of expression in their voices that showed what they really thought. No matter how hard they tried to cover it up, she could always tell when a person was feeling uncomfortable and could usually understand the reason why. Kathy would be kind to guests who were not used to being the center of attention. For example, she understood the natural shyness of an old lady who had been given a prize for her work with the poor. But if she thought a guest was lying, she would not stop questioning until she had discovered the truth. If a lie had been told, she always made sure her listeners knew it. Politicians and businessmen often thought that somehow they could fool her. They rarely did. Kathy was too good at her job for that. Her listeners loved her. She was their star. They knew that if anyone could find out the truth, it was Kathy Page. Kathy had been in the business of radio reporting for 30 of her 50 years in the world. She was happy in her work. She had never married, though she was often told that she was attractive. She was. Her black hair was long and shiny, without a touch of grey. Her face was pretty without being weak, and the few lines which showed made it more interesting. Many hours of yoga had kept her figure in good shape. No, she was not short of male admirers. Occasionally, she would allow one to take her to dinner if he could hold an interesting conversation, but she mostly preferred the company of her colleagues, her books, and Trudy, her much-loved 6-year-old guide dog. She loved music and the arts. She regularly went to the theatre for old as well as new productions. It was a favourite activity of hers. The only thing she ever regretted was that she could not see paintings. She had read a lot about great artists and their work, and often wished that she could see a great painting, even if it were just for a short while. But then she would put away such thoughts. They were silly and senseless. It would never happen. Television producers had often, over the years, tried to get Kathy to present her own chat show on television. They knew she was a favourite with the public, and they wanted to attract the large audience that such a show would surely bring. Kathy always turned them down. She felt at home with the radio. It didn't matter what you looked like. It was what you said that you would be judged by. That's what she always told everybody. And besides, Kathy Page, the queen of radio interviews, was shy about her appearance.
She turned you down? Again? Are you sure you told her just how much money we're offering?
Mick Dean, the current favourite of his television company, waved his other arm around as he held the telephone. There was nobody else in the office, but he waved anyway. It was just a way of showing his feelings. He couldn't understand how anybody could turn down an offer like this. He had had similar conversations before, all about Kathy Page.
Okay, but don't give up. Try again in a week. Yes. Bye.
Mick Dean put the telephone down. He was the company's youngest producer and was responsible for many of its newest and most successful shows. He was particularly good at producing chat shows and more serious shows that interviewed people in the news. He believed that a lively argument was the best way to entertain viewers. It would make more people watch the next time.
They like to see a good fight, he would always say. And they like fighters.
That was why he had always wanted Kathy Page to present one of his shows. Not only is she a good fighter, she looks great too, and people respect her. She'd be a sure winner, and I want her before anybody else gets her. Yet again, his best man had failed to persuade Kathy to join him. But Mick Dean was not the kind to give up. He had not been the first producer to try to win Kathy Page over to television, but he was determined to be the last. Kathy's radio show was one of the most popular shows on the station. She would interview people in the news and deal with serious issues. As well as the usual politicians and businessmen, she often spoke to artists, writers, and scientists. The shows got more interesting for the listeners when Kathy questioned her guests, especially when the guests said things that Kathy found hard to believe. That really made things exciting. It was getting towards the end of her morning show, and her final guest was coming on. He was an American scientist, Dr. Woodrow Percival, who was an expert in eye surgery. He interested Kathy because he had said that he could replace damaged eye nerves with tiny computer chips that would work just as well as real nerves, perhaps even better. Kathy took a personal interest in this. He had said, in fact, that he could make the blind see. What's more, he had said that he could make her see. Kathy had come across other experts before. Sometimes they were more interested in getting publicity for themselves than in telling the truth, saying that a small discovery was greater than it really was. If this guy had any real doubts about his methods, Kathy thought, she would know it. It was wrong to raise the hopes of people who might otherwise have accepted their disability and got on with their lives. If he was offering false hope to people, he should be found out, and she was just the person to do it. She introduced Dr. Percival to her listeners and began. Dr. Percival, you're going to give a talk later today about your new treatment. Could you, in simple language, explain how this treatment works? Certainly. And that was exactly what he did. Kathy was waiting for any little changes in his voice that might suggest that he was not sure about what he was saying. His voice was calm. It was not the voice of an old man. He was 40, but it had a quality that suggested strength of character. She questioned him at frequent intervals, listening carefully for any signs that might show his answers to be false. There were none. Everything Dr. Percival said was said in a way that suggested he was being completely truthful. All of his answers were clear and open. Kathy could find no fault with the man's voice or his reasoning. Finally, she asked the question she knew all her listeners were waiting for. Dr. Percival, you said that you could give me the means to see. That was a very personal thing to say. Were you being serious? Kathy listened. He had been good so far. If he was going to show weakness, it would surely be now. Miss Page, let me apologize. This is it, thought Kathy. He's going to weaken. He knows he can't seriously support the things he says he can do. For what the papers reported, they named you in particular when, in fact, I had only used you as an example. What I actually said was that people whose nerves had been damaged, in the way yours had, for example, could be helped by my treatment. But Kathy, though she heard no sign of doubt in his voice, wanted him to be very exact with his answer. She knew her listeners expected no less. Dr. Percival, are you saying that you could make me see?
Well, I'd have to see your medical records in more detail, but I think so. Yes. Yes, I could.
It was time for the end of the program. Kathy thanked her guests, and the closing music was played. She felt excited, yet guilty for feeling that way. She had always thought that even if she had been given the chance to see, she would choose not to, not after a lifetime without sight. But at that time, there had been no hope. There had been no point in hoping. Hope was like a door shut, and with no key to open it. Ever. But now, this doctor sounded sure of himself. She was certain of that. For the first time since she was a girl, she allowed herself the hope of sight. She found that she did want to see. She wanted to see those pictures in the museums, the faces of her friends, the sky at dawn and the stars at night. She realized she wanted it very much indeed. Dr. Woodrow Percival had to rush off to his talk. He thanked her and left. Kathy heard the door of the studio close behind him. She knew that he might hold the key to doors that had been closed to her since birth. Could those doors really be opened for her? She knew she had to find out. The newspapers the next day were full of headlines about the interview. Famous blind radio star promised sight by American expert. Will this man give Kathy Page her sight? Go for it, Kathy. The readers and listeners loved it. Mick Dean loved it. He immediately offered to pay all the costs involved if Kathy would work for his television company for just a few shows. But Kathy hated all the publicity. She was not afraid to speak up for her listeners, but she hated the idea of strangers making unwanted investigations into her private life. And this, as far as she was concerned, was a very private matter indeed. She refused all interviews on the subject and turned down Mick Dean's offer straight away. She thought it was nobody's business but her own, and that was final. No further mention was made of the subject on her show. Guests were asked not to raise the matter. They agreed, largely because they respected Kathy and could understand her situation. But Kathy had been busy. She didn't want the world to know about her personal life, so she had arranged to meet Dr. Woodrow Percival again in private. She met him at the house of her agent, away from her home and safe from the eyes of the public. Kathy was a wealthy woman. She had made, over the years, a lot of money from her work. She could afford the cost of the operation in Dr. Percival's hospital in California, USA. Dr. Percival was as calm as ever and was glad to help her. He drank his tea as he sat in an armchair, looking at Kathy as she fed Trudy a biscuit.
I must repeat, he said, that you'll be the first person to receive this treatment. It has worked in all the tests and all the computer trials. Having said that, I must also remind you of the risk involved.
I understand, Dr. Percival, Kathy answered quickly. I'm willing to take that risk. This is something I've made up my mind about. If it works for me, it'll work for others. It'll be worth it.
Now, don't misunderstand me, Miss Page. By risk, I don't mean to your life. That risk is no more than it would be for any other operation. I mean the risk to your hopes. I am confident the operation will work, but I'm not God. Nobody can say for certain that you will have the use of your eyes at the end of all this. All I can say is there is no reason I can see why the operation shouldn't be a success. Are you still sure you want to go through with it? Kathy took a deep breath, then answered, Absolutely sure. When can you start? The operation took place 1 month later at the hospital in California. Dr. Percival thought the operation went well. All that was needed now was a few weeks for the tiny computer parts to join with Kathy's sensitive, damaged eye nerves. During that time, Kathy would need to rest in bed with a bandage over her eyes. Her brain would be checked regularly. When it showed signs that the eye nerves were working, they would take the bandages off. In those few weeks, Kathy had plenty of time to think about what she had done. There were moments of doubt, almost panic, when she asked herself if she had done the right thing. She thought she had long since put away the foolish hopes for sight she had once held as a girl. Yet here she was, hoping like a girl again. She felt afraid, yes, but also excited at the thought of entering a world that would be totally new to her, a world where she could see. It would be like being born a second time. She wondered what colour would be like. Although it was a word she had often used and heard before, she had never experienced colour. She just could not imagine it, no matter how hard she tried. Kathy gave up trying and waited patiently for the day her bandages would be removed. The day came. Dr. Percival decided that Kathy's brain signals were doing all that he had expected of them. Things looked very promising. It was time to see if the operation had been a success. He closed all the curtains in Kathy's room so that the light was low. He turned to her and spoke. Now, Kathy, we have to take things slowly. Even if things go well, you won't have full eyesight to begin with. First of all, let's see if your eyes are recognizing light. I'm going to take the bandage off and hold a light in front of your eyes. If you can see anything, you won't need me to tell you. You'll know. But you won't see anything clearly yet. That will come later. Are you ready? Kathy nodded. Dr. Percival held a small light in front of her eyes as a nurse slowly and carefully removed her bandages. Kathy sat up with her eyes still closed. Slowly she opened them and stared at the light. Quickly she turned her face away. Ow! What was that? It felt strange. There's something there, trying to get into my head. Dr. Percival told the nurse to replace the bandages and then turned to Kathy. Kathy, he said with obvious delight, that something is light. You've seen light for the first time. Congratulations. You can see. Kathy could tell from his voice that he was pleased. She felt confused. But I thought there would be more to it than this. I mean, oh, I don't know what I mean.
"Don't worry, Kathy," he said as he smiled. "All you saw then was pure light. It'll take a while for your eyes to get used to seeing colors and shapes. Your brain has a lot of sorting out of new information that it has never had to deal with before. It's bound to take a little while, even with the advanced training methods I've developed. The main thing is that you can see." "I can see," said Kathy softly. And underneath her bandages, she was crying. Over the next few weeks, Kathy was progressively allowed to use her eyes more often. Soon, she could tell dark from light. Then she could recognize colors and shapes. But for a while, she found it very difficult to deal with the huge amounts of extra information that her new sense was giving her every day. One of her most difficult problems was judging distance. She found it hard to tell the difference between near and far objects. She would reach out for things across the room as if they were near to her, or she would walk into close objects without realizing how near they were. But Dr. Percival was patient. Kathy was taken on walks around the hospital gardens, taken for drives in the car, and shown videos and television programs. Her eyes were gently exercised until they worked well. "In fact, Kathy," Dr. Percival told her, "your eyes are better than mine are. I need glasses and you don't." What Kathy enjoyed most was seeing the pleasing effects shapes and colors produced. She would see ordinary things as objects of great beauty, the black and white squares on a chessboard, the shape of a hand, the colors of a flower. Sounds, for the first time in her life, took second place. Colors and shapes now filled her mind with pleasure beyond her powers to describe. But most of all, she was deeply fascinated by the changing expressions on the faces of people. She viewed every face she saw as a new world to explore, full of things to be discovered. Every smile, every frown was wonderful to her. When Kathy finally left the hospital, it was as if she were leaving home for the first time. She was nervous but excited, and her heart felt light as she opened the door to leave. Of course, all the newspapers were soon full of the story. "American surgeon gives sight to blind woman. The gift of sight. Kathy Page can see. Brilliant American doctor performs miracle operation." Woodrow Percival had tried to keep things quiet, at least until he was sure that Kathy had recovered fully from the operation. But he couldn't stop the news from spreading any more than he could stop the sun from rising. Soon he had film companies wanting to make a movie about him, publishers wanting his life story, and a long line of newspapers and magazines wanting interviews. The scientific community wanted to honor him, while businessmen saw many ways of marketing his ideas. Dr. Woodrow Percival's future was looking very bright indeed. Kathy wanted to rest at home. There was plenty for her to do there. For the first time in her life, she could actually see her most valued possessions. Best of all, she could see her friends for the first time. And, of course, her dear dog, Trudy, who had had to stay at home while she had been away. Kathy discovered that the human face had a powerful effect on her feelings. It was as if there had been a great hunger in her life that had been so much a part of her that she had never questioned it. Not until now. She had never before realized what a smile looked like, and it often moved her to tears to see her friends smiling. Then there was her taste in clothing. Before, she had always had to depend on the judgments of others to provide her with clothes that felt comfortable but looked smart. When she looked in her wardrobe, she saw nothing but dark colours or pale things that looked like they had no colour at all. "They've got to go," she said, as she took some of the clothes out and threw them onto the floor. She was determined that from now on she would only wear clothes that were in colours she liked. After all, she could now decide for herself what clothes she could wear. She arranged to go shopping with Carla, her agent, the very next day. Trudy came too. Kathy had still not fully learned how to judge distances very well, and Trudy was almost as useful to her now as she had been before. Kathy enjoyed choosing her new clothes. She was surprised at how good she looked in them. It was a feeling she liked. As Kathy was paying for them, Carla, who had a particular interest in fashion, said, "Well, Kathy, you've certainly brightened up your wardrobe now. I like the new look. It suits you." Kathy had bought clothing that was food for her eyes. Her clothes had always been rather dull before, more than she had realized. These new clothes were colourful and cheerful. They made her feel happy. Kathy found that she was watching a lot of television. She had never really bothered with it before. Now she watched it with deep interest. Quiz and game show presenters and singers smiled all the time against a background of bright colours. Their smiles made them seem to be such lovely, honest people. Yet on the few occasions she had listened to such shows before her operation, she had thought they sounded stupid and shallow. It was confusing, but she was almost too happy to care. Almost. Kathy discovered that she could now dream in colour, and with pictures too. Before this, her dreams were made of sounds, voices, and music. Now she could also see in her dreams, and she was delighted. She took up photography and loved to see how pictures from life could be caught by the camera, like frozen pieces of memory. The next thing to do was to go to a museum with Carla to see paintings by great artists, just as she had always wanted. She could hardly wait. Kathy was used to getting up early. She loved the colours of the early morning, and she planned to visit as many London museums as she could during the day. By 8:30 in the morning, she had had her breakfast and was dressed and ready to leave. The doorbell rang. Kathy went to the door. She was expecting to see Carla, but it wasn't Carla. It was a young man who was smiling at her. He had a nice smile, she thought. "Hello, Miss Page. We've met before. You may remember me from the television studios. My name is Mick Dean." Kathy had not been to a studio since before her operation. She had decided to take at least 1 year off work, no matter how the operation turned out. She had been thinking of writing a book about her life. It would be a challenge, and she liked challenges. But now she had a new challenge. Mick Dean had given her a television show of her own to present. He had wanted her to do it so much, he had told her, that he just had to talk to her himself, and that was exactly what he had done. He had just turned up at her door. It was totally unexpected. She probably would not have spoken to him otherwise. Kathy decided she liked him for it. She had never really taken much notice of Mick Dean before. In fact, she remembered that he had sounded far too sure of himself for her liking. But she must have been mistaken. He had offered her her own show where she could interview people in the news. He had looked so honest and enthusiastic about it that she thought she really ought to give the show a chance. And he had such a nice smile. His teeth were lovely and white, apart from the shiny gold one at the side, which was rather attractive. And his eyes! She had never realized that eyes could be so colourful. His eyes were a lovely blue, with a few fine little red lines around the white parts. Cathy decided she would do the show, just one, to see what it was like. 3 months later, the show was ready and about to start. Cathy had soon got used to all the things that went on in a television studio. All the lights, the people who were needed to make sure everything worked right, and, of course, the excited studio audience waiting for the show to begin. Cathy was behind the scenes, wearing her new cheerful clothes and drinking a cup of tea. She was reading Braille notes with her fingertips. It was still quicker than trying to read written notes about her first guest, an aging actor called Archie Mason. He had written a book about his life, in which he had told his readers all about his wives, his lovers, and the famous actors he had known. He had given away a great many details about their private lives and the kinds of things they did. This had, of course, guaranteed big sales of his book. Cathy was sure that much of what he had written wasn't true, and her aim in the interview was to make him admit it. When the show began, Cathy was given a warm welcome. The audience was glad to see her back, though there were a few surprised looks at her colourful choice of dress. Archie Mason was introduced, and he made his entrance. He was a man in late middle age, with dark hair, a moustache, and dressed in a smart blue suit with a red tie and white shirt. He was still handsome, and knew it as he smiled at the audience with his perfect white teeth, waving and showing an expensive gold watch on his wrist. He then turned his smile to Cathy as he gave her a kiss on the cheek before sitting down. He has a nice smile, Cathy thought, as she looked at his perfectly shaped teeth. She liked to see things that were bright and evenly shaped. Cathy at once started to question Archie Mason about some of the more doubtful details of his book.
I swear to you, Cathy, that nothing in my book is untrue. Honest,
said Archie, as he smiled and showed his white teeth. Cathy's ears were hearing a voice that did not sound honest at all, but her eyes saw a big, warm smile that looked open and truthful. Her brain listened to her ears, but her heart looked at the smile. It was hard to believe that a man with a smile like that could ever lie. For the first time during a live interview, she doubted her judgment. She decided to believe him. From that moment on, she was no longer sure of her own judgment. To the audience, it seemed as if Archie was the one in control, not Cathy. So long as he gave her a big smile, he could say whatever he liked. Cathy simply nodded and said, "Yes," and "Really?" to him. This was not what the audience expected. Where was the Cathy Page they knew? She should have known right away how to deal with a self-important old fool like this. Her next guest was a politician who had broken some of his election promises. At least everybody thought she would sort him out. He was more like what she was used to. But the politician had been prepared well. He had a boyish look, though he was well over 40. But most of all, he had a nice smile. She didn't know what to think of all the different signals she was getting from this man. His voice told her not to trust him, while his smile told her he was honest. She could no longer trust her judgment. She felt confused. The politician said almost anything he wanted. Kathy knew she should have been asking more questions, but she just didn't have the confidence in her abilities anymore. She was too slow, and the politician was too quick. After the show, Kathy knew she had done badly. She felt terrible. She was not surprised when she heard, not long afterwards, that her show would not be put on again. She heard no more from Mick Dean. Kathy finally found the time to write her autobiography. She began it soon after her appearance on television. It took her almost a year, but it became a huge success and made her a lot of money. Once again, she was in public demand. Because of her renewed popularity, she was asked by a different producer to make another television show. She turned down the offer. She didn't want to go through that again. Instead, she decided to return to radio, and soon her old show was back. Kathy wanted to show her fans that she was as good as ever. As her first guest, she chose the politician she had interviewed during her disastrous television show. Naturally, he expected an easy time of it again. He smiled as he looked at Kathy across the table. He didn't smile for long. "Could you tell us, Minister, about your promise to reduce unemployment?" she asked him. The minister began. "Of course, Kathy, but you must realize these things take a long time." "Oh, really? That's not what you said last month." She then went on to tear him apart, taking each of his promises in turn and showing how they had all been broken. He was, before a listening audience of millions, shown to be false and dishonest, just as she had first thought. This was what her listeners had been waiting for. As the politician left, Kathy sat back and took off the black scarf she had tied around her head to cover her eyes throughout the interview. Kathy Page, the queen of radio interviews and star of her listeners, was back.
A gentle touch. The touch of Mr. Lowe's needle felt gentle as a feather, as it was stuck into Jamie's right ear. Jamie was surprised that he felt no pain, only a little itch. That wasn't too bad. He did not complain as 2 more needles were put into position. Then the same was done to his left ear. Jamie was left to relax for a while as the needles did their work. Mr. Lowe read a magazine, and Jamie, though conscious of the needles hanging from his ears, sat in his chair and stared through the windows. He saw bright sunlight, bright colours and streets lined with trees and many kinds of brilliant flowers. He could see tourists buying delicious snacks from street sellers. Shops displayed everything from pots and pans to paper toys, often outside where curious shoppers could see more easily. Everywhere he looked, it seemed there were large paper signs in letters of red and gold, advertising the latest festival. People were not dressed for the cold and wet. They were wearing light summer clothes, and only wore hats to shade themselves from the sun. Jamie thought about his life as it had been only 2 weeks before. He thought of the views he had then from his office windows. The grey winter skies, the wet, crowded streets, and the few miserable leafless trees which lined the streets of the London suburb he worked in. At 5 in the evening he would have been looking forward to the end of his working day at the small college where he had taught business studies for the last 10 years. He would be lighting up his 20th cigarette since breakfast, and looking forward to another cup of strong coffee before he finally went back to his lonely apartment. He had been bored. Bored. His whole life had felt grey. How completely different that was from the view which now met his eyes. Jamie Russell was glad he had moved to Singapore. He felt so good about it, he had finally decided to give up smoking, with a little help from Mr. Lowe's acupuncture centre. He had always wanted to give up the harmful habit, but had somehow always found a reason to continue, such as the stress of work or the end of yet another failed relationship with a girlfriend. This time it was serious. It would be in keeping with the fresh start he had made in his life as a lecturer in a respected Singapore college. New job, new life. And what better way to give up than through the use of the ancient art of acupuncture? After all, it has been used in the East for over 1,000 years. Acupuncture involves the use of fine needles placed into particular points on the body that are said to be the focus of important channels of life energy called qi. The needles then direct this qi into its proper place. It is said that many illnesses and bad habits are the result of qi being disturbed or blocked. Acupuncture tries to correct such disturbances and clear the blocked qi. That's what they say. 10 minutes later, Mr. Lowe removed the needles from Jamie's ears. Jamie stood up and stretched his arms. He was not sure what his ears had to do with his smoking, but he was prepared to trust the expert advice of Mr. Lowe. Why shouldn't he? "How do you feel now, Mr. Russell?" asked Mr. Lowe. He was a short man who appeared to be about 60, and he had to look up to speak to the tall figure of Jamie. "Do you still want a cigarette?" Jamie was disappointed to discover that he did want a cigarette, but he was too polite to say so. Instead, he arranged for further treatment in 3 days' time. In the meantime, he had to take some horrible-looking powder and drink it in hot water at home. "It will help to direct your qi," Mr. Lowe promised him. When Jamie got home and tasted it, he nearly spat it out. It tasted like mud. But he was determined to finish it, and finish it he did. Normally, his first reaction to unpleasant experiences was to have a smoke. To his surprise, he found he did not experience his usual automatic desire to reach out for a cigarette. He still wanted one, but he did not feel as if he would go crazy without one. He could manage. Over the next 3 days at work in the college, he smoked only 4 cigarettes instead of his usual packet a day. Even then he felt guilty about it. Normally he would feel like climbing up the walls if he didn't have a smoke at least once every hour. Was the acupuncture treatment working? It seemed to be. The next visit to Mr. Lowe repeated the treatment. The results were, as far as Jamie was concerned, marvellous. He felt no desire at all for a cigarette after the second visit. He took the awful-tasting powder just to be safe, but the need for a smoke did not return. If anything, the thought of smoking a cigarette now made him feel quite sick. The acupuncture had worked. In fact, it had worked so wonderfully well that Jamie wanted to find out more about it. What else could it do? If it could stop bad habits, could it also encourage good ones? He decided to talk to Mr. Lowe. Jamie's new job was going well. He liked his hard-working students, and they seemed to like him. He found he was feeling more awake and full of life. He no longer minded all the marking of books and preparation of lessons and long meetings that had previously been so tiring for him. He also started to notice how few local people actually smoked. Before then, he had not really cared, so long as he could have a cigarette. Now he began to understand just how unpleasant the smelly things were. That's how he thought of cigarettes now, as smelly things that were both antisocial and disgusting. He was even avoiding the strong coffee he had previously thought to be essential. Alcohol, once a regular part of his life, had also been put away forever. And it was all thanks to Mr. Lowe and his little needles. Jamie visited the acupuncture clinic every week. He was beginning to look forward to the feel of the fine needles in his skin. He enjoyed waiting quietly in his chair while the marvellous needles did their work. He even enjoyed staring through the windows while he thought about his changing fortunes. Jamie was getting to know Mr. Lowe quite well. He asked him about acupuncture and other Eastern treatments. He was surprised at the depth of Mr. Lowe's knowledge. Mr. Lowe had studied acupuncture for most of his long life. He was actually much older than Jamie had thought him to be. Much older. Could this be because of his skills? Jamie wanted to know more. Perhaps he could be taught some of these skills. Then he would be able to use them on himself. Why not? He asked Mr. Lowe where he could learn acupuncture. To Jamie's delight, Mr. Lowe offered to teach him himself. The cost was very reasonable, and Jamie was glad to accept. Lessons were arranged, and Jamie made sure he attended them regularly. He was an enthusiastic student. Acupuncture had rid Jamie of many of his bad habits. He was beginning to think he would no longer have any bad habits to treat. After a while, Jamie felt sure he could start treating himself, improving himself. He did not want Mr. Lowe to know about this in case he upset the old man. After all, he might see it as a sign of disrespect if Jamie stopped seeing him for his personal treatment. Besides, Mr. Lowe might not like it. He had ideas about acupuncture and other Eastern studies which, to Jamie's way of thinking, were old-fashioned. One evening, during a lesson, Jamie asked Mr. Lowe what he could do to increase his ability to think, to become more intelligent. "What do you want to do that for?" asked Mr. Lowe, much to Jamie's surprise. "Well, I could do my work better," said Jamie. "You do your work well already, as far as I can tell," Mr. Lowe told him. "And you already have a good brain. I can see that. The mind and the body should be in balance. Why spoil it by overdeveloping a brain that is good already, eh? No, my friend. The chi is meant to be in balance in body and mind. Do not upset that balance. What happens when we lose our balance? We fall over." And he laughed. Jamie smiled. He liked Mr. Lowe, but Mr. Lowe was old, with old ideas. And they were not ideas that Jamie shared. Jamie Russell was 34 years old. He was still single, though he had not yet given up hope of meeting the right girl. But there was no romance in his life. His job seemed somehow to take up all his time and energy. He had been unhealthy and unhappy. At least that was how it used to be. Not anymore. Now, just 1 year after beginning his study of acupuncture, it seemed to Jamie that he felt fit and happy at last. He no longer smoked or drank alcohol. He had given up coffee The only thing he did drink, apart from water, was tea. His body looked firm and fit, and his dark brown hair shone with health. It was a pity about Mr. Lowe. Why did the old man get so angry about the progress he had been making? Jamie could not see anything wrong in wanting to improve himself, in making himself better, even superior. What was the problem? Things finally reached a crisis when Jamie said he wanted to use his chi to influence his students so that they would never forget what he told them. Mr. Lowe had refused to help him any more. "You cannot do this foolish thing," Mr. Lowe had said to him. "You must not disturb the natural way of the chi. It goes against all I have taught you. If you insist on this foolish action, you will be my student no longer." It was clear to Jamie that Mr. Lowe, the master, was becoming jealous of his student. It was sad, but perhaps it was for the best. Jamie stopped going to Mr. Lowe's lessons. He had learnt enough at least to know that he had to find other ways of perfecting his skills. The use of needles was not always practical. He couldn't use them at work or when he was travelling around. There were times when Jamie wanted to increase his chi so that he could give himself that extra rush of energy he often wanted. He could hardly produce a set of needles and start sticking them into himself while he was at work or on the bus. No. Acupuncture did not have all the answers he wanted. But perhaps acupressure might. Acupressure doesn't need needles. Instead, it uses either special sticks or, even easier, the fingers to apply pressure to points of chi in the body. The principles are exactly the same as acupuncture, so Jamie did not feel that he had to start from the beginning again. He was confident that he could learn this new skill quickly. He did not feel the need for a teacher this time. He would teach himself. Why not? So he did. He got out all the books he could find on acupressure and studied them. He looked things up on the internet. Soon he knew how to apply acupressure quickly and successfully without attracting attention to himself. This was impossible if needles were used. Jamie soon found he could do all the work he needed to do at the college in a quarter of the time he used to take. He also had at least 10 times more energy than he had had before. There was lots of energy left over for his own studies, for his own improvement. Lots. People were beginning to talk about him. His amazing ability to work hard and never get tired was frequently mentioned. These comments were never unkind, and he remained popular with both staff and students, though he was well known for expecting more work from his students than other members of staff. There had even been a few students leaving the course because they could not take the stress of the work. This was a pity, but after all, standards had to be kept up. His interest in Eastern matters was no secret, though Jamie did not deliberately draw attention to it. His colleagues admired a man who was enthusiastic about his work, and they liked the fact that a Westerner showed such an interest in Eastern culture. Jamie was becoming quite well known as somebody who knew about such things. Students would ask him for advice instead of going to their local experts. Jamie never asked for money. Once, after he had successfully treated a student's headache with acupressure, he was called to see the head of the college. He was told, kindly but firmly, that he was to leave treatments to those who had licenses to do such things. Jamie made sure he never made that mistake again. It was soon after this that Adrian Tong, the physics lecturer, asked Jamie if he was interested in the art of Tai Chi. Adrian was a friendly man, about the same age as Jamie, who always dressed smartly. He was a popular member of the college staff, known for his helpful nature. He mentioned it to Jamie as they were preparing to go home. Jamie was interested. He had heard of Tai Chi, which was made up of slow, elegant exercises that developed the chi and made it stronger. Every morning in the park, he saw people of all ages performing the exercises, gently moving their arms and legs like trees in a soft wind. Amongst them was a pretty young woman who Jamie thought was very elegant indeed. Yes, it did look like a good way to relax. "My uncle is considered to be a master of this art," Adrian told him. "I am sure he would welcome such a keen student as yourself." And so Jamie became a student of Master Tong. Master Tong was a slim, young-looking man, though he was over 60 years old. He was amazed by Jamie's knowledge of Eastern culture and agreed to teach him, though he would have to take his place with the rest of his students, all 73 of them, in the park at dawn each day. That suited Jamie. It would be a good start to the day. The first lesson began the very next morning. The park was next to the local shops. Many items were delivered to the shops at the start of the day, and the roads were already busy with small lorries delivering vegetables, newspapers, and all kinds of things needed for the day's business. Master Tong's class had been going through their elegant motions for 20 minutes or so when the loud sound of screaming brakes was heard. A child had run in front of a delivery lorry. The lorry had turned sharply and fallen onto its side, trapping the driver, who had tried to jump clear. He was alive, but his legs were trapped under the lorry door. He was calling out for help and was obviously in great pain. What happened next amazed Jamie. Master Tong ran to the lorry, took a deep breath, and pushed up with both hands against the side of the lorry. What was the old man thinking of? What could he do? The lorry was not large, but it was not something to be pushed away like an empty box. But he lifted it up. Master Tong held up the lorry while other willing hands pulled the driver away. Only after the driver was safe did he let go. The lorry sank down with a heavy sound of metal. Master Tong sat down, a little red in the face, but not hurt by his efforts. But Jamie had no time to talk to him, as he was needed by the injured driver. He used his acupressure skills to reduce the poor man's pain until he could be taken to hospital. Jamie noticed a young woman by his side. It was the pretty woman from the Tai Chi class. She was busy talking to the injured man and helping him to relax. Their eyes met briefly, and she smiled at him before she left to get more help. When the ambulance arrived, Jamie saw that the Tai Chi class had begun again. People were gently moving in the new morning light, all following Master Tong. The next day, Jamie got to his Tai Chi class early. He wanted to speak to Master Tong before the class began. Jamie saw him already doing his exercises next to a large banyan tree. Master Tong saw him and smiled. "Always exercise next to a tree," he said. "Trees are good for the chi." Jamie looked at the slightly built man who was smiling at him. Could he really have moved that lorry by himself? Master Tong saw his face and answered for him. "You need not be so surprised by what happened yesterday, my friend. You ought to know from your studies that the chi can be a practical tool, a way of finding outer as well as inner strength." "Yes, but I never thought," Jamie began. Master Tong again seemed to read his mind. "You never thought,
that a gentle form of exercise such as Tai Chi could produce such results, yes?
Well, yes, answered Jamie.
Observe, said Master Tong.
Jamie saw him go through one of the more complicated exercises at the normal speed. The exercise involved movements that looked like elegant kicks and punches.
Observe again,
Master Tong told him. This time the exercise was performed much faster. Master Tong moved with a speed and power that took Jamie's breath away. There was nothing gentle about this.
One side gentle, one side strong. Both are the same. Both are part of the Qi. You understand now?
I think so, said Jamie.
You used the gentle side of the Qi yourself when you treated the injured man for his pain. That is good. We both use the Qi when it is needed. That is balance. That is good. Okay?
Jamie nodded. He had seen something that would stay in his mind forever. He had seen strength as well as elegance. He had also seen power, and it was beautiful in his eyes. It was a few months after Jamie's talk with Master Tong when Adrian approached Jamie. He and Jamie often talked together after work before they went home.
My uncle tells me you're one of his best students, Adrian told him.
But I've only been with him for a few months, said Jamie.
Exactly. He says you've learned more in a few months than most do in a few years.
How do you do it, Jamie? Just lucky, I suppose, said Jamie. They both laughed, but Jamie didn't add any more to explain his answer, though he wasn't sure why. Adrian was too polite to ask again before he went home. Jamie spent most of his time on studying and practicing his skills. He would apply acupressure or sometimes needles to his skin in order to increase his qi. He needed more energy if he was to do all the things he wanted. And he wanted a lot. Most of all, he wanted power. He wanted the power of his qi to fill his being. He didn't ask himself why he wanted it. He never questioned his desire for it, a desire that seemed to grow as naturally as his power grew. But as his power grew, his wisdom didn't. Jamie was still doing well at the college. He was now head of the business studies department. The 3 other lecturers who were in the department liked Jamie, but he expected a lot from them. They wondered how he could work so hard. No matter how much they did, he always seemed to be doing more. Jamie's department was becoming well known for its excellent examination results. But his students, though they liked and respected Jamie, found that keeping up with all the work he wanted them to do was almost impossible. That is, if they expected to eat and sleep. Jamie himself knew well enough that his expectations were beginning to be too much for his students and staff. He decided that something needed to be done about it. Of course, they could all join Master Tong's Tai Chi classes. Why not? Jamie was feeling quite excited at the idea of his staff and students joining in the classes every morning. He never stopped to think that they might have other things to do with their lives, that they might have families to be with, or homes to look after, or even other jobs to do. He had not felt excited by anything in this way for some time. He was usually calm and in control of his feelings. He would speak to Master Tong about it tomorrow. But tonight he decided to walk home by way of the shopping centre, past all the bright shops and the colourful lights he had always found so cheerful. It was his way of celebrating. But there were others who were also celebrating that night, and they were far from being calm. 5 men were sitting at an outdoor table in a street cafe next to the pavement. They had been drinking too much beer. One of them saw Jamie walking past and called out to him.
"Hey, mate! Do you speak English?"
Jamie looked at the man. He was big and was speaking too loudly. "Yes," said Jamie politely. "I am English. Can I help you?" The men all shouted and laughed, repeating, "I am English," in a rude way that was meant to sound like him. Jamie ignored this.
"Yeah, mate, you can have a beer with us. It's my mate's birthday and I'm buying the drinks. You're my guest. You can drink to his health too."
"No thanks," said Jamie. "I don't drink beer, only water and tea." The other men all laughed loudly, but the first man got angry.
"I'm not asking you, mate. I'm telling you. Now drink."
The man pushed a beer can in front of Jamie's face. Jamie calmly turned away and began to walk off. He did not want to become involved with these men. The man reached out and roughly grabbed Jamie's shoulder. Jamie didn't even think about his next action. He turned quickly and pushed upwards with both hands against the man's chest. The man went up into the air and landed on another table, knocking over beer cans and breaking glasses. He did not get up. Jamie could hardly believe what he had done. He had not meant to do anything violent. Now a man was hurt. The 4 other men looked at the fallen man in horror. This quickly turned to anger as they got up and attacked Jamie. They were all shouting angrily at him as they did so. Some had bottles in their hands, and one had picked up a heavy wooden chair. Jamie had not asked for this. He had not wanted to hurt anyone. Now 4 large drunken men were attacking him. Something seemed to break inside Jamie's mind at that moment. It seemed to him as if the men were moving in slow motion. It was easy to avoid their punches, easy to hit them in places he knew would make them unconscious for a long time. It was just after the 4th man had gone down that he felt a sudden pain in his back. The floor rushed towards him. All the world went black, and he knew no more. Jamie's head hurt. He opened his eyes. The light hurt his eyes at first. He began to make out a face. It was the face of a woman. She was smiling at him. His eyes became more used to the light, and he could see that the woman was a nurse. She had a nice face, a beautiful face. It seemed familiar. "How are you feeling, Mr. Russell?" the nurse asked. "I feel awful," said Jamie. "My back hurts." "I'll get you something for the pain, Mr. Russell. Just wait a moment." "No," Jamie said with more force than he had intended. "I don't need any drugs. Just give me a minute." Only then did Jamie realize that he could not move his arms or legs. No matter how hard he tried to move, they remained still. He felt confused, sick and afraid. "Please, Mr. Russell, relax. I'll take care of things," said the nurse, as she dried the sweat on his forehead. As she leaned over, Jamie saw from the badge she was wearing that her name was Angie Lee. Her hand was cool, and her touch was light. She smiled at him. Then he remembered her. She was the pretty woman from the Tai Chi class who had helped the injured lorry driver. He managed to smile back. "What happened, nurse? How did I get here?" "Here is Dr. Sim. He'll tell you all you need to know, Mr. Russell." Dr. Sim was a young man. younger than Jamie, but he spoke with the calm authority of a professional. A man hit a heavy chair against your backbone, Mr. Russell. He injured your back and would have done more damage if the police hadn't arrived to stop him. It seems you got into a fight and put 4 of his friends into hospital before he did the same to you. Witnesses say the men started the trouble, and you were trying to protect yourself. Rather well, too, until that chair hit you.
But I can't move my arms or legs, cried Jamie.
We don't want you to, Mr. Russell. We have to keep your back still while it mends, said Dr. Sim. Jamie now realized that his whole body was being held still. Even his head was being held by something. Dr. Sim continued, If you were to move now, you could be damaged forever. Forever. Jamie heard the word, but it did not seem real to him. Be calm, he told himself. Be in control. Will I get better? He asked. Indeed you will, said Dr. Sim, providing you remain absolutely still for at least 2 months. We have to make sure your back mends fully before we can consider allowing you to move. But you should have made a full recovery by then. So, don't worry. Enjoy the rest. Dr. Sim went on to his next patient. Jamie felt that life had played a cruel trick on him. All that time spent on perfecting his body and his mind, and now he couldn't even get out of bed. He felt foolish and rather sorry for himself. At that moment, Nurse Angie Lee returned with some medicine for Jamie. He needed it. After a few days, he was allowed to see visitors. Adrian and Master Tong came to see him. Adrian talked about college and said how much Jamie was missed, while Master Tong sat and said nothing. Adrian, after a nod from his uncle, then said goodbye and left. Master Tong remained sitting by Jamie's bed, looking at him. Jamie wondered what he was thinking about, but did not want to ask him. Finally, Master Tong spoke. I have been speaking to a friend of mine about you. He knows you well. Yes? Who's that? Mr. Lowe. He is concerned about you. You were his student once, I understand. Why is he concerned? Asked Jamie. But he had a feeling he already knew. He could see something was happening to you. I could see it myself. I had hoped that the gentle side of your chi would correct the imbalance. The imbalance? Yes, said Master Tong. The power of your chi was rising up like a snake. You were losing control of it, upsetting the balance. Why else do you think you got into that ridiculous fight with those men? You have skill, but no wisdom. Why do you think it takes a lifetime to learn these things, huh? You want to know everything all at once. You think you can do everything by yourself. We could see that. But you are young. You can still learn. If you don't kill yourself first. And Master Tong laughed. I know you won't be able to move for a while, but they tell me you will make a good recovery. And if you use your chi, you should recover even faster. Enjoy your rest. Now you have a chance to examine your mistakes. Look at your life and consider how to balance your chi properly. Just then,
Nurse Angie Lee arrived and waited respectfully while Master Tong was speaking. "And not all teachers are old men," Master Tong continued. "Your lessons begin now. I expect to see you back at my classes when you leave this place." Master Tong walked away. Jamie's eyes followed him as he walked through the door. Could Master Tong be right? "Are you ready, Jamie?" said Nurse Angie. It was time for her to wash him. Jamie liked Nurse Angie's cheerful company. She seemed to like him. He knew he liked her. He liked her very much. She smiled at him, and he smiled back. Jamie closed his eyes and relaxed. Maybe Master Tong was right. Maybe his lessons were only just beginning. He felt Angie's touch, and it was cool and gentle. Gentle as a feather.